We are live at Coletco for tonight's live record sale. Yep. Welcome. Let's get my chat open here. Okay, I got a lot to do here. Let me take a peek at what came in. Do you have prices for anything yet? Now one of these I've already marked. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got Stabbing Westward. Now that's what I call the 70s. We got Man of War. We got Fate's Warning. Stone Sour. Lord of the Rings. We got the Muppets. We got the Transformers. We got Alice Cooper. We got Steel Panther. Sponge. New Order. Tribute to the Cure. Steel Panther. Steel Panther. Breakfast Club. David Bowie. Abbey Road. Whiskey Myers. David Bowie. Nickelback. Folks, we have Nickelback. Hank Williams III. Whiskey Myers. Nickelback. Stone Sour. Taylor Swift. Linkin Park. Operation Ivy. Jeff Buckley. Dead Kennedys. ZZ Top. Korn. Death. Pop. Star Wars. Motley Crue. Judas Priest. David Lee Roth. I don't know what that is. Peaches. There's definitely a sheet on Ed's desk from this that's over there for sure. It would have a Celtic Frost on it. And maybe even that other distributor. Okay. Boom. Alrighty. So, first thing I'd like to do is welcome everybody. I just got done pricing stuff. And we're going to get rolling officially as soon as I can organize a few things and get everything better. This definitely those. This hadn't come in yet. This will be here Monday. That's Black Sabbath, Paranoid, Pink Floyd, Ozzy. Ozzy Scream has shipped. Black Sabbath, Paranoid has shipped. All the Metallica load. This is a 17-box delivery for Monday. Monday sale, we've probably already pre-sold. If you count box sets, we've probably already pre-sold on Monday. Looking ahead, 15 crates worth. Just for Monday. Counting all those box set. Metallica, maybe more than that. Those Metallica boxes will probably take up, you might not be able to fit 2 in one crate. It's such a gigantic box set. Probably one of the biggest ones they've done. So, that's what's going on. And we just got all the new stuff unboxed. Of course, it's probably going to be about a half hour before we start showing any of it. We got to get it all marked. And we got to go through the flip video stuff. And we're going to do that right now. So, Laura is, I think, ahead of the game with the auctions. They're already up here. And she's already sent me pictures of Friday's auction. So she'll have some time to mark some Laura stuff. John's been here marking John's stuff. along with helping with the dollar sale, he's still already putting stuff out for the morning. Right, John? I don't even know where he is anymore, but John's putting out stuff already. He's already putting stuff out up front for tomorrow morning. So, first thing we're going to do, I'm going to clean up my table. There was no ice in the ice machine, so I'm kind of lost. I don't have any way to make my purple juice, so hopefully the ice maker kicks in, and a little bit later I go up there. I'm without purple juice, so I'm going to go with a purple pomegranate right quick. Yeah, I'm going to have to swap my mics. This one's already showing low battery. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and swap them. Do you have my mic muted? Did I have my mic muted? Okay, never mind. So, first thing I have here is this George Strait, straight out of the box set. I think it cut out there for a second. Okay. George Strait, straight out of the box set. 4 cassettes and book. Mr. Strait is going to go up for a $15 start. Okay? That's up for bid. And then we have Exodus, shovel-headed tour machine, live at Wacken, and other assorted atrocities. That's atrocities. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Okay?
This wire.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure it's blinking. I've got it set where it's charging now.
Okay.
I think it just hadn't been plugged in properly, like the wires.
Gotcha. All right. Hopefully they get charged fast. I think they do, because one of them, when it died the other night, I was trying to connect a different microphone either through the GoPro, and in about 5 minutes the other one was almost half charged. So, okay. There's that. Now, I haven't began sharing anything, but I'm going to be quick tonight. We just got to do it 2 places. Let's do this right here. Don't come around here no more. All right. Timeline. It depends on what it is. We'll probably do some of the biggest stuff closer to 7. But if it's something I'll do within the next half hour, I will. But most of the bigger stuff and auction requested worthy stuff is 7. My sister has went and got a blue juice anyway.
I couldn't let my brother go.
You didn't have to do that. Wow. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'll pay you back.
No, don't worry about
This is like a $25 drink. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sister Jill to the rescue. Unbelievable. Now this thing is about to get into a different level. Shout out to Jill. Always counting on your family. Don't ever go against the family, Tatter. Vito. Michael. Poor Fredo, though. Fredo went against the family. Go watch part 2 to see what happens. Okay. Let's get this shared in the group. His fishing trip, Fredo's fishing trip didn't go as he thought it was going to. All right. Let me get this shared. Craig says, stand by for Turbo Bow. That's right. As soon as I stand by while I share these links. Hope everybody's had a great Friday. I was basically going to bed, and I missed a lot of the initial pictures, but I woke up to them. They're basically, when the doors opened, there was a rush of people inside of the store this morning. So it was pretty amazing. We're narrowing in on over $3,000 items sold today, because I was looking at the numbers, and I think if you count, I will call it in items, because I think if you count probably posters they had sold and other stuff that wasn't part of the dollar sale, bet we got close to 3,000 items sold today in the store. So no trampling. Everybody's well behaved here. I think Ed's kind of relayed a message. You got to behave well, because you don't want to get banned from future sales. It's not, like a one-time thing, like an estate sale or a yard sale, people will get reckless. But I don't think they'll get reckless here, because they don't want to get banned so they can come back for the next one. So people behave pretty well. They don't want to be banned, because they know we do it 2 or 3 times a year. So we haven't had to ban anybody yet. But there is some pretty crazy. Vic Karen says it was crazy inside, only made it halfway. And yeah, I was kind of flipping through stuff this morning. And man, I mean, you flip through 20 crates, it takes you fast. It takes you, half hour. So it would take you several hours to come here and flip through everything. So it's not something you can just walk in and walk through the store for. If you're going to come here and dig in the morning, which John's adding more stuff right now. So 10 o'clock in the morning, there'll be people here ready to dig again. So that was always fun. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. I've already got auction started, so I don't know where they're at. I hadn't been able to look at questions, and we're almost done, though. I had a feeling it'd probably be, and I want to thank Jill again for delivering the blue juice. I want to appreciate her for doing that. All right, there's that, and here we go. So let's go right here. Let's open this up, and this, and this. I think Metallica's playing in Tampa tonight, which is pretty sweet. They are coming to Houston, which, that's not too far, Tanner. That's a quick plane lot. That's a quick plane trip. Houston, see Metallica and come back. Okay. So I am right now on this. How often do we do it? All right. So dollar sales, we'll probably have again tomorrow, and then we'll have another one again sometime at the end of summer, the beginning of fall. Tony, we don't have invoices ready. So I saw you message the page also. We can't send an invoice probably until Monday. The reason we can't is because we don't even have everything ready to key in. There's probably 5,000 records they have to watch, tag, key in, and then actually generate an invoice. So that's why we can't do it until Monday. So I could see how much they have keyed in, and we can give you an idea, but we really can't let people know beforehand because we don't have it all keyed in and organized. Like everything I've sold is stacked up in crates over here next to me, and then this other, what we call operations room, and we really don't know what's been, even tagged yet or keyed in. So anyways, we'll start right here with George Strait. A quick update on this auction. This is George Strait. You'll see some of the regulars tell you, better get a good notepad. Rebecca just took the words. You better get a good notebook. I think one guy's got a spiral-bound notebook he's had for years, and he's wrote down almost everything he's ever bought from us here live. So he's like, okay, I'm at 300, I can spend 300 more. Or I'm at 100, I can spend 500 more. We have George Strait. This is a 4-cassette box set. Sorry for the delay. This is George Strait, straight out of the box, a 4-cassette box set. And George Strait's at $23. And then I put up this Exodus DVD, which was marked for $25. And Exodus is going to go up for $5, and now Hiram has it for $10. Okay? So Hiram has it for $5 and now $10. Now, if I've missed anything else at all, You may want to go ahead and remind me. I'll try to answer as much as I can, but the show has officially began, Tanner. The show has officially began, and we've got a solid 6.5 hours of streaming left ahead of us. No, 7 hours and 45 minutes of selling. We've been live for 15 minutes. Seems longer than that, but we've been live for 15 minutes. I'm going to grab my first empty crate, and the show is beginning. And we're going to try to sell 2 full crates of Japanese auctions tonight as well. But here's some of the stuff that pre-sold. Here's some of the stuff that pre-sold from the flip video. I'm going to go ahead and read it out loud like I normally do, so I can go ahead and get some of this registered. But if you have any requests or anything like that, just be throwing them out there. They'll probably get started here in the next hour, but we still got plenty of other stuff to auction. I'm looking for the Doobie Brothers, Grateful Dead, Royal Scam, Grateful Dead, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Justin Timberlake, Opeth, AFI, Breaking Benjamin, Harry Potter, Charlie Brown, Enough's Enough, Life of an Agony, Doobie Brothers, and Aerosmith, Typo Negative, LA Guns, and Hinder. That's where we're at, okay? So the first thing here is Slayer, and this is Undisputed Attitude. Slayer is new and sealed, $34.99. Aussie, Montreal is still available. They are... What did I do with those? They were back here. Did I put them back here? Aussie Montreals are still available. Red vinyl with Randy Rhoads, $36.99. Matt, those are available. Next over here is Wheatus. Wheatus is a music on vinyl press, and this is $39.99. It's a single LP black vinyl, $29.99. I think Teenage Dirtbag is the song on there that's the hit. Wheatus is $39.99. And then Aerosmith, and I think we did sell at least one of them. I remember reading Aerosmith out right then, and I did, and this is for R.K. Tucker. That's for R.K. Tucker, thank you. Does tonight start a new billing cycle? No, this is still part of the new billing cycle. We still got tonight and tomorrow before we're done. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. And we got Petra. And Petra is Come and Join Us, and that is on yellow vinyl, and that's $38.99. Ozzy is sold to Matt DeMarco. That's Ozzy live in Montreal, 1981 on red vinyl. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. That one's sold to Matt DeMarco. Also, I have 4 copies of In Flames. This is called Clayman. It was new last week, and that's on blue vinyl, $29.99. That is on blue vinyl. And we have Rascal Flats. And Rascal Flats is $33.99. This is new, comes out today. It's called Duets. Life is a Highway Refueled. Nobody else bid on George Strait, so we're going to move that to a final call. The 4 cassette box is Chris Frazier's at $23. We're about to hammer it. And then over here is Exodus. And Exodus is with Cody Gray at 19. Hiram Aponte, you've been outbid. And then Cecil Grosskopf on the last Aussie. Bob Kobe, if it's okay with you, I probably need to order more of those. We make sure I don't have any more. I'll put you on a waiting list. So that is sold to Cecil Grosskopf. This is Aussie live in Montreal. If anybody else just want one, let me know. William, I hadn't got to the vintage flip crate yet, but if you want it when it comes up, I'll go ahead and pull it for you. Next thing we have here is there's a new bid on George Strait for $25 and $25. And yes, the Rush box set, the other albums have been announced. Another Rush box set. I'll get that posted tomorrow if it's available. Vertical Horizon, Everything You Want. Vertical Horizon, $33.99. This is on translucent orange vinyl. That's $33.99. So we already got our first waiting list for the night, and it's from a record from last month. And that's Aussie, Montreal, 1981. Now, I hadn't sorted them yet, and I don't know if I'll be able to do it tonight because we still got plenty of new arrivals. But tomorrow, if I don't do it tonight, tomorrow will probably be the new vinyl on sale night to end the week. So, on that, Robert DeMarco, not Matt DeMarco. Robert DeMarco on the Aussie. Bob Kobe on a waiting list. And if anybody else wants one as well. Vertical Horizons on Kelly Vlodarchik. And yeah, that's one that, when I looked it up, this is got lots of hits on it. So that was shown last night. It's on orange vinyl. I never had seen it in stock. I didn't know it would even existed. I found that from a playlist. Mike Massey also wants one. And there's one left. And that first song, Everything You Want, when I listened to it, I was like, I know that song. I know that song very well. I just had never seen it before on vinyl. It's from that era. Dawkins is $44.99. This is with a lenticular cover and blue vinyl, $44.99. Cody, you get the Exodus DVD for $19. Thank you, Cody. Or was it $17? It was one of the two prices. It was Cody Gray's at $19. Thank you on that. George Strait 25, George Strait 25, George Strait out, George Strait 26 with so vertical, and we have George Strait 28. And now we're good to go. All right, so let's go ahead and get one of our first auctions going. And our next auction over here, what do we have out of the $15 start box? What do we have out of the $15 start box? We got Monk, as in Thelonious Monk, Mysterioso. This is a 1970 U.S. reissue. It is in VG Plus condition. The cover is probably around VG, a little bit of writing on it and some ring wear. But Monk, Thelonious Monk, a $15 start on that. We got Fred Cardinal on Vertical Horizon, and that is sold. Transformer soundtrack arrived. It did, and I think that already came in earlier this week. This order I have tonight is another restock. It's our third restock of it. So Vertical Horizons, we'll have to start a waiting list now. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. And then Hiram and Paul Brothers, if it's okay with y'all, I'll have to start a new waiting list. I showed that last night. It didn't mix in well with Metal Night. I was like, if I would, I think I actually said last night, if I would show this on any other night, we would have sold out and probably had a huge waiting list. But I showed it like right in the middle of Metal Night, and I don't think there was many people on wanting to buy Vertical Horizons. We have the Virgin Suicides, and this is there's a song on here from Air that's only available on the soundtrack. I was listening to Air, and then I seen that song, and I couldn't find it on any of their albums. It's only available on the Virgin Suicide soundtrack. That's $33.99. That should be on clear vinyl. George Strait, Robin, let me know if you want back in. That's a 4-cassette box. Monk is at 15. Hiram and Paul Brothers, I have a strong feeling Paul is definitely okay with a waiting list. And now, yes, we do have great Japanese titles tonight. Beatles, Crosby, Stills Nash, Bread, Wham, Billy Joe, Elton John, Kiss, Creedence, of course, Asia. I might even slip in an Ozzy, Paul McCartney, Hall & Oates, Elvis, ABBA, John Lennon, Deep Purple, Leonard Skinner here, no Obi. But how cool is this? I don't know if I've seen a Japanese pressing of Leonard Skinner on the Second Helping label. The Sounds of the South label. So this is Leonard Skinner. It is a near mint minus Japanese pressing of Second Helping, and it's on that original Sounds of the South label. There is a little bit of discoloration on the cover, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. The Crosby, Stills and Nash is I think it's a compilation from Japan. It says, I think it's called Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Type O Negative is a triple LP, $69.99. Type O Negative, $69.99. Life is Killing Me, and this is sold to Mark Stanley. Mark Stanley, is that a first-time buyer? Mark Stanley, he's in the group as Mark Stanley. I'll have to check on that. But he got Type O Negative. Thank you, Mark Stanley. And then we have 3 copies of Enough's Enough, and these are on purple vinyl. Enough's Enough, we got one sold to Jen Cast. That's an 80s album we never get in, originals of. Enough's Enough. That's on purple vinyl. We sell the heck out of those for that reason. $39.99. I've sold one, and there's 2 left of Enough's Enough if anybody else wants one. And then also Cecil Groskopf. Cecil Groskopf, our new buyer tonight. This is also sold to Cecil, our new buyer for this week. So we're sold out again of Type O Negative, Life is Killing Me. So Cecil, thank you. I got you as well. He just commented live, but I also got your video claim. And then Brad Waite's also on Vertical Horizons. Now, y'all don't want me to start singing, but I'm telling you, if you've heard that song, Everything You Want, or if you go sample it, you'll be like, ah, yes. And I don't think this is pretty much available on vinyl. When did this come out? $19.99. Yeah. I don't know if there is an OG of this, but if it is, it's got to be tough to get. So that is sold. And then Fred Cardinal, I'm going to add you to our next waiting list. And this is Type O Negative, Life is Killing Me, $69.99. I think individual count, we got probably close to 3,000 items sold today in the dollar sale. However, the exact count of dollar items was 2,750. Like on the button, 2,750 $1 items sold today. That's pretty amazing. And I'm sure some people bought 100 items or 150, so they rack up pretty quick on that. And then next is In Flames, and this is $29.99. The George Strait is a 4-cassette box. It's a 4-cassette box with book. 4 cassettes with book, yes. Are they sealed? No, they're open. 4 cassettes. Very nice condition on that. Enough's on purple vinyl. Year on Skinner. I don't. We can run that catalog number right quick on Discogs. And let's update these others right quick. Let's see here. Sear on Skinnerd. Let's see. I'm showing, there it is. I'm showing it is 74, which that's 70. That's OG. Yeah, 74. Yeah, 74. That's what the Obi would have looked like. Wow, the Obi even has the Sounds of the South logo on the cover. That's pretty cool. I'm sure that's hard. They've sold for as much as $187. Thank you, John. Thank you. Great job today to everybody. So, yes, that looks like a 74. All right. $2,751 item. So that counts records and CDs. We probably can do that again tomorrow, I hope. We have Cars Candy O, $44.99. And also we have Cat Power. Saturdays are usually pretty big. And there's still tons of great stuff, and they're adding to it right now. Cat Power's $33.99. The Cars Candy O's $44. And then Dockin under lock and key yellow vinyl. Well, John was adding to it. He just left. So that was the last thing he was doing. $33.99. Okay, so let's add up to the top. The last thing I said was another Vertical Horizons waiting list with Brad Waits. Typo Negative, Fred Carnell on a waiting list. Life is Killing Me. And then we have How Much Is Enough's Enough. These are $39.99. They're purple vinyl. And then over here, George Strait out. And then over here, George Strait on this. Now, George Strait is sold to Robin Glenn for $32. Thelonious Monk is called Mysterioso. It's a live Monk album, VG plus vinyl, a VG or less cover, no bid, looking for a $15 start. And then Leonard Skinnerd is a Japanese pressing, VG plus cover because of the humidity spot. The vinyl's near mint minus, a $35 start. Now, Mark says, so no Ace of Base. Are you trying to save me from myself? Thank you. So, Mark, I am assuming you're trying to purchase an Ace of Base album. Now, the problem with that is, one, I don't know if I have one, and two, I don't know if I have one. If you would like one, I'll make a note to dig through these 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I got 19 crates of new vinyl that's old stock. And somewhere in there, there may be an Ace of Base. Excuse me, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We currently have 24 crates of new vinyl in stock. Now, if I have an Ace of Base, it will be in one of those crates. I will make a note if you want one. If not, I'll order you one. I have one somewhere, or I can get you one. I hope so. One more quick read through here. Slayer, $34.99, Undisputed Attitude. Wheatus is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. We have Aerosmith Permanent Vacation, $38.99. Rage Against the Machine is $33, self-titled. Petra, Come and Join Us is $38. Clayman by In Flames, that's $29, blue vinyl. We have Rascal Flatts Duets for $33. Doc and Tooth and Nails, blue vinyl, $44. Virgin Suicides is $33. Enough's Enough's $39.99, purple vinyl from Friday Music. And then In Flames Siren Charms, that's $29, that's green vinyl. The Cars Candy O's, $44.99. Also, we still got Cat Power, the covers record for $33. And Dawkin, yellow vinyl, $33. Okay, make sure I hadn't missed anything else. Sorry, I'm chipping away at some stuff. Make sure I answer everybody's questions and claims. Now, Leonard Skinnerd's a 1974 Japanese pressing. Sounds of the South label, OG, final call, 1B at $35. Has humidity damage on the jacket. Monk is a no bid. He's a $15 buy it now. Monk is a $15 buy it now. We had a waiting list, just kind of like what Mark's asked for me to go on a hunt for something. 2 nights ago, Chris Smith wanted a Depeche Mode Ultra. I found it last night. It took 2 nights for it to pop back up, but here it is. Depeche Mode Ultra, $38.99. So that's so to Chris Smith. He was on a waiting list, or he was on a hunt list. That means I got to go hunting. I got to put on my camo. I got to dig through these crates quietly. I can't scare the records away. And at the right time, I strike. And we pull it out of the crate. And we box it up and we send it to y'all. And Thelonious Monk is sold to Donna Turner for $15. Useless Eater second. Now, the problem with a $35 bid on Leonard Skinner William, there was already a $35 bid on Leonard Skinner. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be another Japanese pressing. This one's really cool. It's Boston third stage. And Boston third stage is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the very nice cover with Obi. Boston, third stage, $35 start. Anybody else on this crate? Changing inventory. Docking, Cat Power Cars, In Flames, Enough's Enough, Virgin Suicides Docking, Rascal Flats In Flames, Petra, Rage Against the Machine, Aerosmith, Wheatus, and Slayer. We have how many more crates of new vinyl tonight? 5?
Yeah.
We got 5 more crates of new vinyl tonight. Tanner's marking them right now. 5 more additional crates tonight. Wow. Wow. Here's more. Leonard Skinner's at 37. William says he's done. Thank you for letting me know. Now, our next auction is, do I have anything extra other than, oh, okay, let's just go ahead and get started here. We have Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Now, which one was sold? Andrew wanted A Prisoner of Azkaban. That's a great movie. We have The Chamber of Secrets, $39.99. This one is still available. That's a 2LP. Once again, John Williams, $39.99. Prisoner of Azkaban is when they go back in time, isn't it? Wow, that's a good movie. That's amazing. We have Rat Out of the Cellar. Rat is $49.99, 40th anniversary. That is on splatter vinyl. Rat is $49.99. And 9 Inch Nails, Broken. 9 Inch Nails is a 2LP, $39.99. That's Broken. Halo number 5, originally released in 1992. And I have Sepultura, Arise. And Sepultura is a 2LP, $44.99 for Sepultura, Arise. I still have that. Gatefold 2LP. And then Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, it's $33.99. And, excuse me, Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $29.99. Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Creed's Greatest Hits is $39.99. And The Misfits, Evil Live. The Misfits, Evil Live. That is $33.99. Misfits, Evil Live. Breaking Benjamin, this is $29.99. Breaking Benjamin, this is sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That is sold to you. And we have Justin Timberlake, Justified. And this was our last copy. This one's sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That's sold to you. Don Nicole on Harry Potter. And I've been getting all these in this week. I think we got the first 5 movies in stock now. Chamber of Secrets is sold to Don Nicole. I've got one Days to Confuse soundtrack. That's $39.99. So Leonard Skinner's at $38. This is a Japanese pressing of Leonard Skinner, Second Helping, their second album. It is an OG Japanese press. The vinyl is phenomenal, as you would expect. Cover has some discoloration, and that is going to go up for a final call. There's a new bid for $40. And then over here is Boston, a Japanese pressing of third stage. Near mint minus, no condition notes. It's about to be a $35 buy it now. There's no bid as of right now. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is sold to Kevin J. Reese. Thank you, Kevin. That's sold to you. That's on clear vinyl. Atlantic, 75th anniversary of the 1969 legendary supergroup with Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. That's $33.99. And then we've got 2 copies of Dio, Holy Diver. Dio is $38.99 for Holy Diver, single LP. AFI is sold to Natasha Pickett. I have 1 AFI left. Thank you, Natasha. That is sold. And we have Slayer, Diabolus, and Musica. Slayer is $34.99. So that crate left the following. Slayer, $34. AFI, $33. Dio's $38. CSN's $33. Dazed and Confused, an amazing soundtrack. Purple Vinyl, $39. Breaking Benjamin, The Misfits, Creed. Quiet Riot, Rat. Sepultura, 9 Inch Nails, Rat. And Harry Potter. And there's only 2 Breaking Benjamins available to order. Ember and Aurora. None of their other catalog can be ordered. Boston's at $36. Brad's out on Leonard Skinner. Brent, that's a final call to you for $40. Final call to Brent at $40. Awesome. I'm about to condense those first 2 crates because we've already sold about a half crate over here already. Now, the other crate of new vinyl is right here. Aha. And then we got to do the flip crate, which most of it's already sold. And let's pull this out right here. I got this one, and then I got the crate next to me. And we'll be done with warm-ups. Then we'll be ready for the discount bin. And then we'll get right into our new stuff tonight. Here is what we have in here, though. I have 2 copies of Opeth, and this is Still Life. It's a 2 LP, $44.99, and that is available. And then over here, we have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Steely Dan is $36.99. This is Can't Buy a Thrill. Steely Dan, this is a single LP gatefold remaster, $36.99 on Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. And then Opeth, Blackwater Park. Opeth is a 2 LP, and this is $44.99. Or excuse me, this one's $38.99, Opeth, and it's on white and black marble vinyl. Opeth is $38.99. Leonard Skinner did so to Brent Robley for $40. Chad, you made Boston a buy it now. I did. I said buy it now and not final call. I don't know what I said. What did I say? Oh, no. Because George bid, and now somebody's bid against him. Oh, boy. Challenge flags are all over the field. First thing I have is Charlie Brown. Good Grief. Oh, Good Grief, Charlie Brown. This is a mastered by Kevin Gray. And this is a 75th anniversary on yellow vinyl. Charlie Brown is sold to Dennis Schellenberger. Thank you, Dennis Schellenberger. That's so to you. And I think I'm going to have 2 extras left now. I do. And now let's go ahead and add another auction. The next auction is, what do I have here? Let's go ahead and run a Van Halen. Does anybody remember what I said? I don't remember what I said. George said I said it was a buy it now. I don't remember. I need an official replay on YouTube, because one or two things. We either got to keep the auction going, or I got to sell it to George Samberes. 1984 U.S. Specialty Original with the original inner sleeve, a cover damage. Now, this wouldn't be a problem if there hadn't been another bid. I would have already said so to George, but somebody else bid. And this is a 1984 U.S. Specialty Original. Unfortunately, though, Van Halen's in VG minus condition. It's a 1984. It is OG, but it is in VG minus condition. VG minus condition. There's the original inner sleeve, and then there's the cover. And this is up for a $5 start. And now George says in at 40. I'm not for sure. I have no idea. I don't think I said it's a buy now. I may have picked it up and said it's a, I have no idea. Sometimes I'm like, what did I say? And then at this point, it's like a coin flip, because I can't go to one person or the other. We basically got said, well, we just got to keep bidding on it. So high bids at $40 of George Samberes. Brad, it goes back to you. Sorry for any confusion. I'll drink some more blue juice and maybe get refocused better. I'll get some of this caffeine and get my brain charged. Been a crazy last 24 hours between Metal Night and then basically staying here all morning to get ready for the dollar sale. So bear with me while I warm up my brain, okay? Here in a minute, I'll be in full Chad selling mode. It'll take about another 20 minutes. That's why I go through these crates first. If I try to go to anything too crazy when the show began, we'd have to shut her down, and I'd have to restart again tomorrow. Van Halen 5, Van Halen 5, Van Halen 5, Van Halen 6, Boston 41, Van Halen 7, Van Halen 10. And then over here, we got Blue Juice at 20, Boston 44, Van Halen 8. Now, Charlie Brown, Good Grief Charlie Brown, is right over here. And this was sold to Michael Rudolph. He said, oh, good grief. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you. Now we have 1 copy left. And then over here, we got the new Steely Dan Royal Scam reissue. This is the newest and remaster and the last in their catalog that hadn't been released. And that is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That's sold to you. I've got 3 copies of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is $39.99. Awesome soundtrack. It's a 2 LP, and these are $39.99. I still got 3 of those left. And then the very sweet Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun. Anthem of the Sun is a Vinyl Me Please, all analog. And this one is also sold to Scott Smith. We also have one sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you, Scott Smith. Thank you, Kevin J. Reitz. So those are sold and sold. And was there anybody else? There might have been one more. No, that's it. I have 1 left. Also, let me check over here in my old waiting list and make sure nobody else's came in. There was somebody the other night. Sabotage, Motorhead. I have a lot to order. Speaking of time, I've got about 5 hours of reordering vinyl because about every night this week we've had 5 or 7 crates of new vinyl. And what's been crazy is not only have we sold most of it, but almost every title has another waiting list and DestructoCat. Yeah, I don't know who that is. DestructoCat? Christopher, yeah, you got one. You may even got 2. DestructoCat. That was somebody, I think that was somebody new. I just don't know if they've registered. Let's see here. Grateful Dead on my spreadsheet. Yeah, no, it's Chad Sauls that got 2. Here's everybody else that already got one. Christopher Nagy, Patrick Lear, Chad Sauls, Kevin Reitz. Kevin Reitz already got one. So he's probably going to get his invoice and realize he's got 2 and then want to put one back. So let's take one out of the crate, and then Toby McGowan, Fred Carnell, Michael Butler. I think some people's bought this same record 2 or 3 times this week. So Ed's probably going to get some messages. Chad or Ed, I have 2 Grateful Dead. Kevin Reitz, you already got one. So I'm not going to give him but one. He was already on a waiting list. So now we have 2 extras. And there's that. So let's go back up here and update Boston. And Brad's out. I'm going to sell it to George Samberez for $44. I apologize to both George and Brad for the confusion. Thank you, George Samberez, as always. Sorry for the confusion on that one, but now it's George's for $44. Now the VG minus Van Halen is at $5, and that's VG minus, a check condition copy all the way around. Nick Galetti has it for $15. Now, if anybody else wants a Grateful Dead, they are, and then I have this account here. I need to text Ed. This person here, DestructoCat, wanted one. I don't know if that's like somebody that hopped on. Sometimes there's new people, and we'll say, hey, we're going to put you on a waiting list, but you got to register. And they never register because they don't know what I'm talking about, and they get off the chat, and we never hear back from them again. So since I do have some extras right now, I'll go ahead and give them a chance, and hopefully DestructoCat has registered with us. If not, you'll see that in a Hatchet Ed crate in about 2 weeks from now. Hopefully we hear back from them. And then any more Days to Confuse? Yes, there's Days to Confuse still left. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Chipping away here at some of these new arrivals. Great new stuff coming in. It's going to be another big week. I don't know if y'all heard, but one of my biggest distributors shipped out 17 boxes today that will be here on Monday. Black Sabbath Paranoid, Ozzy Scream, Metallica Load box sets. 17 boxes of vinyl scheduled for Monday. So we've already and most of that stuff's already pre-sold. So Monday, we've already pre-sold about 15 crates of vinyl already for Monday, plus all the waiting list that's going to come in on Monday and Tuesday. We're going to have an insane week next week. And when Laura was leaving last night, I said, what's the metal inventory? We're going to have another big metal Thursday next week. So we're not even done with this week, and we've already pre-sold a record amount for next week, it seems like. This is a Japanese pressing of the Rolling Stones Tattoo U. It's got the insert. It's got the cover and obi. What a cool copy to have a Japanese pressing of. That's really sweet looking. $35 start on that. Next thing, I've got 2 copies of the newest album by the Doobie Brothers. And the Doobie Brothers is sold to Scott Smith. So he got a Doobie Brothers, a Grateful Dead, and a Royal Scam. Thank you, Scott Smith. So that completes your order there. And the Doobie Brothers, there's one left. That comes out today, and this is sold to Kyle Tucker. Thank you, Kyle Tucker. That's sold to you. Now, let's update where we're at on all of our other auctions. Excuse me. The Stones has a bid for $35. Nobody else bid on Van Halen. That's sold to Nick Galetti for $15. Thank you, Nick. That's sold to you. And now that's at $40. Let's check and see if that was a poster. It looked just like an insert, but it could fold out to a poster. What exactly is this here? There's the iconic Start Me Up single looking thing. Just this insert here. Just this 2-page insert there. Or 3-page insert. Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 1. That is $33.99. $33.99. And then Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura is $44.99. Chaos AD. Rat, Reach for the Skies, $33. And then there's Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Now, this one is sold. Somebody did claim this one. Andrew Eisensmith, yeah. This is my favorite movie in the series. Very, very cool. So they use that device and go back in time. It's really cool. Probably the best book and the best movie. $39.99. Harry Potter. That is sold, and there's 3 left if anybody wants that. $39.99. 2 LP once again. John Williams, and that's good to go. It's on my grail list to have a John Williams soundtrack signed of some kind. Hopefully one day Star Wars, but if you ever go online and check prices, they're crazy. Signed John Williams soundtracks are just crazy, but that's a grail of mine. Next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of the Eagles, and this is one of these nights, one of these crazy nights, a $35 start, $35 start, one of these nights. Textured cover, Obi, overall just a beautiful copy. $35 start. Has a survey or solicitation card in with it as well. The Stones is at $50. And then over here, we have Don Nicole on Harry Potter. Okay. Wholeheartedly good. Yeah, Prisoner of Azkaban, that's a good one. I wish, it's one of those movies I wish I could go back and rewatch it again for the first time. We all wished that on some of our favorite stuff, like being able to rewatch Stranger. I wish I could erase my memory of Stranger Things and go back and rewatch that again for the first time, or Breaking Bad, or some of those movies, some of those shows. Like, wow, I wish I could just erase and go back and watch it again. It's like, wow, can't believe what I'm watching. Stones at 51, Eagles 35. I didn't watch Harry Potter up until recently. I didn't watch it as a kid. I didn't really think much about it, and I heard, but I've just recently, I was like, wow, I've been missing all this my whole life. So we got Harry Potter, we got Rat, we got Sepultura, Cash, Grateful Dead, Oh Brother Where Art Thou, Steely Dan. We have Vince Guaraldi, Opeth, Steely Dan, and Opeth. And somebody might have asked the price for the Opeth. Opeth Blackwater Park is $38.99, and Opeth Still Life is $44.99. All right, there we have it. Drink blue juice for the first time. But you get the same effect for that anytime. You can drink blue juice for the 100th time and still get the same kick out of it. If you watch Harry Potter, Prison of Azkaban, you kind of know what's going to happen the 100th time, but if you could rewatch it again, it's like, wow. Woody Bishop, are my messages going through chat? Are you talking about here live, or are you talking about through Messenger? I'm going to drink some more purple or blue juice. Delicious. Love that blue juice. Mike McMahon was the person. Which Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead is the Vinyl Me Please Anthem of the Sun. It is all analog on orange vinyl, $34.99. And then next is Steely Dan. Christopher, Rural Scam, Ant Can't Buy a Thrill are $36.99. And then Mac McMahon, Opeth Blackwater Park. And Woody says, are my messages going through live? All right, let me see what you've commented. Now, I will say this. I have not seen anything from Woody Bishop. Oh, here we go. Can you put me on a waiting list for Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman? Sorry, that was about 7 minutes ago. No, I never did say that. But I'll do it right now. Woody Bishop, Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman waiting list. I got you taken care of right now. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman waiting list, which is a 2 LP greatest hits. Okay? I got you. And then What Cash? American Recordings Volume 1. As of right now, the Stones is at $62 of George Samberez. And the last bid on the Eagles was Robbie Woods at $35. Now, Robbie has the Eagles at $35. And then the Stones is with George Samberez at $62. And we got to pull Mac McMahon and Opeth, Blackwater Park. Mac McMahon and Opeth, Blackwater Park. All right. We can do this. Let me find him an Opeth, Blackwater Park. Awesome. So we sold a copy of Still Life. We sold an Opeth, Blackwater Park. And this one sold to Mac McMahon. Clock is on the Stones, and clock is on the Eagles. Now, I think everything's been pulled from the video except Hinder and an LA Guns. And guess what? Those are over here in this crate right next to me, which is the last crate to go through. So this is the last crate from the video and the last crate of new vinyl recap that we had from last night. So let's browse through these very quickly and get some of this over here and done. Now, we have Danzig Black Area 2. Danzig is $34.99. That's on red haze colored vinyl. We got Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39.99. LA Guns Renegades. And this did get sold to Bob. No, this did get sold to Brian Jones. Thank you, Brian Jones. That's so to you. And then that was my last copy. If anybody else wants on a waiting list. Over here is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. That's a 2 LP for $38.99. And System of a Down Toxicity. That is $29.99. System of a Down Toxicity. So first, Robbie Woods gets the Eagles. And that's so to Robbie Woods. One bid for $35. And George Samberez, no more bidding on the Stones. That's also sold to George Samberez. And George Samberez got that for $62. So Robbie Woods gets the Eagles. Now we're ready for new auctions. So Laura's already got a full action-packed slate of auctions lined up for tonight. She is in the back marking vinyl, and we have 2 crates of Japanese stuff. We're going to try to knock out a whole crate tonight, and we'll probably have a whole crate again tomorrow. It'll take us all night to chip away at these, but I really don't have any kind of, quote, supplemental stuff tonight. I don't have many 45s lined up unless I do some digging. I don't really have any cassettes or anything like that, so we might keep 3 or 4 LPs going at once tonight. We may have to get through all these Japanese auctions. So that's sold to George for $62. I'm going to try to have 3 LPs going instead of, maybe just 2 tonight to keep everything going. Let's put Fred Cardinal on a LA Guns waiting list. Thank you, Fred Cardinal, on that. We have Children of Bodom, and that's $34.99, the final show in Helsinki. And let's go ahead and add another auction over here. And the next auction I have over here is going to go up right now. I just seen X. I'll make sure who requested that. Maybe Rebecca. I just seen X pop up. We have December's Children, the Rolling Stones. This is a 65 Canadian mono for the Stones. However, it is in VG minus condition. VG minus condition, December's Children, the Rolling Stones. That's going to go up for a $5 start. A 65 mono original. And of course, let's pull something from the Japanese crate. And the Japanese crate is going to be Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. Sounds pretty cool to me. And let's put this up for a $35 start. $35 start. William Nelson coming soon. We'll do it here in about 15 minutes, half hour, probably whenever I get X going. There's Rod. There's Rod insert. There's Rod and Obi. Next thing is Typo Negative October Rust. Typo Negative is a 2 LP green and black marble vinyl for $39.99. Eyes Wide Shut, that's a 2 LP green vinyl. Eyes Wide Shut is $39.99. And Hinder, Extreme Behavior. And this is sold to Bob Kobe. Blackberry colored vinyl, Lips of an Angel. That is sold to Bob Kobe. Thank you. And then Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. 20th Anniversary Edition on red vinyl. $44.99 for Mr. Twisted Sister. Also, I just realized I got 2 RSs up. Of course, I would do something like that. However, we got RS. That's the Rolling Stones. And we have RS on the right for Rod Stewart. So you might can help me out and put ROD for Rod and RS or O Stones or something for the other. But I know what they're at because this was just a 5 and this is a 35. Here's the other Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard. This is a 2 LP green and black marble vinyl for $39.99. And then Screaming Trees. I can't believe I hadn't sold one of these yet. Weird Things Happening. The Ellensburg Demos, never before heard unreleased songs from the Screaming Trees on blue vinyl that was recorded between 86 and 88. That's $34.99. And then Life of Agony. Life of Agony is a music on vinyl pressing. And what have I done here? Mark Stanley put Life of Agony. Oh, I gave him a Life is Killing Me earlier. Typo Negative. I need to swap that out. I gave him a Typo Negative Life is Killing Me. He wanted a Life of Agony. I was about to say, what happened? I knew somebody claimed one of these. Give this to Mark Stanley. I gave him a Typo Negative Life is Killing Me earlier. That is so to Mark Stanley, Life of Agony. So I'm going to go back and change that. Screaming Trees is sold to Brent Robley and Mike Massey. And that came out last week, and they just shipped today, or they just arrived this week, yesterday. Helmet is $34.99. This is called Meantime Helmet, and I've got 2 copies of Slayer, and this is Divine Intervention, $34.99. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force is $38. Sleater Kinney, Dig Me Out. Sleater Kinney is $28.99. And we have Offspring Smash. I'll make this pretty easy. Fred bid 36 on Rod, and that's a final call. And Carol bid 13 on the Stones. That's a final call. We'll make this quick. Final call on the Stones for 13 and final call on Rod for 35. That way we can go ahead and end those so there's no further confusion. Thank you all for the Screaming Trees purchases. And if anybody else wants anything in here, here's what's left. Offspring, Sleater Kinney, Yngwie Malmsteen, Slayer, Helmet, Typo Negative, Life of Agony, Screaming Trees, Typo Negative, Twisted Sister, Hinder, Eyes Wide Shut, Typo Negative, Children of Bodom, System of a Down, Skid Row, Whitesnake, and Danzig, Black Area. Awesome. And the Screaming Trees is a new release. It is called The Ellensburg Demos. Weird Things Happening. Unreleased, never heard music from the Screaming Trees on blue vinyl. $34.99. It was a 4-track cassette demo, and they have evidently taken that, probably enhanced it, and put it to vinyl. $34.99. All right, awesome. The next thing we usually do at this moment in the sale is something that most of it is already pre-taken care of. We learned very quickly doing these videos. We want to make sure we do these early in the show. I'm going to go ahead and grab... Actually, no, that crate probably is going to sit here next to me tonight. That crate I just set off to the side. I'm going to keep it right here next to me. So if anybody changes their mind, let me know. We can go ahead and sell these auctions now. So Rod Stewart is sold to Fred Cardinale for $36. And the Stones is sold to Carol Puckett for $13. I'll go ahead and wrap those up. And now we're getting into the pre-owned stuff. So the next 2 crates are going to be vintage and pre-owned. And we got 5 crates of new vinyl tonight to do. That's pretty wild. And the Stones is sold to Carol Puckett for $13. Wow. All right, so here's what we got, and here's what's left. This was a video posted this morning in Whole Lot of Records, and at 9 a.m. every morning we post a vintage flip crate. Make sure you're in our group. Everything that you're seeing me take out of this crate is pre-sold. How do you buy these great vintage records at great vintage prices? Even the prices are vintage. You watch at 9 a.m., and as long as I haven't forgot, or I have time, they'll be posted in the morning at 9 o'clock. So that just filled up our first crate, all the pre-sold new vinyl stuff, plus the stuff we've sold live. Now all the pre-sold vintage, and now let's try to sell what's left in here. I'll make sure there hadn't been any last comments at the last second. Everything you're seeing me pull out of here sold. Eric Clapton, the Dylans, the Rick Wakeman's, the Berlins, the Pat Metheny's, the Herbie Hancocks, the Bob Dylans, the Elvis Presleys, all those are sold. And wow, this was a clean out. Look how much is left, just a few here. But first, let me go ahead and put up our next auctions. This is John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. Whatever gets you through the night, Tanner. Whatever gets you through the night. It's all right. This is John Lennon. Great song. Really good album. I like it. $35 start. There's the original on her sleeve. There's the book that came with it. There's the insert. And this is John Lennon's Walls and Bridges. It even has the gimmick cover for this one is just like the US. So it has what they call the gimmick cover, where it flips open and makes different faces. John Lennon's a $35 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and put up one of these right here. And that is going to be Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange. This is a OG 72 green label. It is a second press, and the second presses didn't have a gatefold jacket, but it is VG Plus, and it's an original Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange soundtrack. That's going to go up for a $15 start. So here's what's left in the flip crate. Just a few $9.99 records, including Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes, Reflection of a Golden Dream. Lonnie Liston Smith has no condition notes, a 1976 pressing. That was originally $39.99. That was originally $39.99. That was originally, and now it's how much, Tanner? $9.99. $9.99. Lonnie Liston Smith. A group called Smith. A group called Smith is now half off. That has that great song, Baby, It's You. Great song. ABC Dunhill, that's also $9.99. Clockwork Orange is $15, now $15, now $16. John Lennon's a $35 start. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. I listened to this last night when I was making these crates. Really cool version of You've Lost That Love and Feeling. Almost psychedelic. Lee Hazelwood has like almost like a Johnny Cash type voice. And then you got Nancy sounding very psychedelic. Really cool album if you never listened to it. That's $9.99. An early Nitty Gritty Dirt Band here, Rare Junk. That's on the Liberty label, a 60s record. That's $9.99. And then the last $9.99 record is an OG mono, The Wondrous World of Sonny and Cher, which is clean, and that's $9.99. I'm going to go ahead and add a third Japanese auction, which is Foreigner. And this is Foreigner Double Vision. Foreigner Double Vision. And we're going to put this up for a $35 start. It is near minus and pristine. Double Vision. Very cool. Glossy cover with Obi. That's up for bid for a $35 start. All right. Let me fix my trash. I'm going to be going through a lot of Japanese sleeves here, so I need to get my recycle receptacle over here closer to me. Otherwise, I'm going to be throwing a lot of sleeves in the floor, and it's going to be making me mad. Okay, and then there's only one $6.99 record left, and the $6.99 record left was Carole King Pearls, Songs of Goffin and King, and Pearls is $6.99, no condition notes. So that's all that's left from this morning's flip crate. This crate was completely full of records, and one 7-minute video. Y'all are amazing. One 7-minute video, and we'll sell the entire crate. I have considered like trying one every few hours. Is it worth me spending another 2 hours and like doing these every 3 hours every day? I was like, could we sell another 4 or 5 crates of vinyl doing videos every 3 hours in the group? I bet we could. I've got some pre-made. I've got like 5 already pre-made. I'm like, what if I post them at 9, 12, and 3? I wonder if we can sell 3 crates worth. So that would be fun to try out. I might try that tomorrow since it's Saturday and maybe everybody's has more time to watch. Maybe they're off. Y'all are off. It'd be fun to see if we can sell 3 additional crates tomorrow. That would be amazing. Because as y'all know, we have an unlimited supply of vintage records. I mean, it's just insane. We could make them. We can do any kind of genre. It would be, and plus the rate we buy stuff. We could do VG crates at $6.99. It doesn't matter. So the last bid on Clockwork Orange was $40. Let me figure out if there's any claims. There was. So we start up here with David Hoy. David Hoy got Lonnie Liston Smith for $9.99. That's so to David Hoy. The next thing we had over here was Rebecca Howard on Nancy and Lee. That's so to Rebecca Howard for $9.99. Michael Rudolph got Sonny and Cher for $9.99. And then we have Chris Bachek. David Hoy already got Lonnie Liston. And then over here, we have Carole King. That is $6.99. And then Nitty Gritty, $9.99, and a group called Smith. That's the only 3 left there. That's the only 3 left. $6.99 on Carole King, Nitty Gritty, $9.99, and a group called Smith, $9.99. I'm going to put those right over here with the leftovers from yesterday. Okay? And if you change your mind, we can blow the air horn if somebody does that. Can you do an 80s new wave crate? We don't have enough. I don't have enough to do that. No. That'd be like trying to do a metal crate. We just don't have enough. I mean, I could do it for new vinyl. I could do a crate and say this is all new and sealed arrivals of 80s new wave artists, but we don't have enough. The new arrivals, if I had them, they would have already sold. The vintage discount crates are stuff that I've shown that didn't sell that we're discounting. We rarely discount stuff like 80s new wave. It gets grabbed the first go around. It's gone. It's gone on the first check when John, Paul, and Laura puts that stuff out. Okay, so make sure I hadn't missed any questions. Come on, you have to sleep. I will. Those videos are scheduled. So on Facebook, you can upload something to post. I can upload a video to post in, I guess, October if I wanted to. You can do October 9th. I can have a random video upload. So you can schedule it ahead. It downloads it and it posts automatically. So when those post at 6 and 9, I'm usually not even on Facebook, or especially the 9 o'clock when hopefully by then I'm asleep. This is an OG Clockwork Orange. Rebecca has it for $51. I saw that laying back there. I was hoping Paul or Laura would pull that for an auction. That's always a popular one. John Lennon did not get a bid. John Lennon is a buy it now for $35. John Lennon is a buy it now for $35. And Foreigner did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $35. So those are buy it nows for $35 and $35. But like tonight, when we're going through new arrivals from Paul, Laura, and John, if you don't get it now, it could get grabbed at another time. That's why we always go through. That's why we always go through stuff first. And I'm like, these are sticker price. We just put them out. You can buy them now, or you can take a chance it's going to get sold later, but you might also get it cheaper later. So if it's something you want, most people go ahead and buy it, or you can roll the dice on it. Toby McGowan gets Foreigner for $35. And we have John Lennon. And David, you were second on Foreigner. John Lennon's a buy it now, whatever gets you through the night. 45s aren't dead. Let me see what I have over here in these top 40 boxes. We might have to start grabbing just three out of a time and just see what happens, okay? Let's have Clockwork Orange sold to Rebecca for $51. We got the very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins, Danny. The very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins, $33.99. Carol, I'm going to rotate the inventory. I'm going to put, let's see if anybody can recognize. Yeah, let's put Dawkins right there. There's Dawkins. And Margaret got John Lennon. All right, I'm starting to feel it, folks. The brain's pumping. Hopefully my heart is. Well, I don't know if your brain's supposed to be pumping or not. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I had Chick-fil-A for breakfast. My coffee is blue juice over here. I'm ready for another all-night marathon. Let's go ahead and get 2 requested auctions up and rolling. Okay? The 2 requested auctions is Willie Nelson and X. And Laura conveniently has those back-to-back over here in the crate. These are 2 very requested so far. Willie Nelson is an 86 OG sealed. She put mostly sealed because there's a tear in the shrink right here, but it has never been open. I watched him and his 2 sons cover John Lennon's Watching the Wheels. That came up on my Facebook feed early this morning. Him and Lucas, and I think he has another son, and they were covering Watching the Wheels. So good. And then here is X, Los Angeles. X is a 2010 180 gram. It has got the original inner sleeve, and we're going to put that up for just a $15 start as well. So X is a $15 start, and Willie Nelson's a $15 start. So everything from that video sold, and everything that was claimed. Yeah, these comments here, all that's gone. I'm going to go ahead and turn off comments because everything that everybody else wanted already sold and everything's gone. Just a few. If I ever turn off the comments on that video, that means there's only like 2 records left maybe, or 0, and it's probably not worth your time to watch all 7 minutes again. And I just go ahead and turn off the comments. So if you ever see where you can't comment on those videos, that means it's done, it's retired, and be on the lookout for the next one tomorrow, okay? All righty. So next thing I have is let's do a crate of buy it now best offer, or maybe half off. And now we'll be getting into our new arrivals for tonight, which Tanner has thankfully marked for me. There's 5 crates of new vinyl over here. Laura's in the back marking stuff. Oh, there's a whole nother Japanese crate too. Oh my gosh. There's a whole nother Japanese crate over here too. I better get on the ball. I better get to talking. I better get to swinging. I better get to dancing. I better get to doing something. This crate here looks really good. Everything in here is going to be BINBO. Let me grab a box of 45s and see what I can find over here. Willie Nelson X. This is those right here. X. Los Angeles. Shrink wrap. Remastered. 2010. Nobody's bid. I'm looking for a $15 start. Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson. This is sealed. Willie Nelson. This is sealed. Willie Nelson. Sealed. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. That's the high bid right now. X is at 25. I don't think some bids came in, or maybe they're invisible. Next thing I have is everything in here is buy now or best offer. I have the call, Modern Romans. The call is $24.99, Modern Romans. Yeah, there was a lag in, there's some comments that didn't come through. The last thing I have, yeah, there's nothing came through there. Nobody's comments or bids came through there for about 60 seconds. Nothing showed up there for about 60 seconds. So I only see one bid on X and only one bid on Willie Nelson. The only bid on Willie Nelson's $18. And that was with Ryan Eaton. And X is at 25 with Los Angeles. And that's Rebecca's. So the call, and now we have Limo. This is one of those Warner Brothers compilations. Folks, it's Friday night. We're now entering into the weekend. It's time to add to your invoice. It's time to cut some deals on some vintage records and pre-owned records. If you want to make an offer, throw it out there. I'm either going to say yes or I'm going to counter. You'll never hear me just say no, not too often. But if you want to make an offer on something, go right ahead. This is a really cool compilation. Side 1 has Leo Sayer and Eddie Hazel and Fleetwood Mac and other Warner Brothers artists. That's a Limo compilation. The Big Chill soundtrack, what a great compilation as well. 1999, Marvin Gaye, Temptations, The Rascals, Procol Harum, A Wider Shade of Pale, You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman, The Temptations. Also, the original hits of the Beau Brummels, Laugh, Laugh. Beau Brummels is $14.99. And the Monkees' greatest hits. I'm a Believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. No condition notes. Beautiful copy on that. $24.99. Willie Nelson's at 22. We are about to sell X for $25 to Rebecca Howitt. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a soundtrack to Grease. Grease soundtrack. This is going to go up right now for a $35 start. It is. Let's check the vinyl first. The vinyl on this one should be, it is near mint minus and pristine. There's one, there's two, there's the insert booklet. Here's the cover. The Obi has just a few spots of that humidity damage, and you can see a little bit up here at the top. It is a gatefold jacket, really nice. An OG Japanese pressing of Grease. Really cool Obi on that one. $35 start on that. Great stuff in here so far. Everything's buy it now or best offer. Like Live Grape, Moby Grape. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. One or two things. You can go ahead and make offers if you want them. If not, this might be some great titles I see here for a future flip video. And I think y'all know how that works. If I put them in that, they're probably going to get gone. Next thing is Steve Miller Band. This is the Joker, $24.99. $24.99. Just ordered the Rush. Nobody else ordered the Rush box set till I get it posted in Whole Lot of Records, so you can pre-order it from Colectco. Hold the pre-orders. Wait, because I'm going to be posting it in Whole Lot of Records, just like the other Rush boxes. We'll see if I can get them. Give me a second. And then, James, sounds like he's pulled the trigger fast. Give me a second. I'll see if I can post them sometime over the weekend in Whole Lot of Records. Now, if you want to give Getty and Alex and the estate of Neil Peart your money directly, that's okay too. I'm a Monumental Rush fan, but give me a second because over the weekend I'll be posting pre-order for that. Group Called Smith is sold to Chuck Haley for $9.99. Baby, it's you. And then over here is Iron Butterfly Live. Iron Butterfly is $19.99. Didn't know if I'd have it. Rush is only available on Rush website and Rhino website. Okay, Craig just took the words. Now, y'all know what they did though. Later they announced that they were going to do them individually. So, these box sets are weird. They're like, well, we're going to sell them through the website. Oh, okay, well, we'll sell them individually to y'all. Well, you know what? 6 months after that, now we're going to repackage it again in another box set, and now you can have it. So I'm like, oh, what are y'all, can you make up your minds? But yeah, the last one was just through the Rush website, but I don't know. I got a couple of those to sell, actually. I need to sell them. I got two for sale, the box sets, and I got a Beatles mono U.S. album collection box set to sell next week. Okay, a lot going on already. Willie was at 25 with Rob Scriver. John Durden, you're out. X got a new bid for $26. X got a bid for $30, and Michael Hamburger on Steve Miller. Michael, I will sell you Steve Miller for $18 if you want that one. I'll sell that to you for $18. Final call on Grease for $35. Van Dyke Parks, that's a gold stamp promo. Van Dyke Parks is $24.99. And The Best of the Birds, Greatest Hits Volume 2. The Best of the Birds, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That is $24.99. Also, Chicago, $9.99 on Chicago. And this one is Chicago 11. Chicago 11. So let's go ahead and make Grease a buy it now for $35. The Grease soundtrack, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. That is a $35 buy it now. Really cool version to have there. $35 buy it now on Grease. That is available if anybody wants it. And then I'm going to make sure we're done on Willie. The last bit on Willie that came in was Rob Scriver at $25. The sealed copy, final call on that. And then X is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $30. Thank you on that. Next is Lone Justice Shelter. $14.99. Lone Justice has the original under sleeve with it. $14.99 on Lone Justice. And Lee Pamplemousse, $29.99. That's in shrink. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is the Yardbirds, over, under, sideways, down. The Yardbirds is a 66 U.S. Terre Haute original in mono, VG condition. And the Yardbirds is a $15 start, over, under, sideways, down. And this is in VG condition, a $15 star. William Meadows, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Monkeys' Greatest Hits. Michael Hamburger says he sold on Steve Miller for $18 as well. Back-to-back 18s, those are sold. And now, let me take a step forward over here to that box I was talking about of 45s. Now, I think this is stuff that's been, I really don't know. But like I said, if we want to keep 45s going, there's, you know, like the boxes. I wonder if Jetstream's watching. Jetstream, like the boxes I sold you, and I think Paula on YouTube, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 long boxes of records. So let me show y'all what those look like. Here is what those look like. They're like this. And I guess the best thing we could do is put them up lots of 3 and 5, probably 3 like we were doing everything else. And they may have no rhyme or reason. And then just put them up for, because this is stuff John marked thinking they should be individually $7 up. So, I mean, they're all sleeved and cleaned. We got, I think I just counted 9 boxes like that. That tab indicates how far I got into the box. So, let's pull some out and try to see what happens if I put them up for auction. And some of them's going to be 80s picture sleeves, and maybe we can keep selling 45s just like this. You never know what might pop up. So we got Blondie Call Me. We got Steve Wood Back in the High Life, and John Cougar Small Town. That's 3 great ones there. Those are all 80s picture sleeves, $10 start. Brent on Y for $15. Y for $15. That was the Yardbirds. And then Willie Nelson. This is sold. Willie is sold over here, and that is sold to Rob Scriver for $25. Thank you, Rob. That's sold to you. So singles are a $10 start. Next is Donovan, Wear Your Love Like Heaven. Donovan is $12.99, yellow Epic label. Brandon has the 45s at $10. 45s with $10. And then Brent, you have the Yardbirds at $15. We have Stark Raving, Jerry Clower from Yazoo City, Mississippi. Jerry Clower comedy album, that's $14.99. Next thing I have over here is going up for auction right now. It is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. A Japanese pressing of the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. I'd like to welcome everybody to Friday night at Coletco. Friday night at Coletco, we are selling records. That's what we do best here. We sell records live every night, just like clockwork. every night, one after another after another. Everything's been cleaned, checked, inspected. Everything's guaranteed, professional packing and shipping. You know what to expect. If you're out there watching new for the first time, welcome. You want to join the family, all you got to do is make your first purchase. It's very easy. All these people right now on the screen, they've been buying from us on a regular basis. They know what to expect. The last bid was 45s at 10, 45s at 10. Woody Bishop said he would take the grease for $35, the 45s at 12. I think this always works out good because I love music myself. I'm a record collector myself, so it always works out really good. We know exactly what to expect here every night. Now the 45s are at 12. Karen Robbins offered 10 for Donovan. That's so to Karen Robbins. Karen was actually here in our store this morning buying records. She was part of the mass that came in at 10 o'clock buying almost the $3,000 $1 records we sold this morning. Jeremy Johnson at 15. Danny Thomason on Jerry Clower for 10. That is sold for $10 to Danny Thomason. And now we are good to go to keep rolling. How about Best of the Chicken Man? The Best of the Chicken Man, that's $14.99. Looking for a $35 start on that Beatles. We got so many Japanese pressings. It's kind of like this on the Japanese. If you want to bid, go ahead. If nobody bids, that tells me nobody's going to bid, and I'll make it a buy it now. If you definitely want it, I would lock in a bid. Next thing we have is Swamp Dog. Finally caught up with myself. Swamp Dog is $19.99. And Grand Funk Phoenix. This looks like a really nice cover based on the other ones I've seen. There is a punch hole, and Grand Funk is $19.99. The 45s are 3 80s picture sleeves. Blondie Call Me, Steve Widwin Back in the High Life, and John Cougar Mellencamp Small Town. And those three are a final call, and they are with Jeremy Johnson at 15. David, you're out, and Rebecca, you're out. Brent, unbelievably, you were the only bidder on the Yardbirds. 66 mono in VG condition. That's sold to Brent for just $15. That's pretty wild. Also over here, we have the Grassroots Feelings. Oh, man, there's some great songs on here. There's Creed Bratton from the hit TV show The Office. You may have seen The Office, right? There's Creed Bratton. I always remind everybody of that, and there'll be longtime Office fans be like, what? You mean that's really him? I'm like, yes, he was in the legendary rock band The Grassroots. There's actually a really funny deleted scene on YouTube where a guy comes in and he's like, are you Creed Bratton from The Grassroots? And Creed acts like he don't know what he's talking about. We have a 1980 pressing here. This is a 1980 pressing of Booker T and the MG's greatest hits. This is going to go up for a $15 start. It is a 1980 Stax pressing, $15 on that. Now these 345s are at $18 with James Rayner. Nobody been on the Beatles. That's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, one of their few official live recordings of Hollywood Bowl. That's a $35 buy it now on that. So let me put this in its sleeve here, and this, and this. Okay, also the Guess Who, sewn and grown in Canada. The Guess Who is $19.99. David Tate on the Beatles for $35. Now the singles are at $18. And now the Loading Zone. What a bizarre looking record that is. It's on the RCA label. It's in shrink, and the Loading Zone is $49.99. Michael Butler on the Grassroots. Booker T has a bid for $15. And now our next auction is going to be, let's see what I've got in here still. I need to get these situated. How about we go ahead and throw this one up? I mentioned it early in the sale. Seems like there was some interest. And this is Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Awesome. It's called All Together. It is near mint minus. Very nice Japanese pressing. It has the lyric insert. Love the one you're with. Okay, so yeah, this is that compilation. It does compilations of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and then individual solo works of theirs, and it has a compilation of actually Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. So it's kind of a compilation of solo work, the 3 and then the 4 together. A $35 start on that. Now the singles are at $20, and we have Leo Kottke Time Step, $14.99. Willie Nelson, The Words Don't Fit the Picture auction. That is still over here. I'll get it on deck. I've got Rush, Love, Bob Dylan, Rolling Stones, Typo Negative, Rage Against the Machine, Willie Nelson, The Words Don't Fit the Picture. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll put that up in just a second. Okay, we have an amazing soundtrack here, American Graffiti. That's a 2LP, $24.99 for American Graffiti. 41 tracks. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Did you say there was a Bowie to auction? The stuff I was reading off at the beginning of the show is new vinyl. That is new vinyl that has come in for tonight, which we're going to start showing the first crate of new vinyl at the conclusion of this bin. Tonight, a lot of stuff to show, but foremost, we have, I forgot what I was going to say. Here's the birds. My brain just went blank. The birds is in shrink wrap, $19.99. The birds is $19.99. I have no idea what I was about to say. How about this? I'm going to be showing records for the next 7 hours. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Spirit, the family that plays together, and CDs, $19.99, and Silver Threads and Golden Needles. This is the Springfields, as in Dusty Springfield. Early record here, $29.99 on the Springfields, $29.99. So let's go back to the top. Chat's not itself. Now I'm trying to get back into. It was like last night. It was such a whirlwind there for a while. The singles are at 20. We have a Booker T has a new bid for 20. Brent, you've been outbid. Now the singles are at 22. Now Booker T has a bid for 22. And then we have American Graffiti at 15. And then how much was American Graffiti? American Graffiti is $18 if Ryan Eaton wants it. That is my counter offer. Okay? And then Bruce Hornsby in the range, sings from the South Side. Bruce Hornsby is $24.99. We have Dennis Coffey going for myself. Dennis Coffey is $26.99. And we have Mark Donamail, which is essentially Grand Funk. That is a 2LP, $29.99. Now, Michael Crosby, Stills and Nash is a 30. You put CSNY. I just want to let you know if you're bidding, it is 35. And Booker T is at 22. Booker T's at 22. We have Iron Butterfly, Scorch and Beauty, and that's with Brent Ribley. Iron Butterfly is $19.99. And 24 Great Heartbreakers and Tear Jerkers. And this is $19.99. This guy here just got dumped by his woman. He even had flowers for him. And he's sitting on the sidewalk on a bench crying his eyes out because he just got dumped. $19.99. Buddy, you'll get over it. The singles are at 25. Ryan Eaton, you get American Graffiti for 18. And James Hicks, somebody's already offered 18. I counted at 18, and then I sold it to him. And then we have the Guess Who Share the Land. That's $19.99. Clock is ticking on Booker T. Brent has it for 22. I'm about to sell it. Technically, no one's bid on Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young at 35. There hadn't actually been an official bid placed on that. Jeremy, you're out on the singles. Brad has them for 25. And the Hollies, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, $14.99. Yellow Epic label, $14.99. $14.99. What's the lesson learned there? Don't let relationships affect you. Don't just brush it off. Meaningless. More American Graffiti, $24.99. This one I think is better than the first one. $24.99. It's really good. Hang On Sloopy, She's Not There, RESPCT, Sounds of Silence, Stop in the Name of Love, $24.99. And then Richard Miller on Bruce Hornsby. Very clean copy of that. Bruce Hornsby. And that is sold to Richard Miller, $17.99. $17.99. These three singles are sold for $25 to Brad Waits. $25, thank you. Now Crosby, Stills and Nash is at $37. And now Booker T is sold to Brent for $22. And now we have Dennis Coffey sold for $20. That's sold to Patrick Lear, thank you. We got Robin Glenn on the Hollies for $10. Thank you, Robin Glenn. And now the Mindbenders, A Groovy Kind of Love, $14.99. $14.99. The Mindbenders, A Groovy Kind of Love, $14.99. Final call on CSNY with Robert DeMarco. Next auction is Willie Nelson. The words don't fit the picture. Willie Nelson's a 1972 OG. I know exactly where this came from. It came from the same guy I got all those autographs from, including the Clint Eastwood autograph. He has some rare. He collects really high-end movie posters, autographs, and a lot of really high-end country albums. And sometimes he'll sell some off to me. And that's where this came from. And this is a 72 OG. It's a rare, pretty rare Willie Nelson album. I'd say it's in the top 3 far as scarcity of his original albums. This is going to go up for a $75 start. I've sold some of these before, well over $100. This is a 72 OG, a $75 start on that. That's a good one. Crosby, Stills and Nash is at $40. Next over here, is The Birds at 10. Jeff's already sold that. Brent gets more American Graffiti. Nice. Great compilation there. Next is Canned Heat, John Lee Hooker. Hooker and Heat. Hooker and Heat is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Hooker and Heat. And Slade, Stomp Your Hands, Clap Your Feet. Slade is $19.99. We have Luminos, the Hars. We're about to get into some modern type stuff here. Luminos is a sock shoegaze album. That's $24.99. And the Dandy Warhols Live, 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia. That is on gray vinyl, $29.99. Willie Nelson's a $75 start, going once, going twice. Mark DeMarco, let me know if you want back in on CSN. Let's go ahead and throw up another auction right quick. And the next auction I have for you is do what? We have, what is this? What is this here? Let's go ahead and do this one. Elton John is a 1978 OG picture disc of A Single Man. Elton John's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. Is CH Near Mint and Canned Heat. The vinyl has no condition notes. Now, this cover is known for having a lot of ring wear. And the vinyl on this one's closer to EX than probably the EX Plus grade. But overall, it's pretty nice. So I wouldn't say near mint, but I would say it's closer to the EX grade than EX Plus. But John passed it as no condition notes, $44.99. We have the Dandy Warhol, sold to Rebecca for $24. Is Willie from the same guy you got the Charlie Louvin autograph records from? No, that's Fred Goodwin's collection. Speaking of, I got a ton of signed country albums over here. And also, I need to ask, speaking of country, I wonder if Michael Mann is watching. I need to make sure. I need to send him a message right now. I don't know how that got overlooked. Let me see if Ed's replied to him. All right. Also, I need some blue juice. I almost forgot about it over here. I've been so locked in this crate. Let me get this mixed back up. I had somebody reach out to me. They've got a signed, they're wanting to do a trade. They've got a signed Elton John Single Man, JSA authenticated. It's good. I've already looked at it. They want to do a trade with me for my signed Lincoln Park photo. And for those that don't know, I do have a signed Lincoln Park photo with Chester Bennerfield's autograph on it. So it's probably one of the best autographs I have in stock right now because obviously Chester passed away, and there's a guy that wants to do a trade, which they're about the same value. Signed Elton John albums are very expensive, and but so if you see a signed Elton John come up for auction here in the next month or so, you'll know Chester Bennington. Thank you. What did I say? Chester Benningfield? Chester Bennington. Chester Bennington. You'll know that I did the trade. So, we'll see what happens. Or I could go ahead and just sell y'all the Lincoln Park photo now, and I can buy a more expensive signed Elton John album that I've been wanting for years. Brent said sold on Hooker and Heat. Thank you on that. And next thing I have is Willie Condition is VG Plus. And here we have. So, here's the high bid. Nobody's been on Willie Nelson. I'm looking for a $75 start. It's a 1972 OG with the company inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. Lincoln Park is $1,500. Lincoln Park is $1,500. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. I have it right here behind me if you want to see it. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Robert DeMarco actually did ask, what's the high bid? And I never did answer him, Michael. He asked, and it's at $40. I'm about to sell it. It's at $40. And then Elton John picture disc, A Single Man, $20 start. Yes, Elton John signed albums are very expensive. If you got a signed Yellow Brick Road, it's $3,000 all day long, every bit of it. The couple people I know that have them, they have them listed 5,000 plus, but that's a little high. We have Muse Showbiz. Muse is $54.99. This is a 2009 U.S. reissue limited edition clear vinyl, $54.99. And Black Rebel Motorcycle Club live in Paris. It is $37.99. No DVD with it. And Circles by Mac Miller. Mac Miller is sealed for $29.99. And we have Piahi. Piahi's a surf indie record. That's $22.99. So he's out. Michael Butler, this is sold to you for $40. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. That's sold to you. And now let's skip another Japanese pressing. The next Japanese pressing is going to go up as soon as I finish this crate. I got 3 more records left. Mind Control, Uncle Acid, Stoner Rock on red vinyl, $34.99. Gregory on Mac Miller, that's sold to Gregory, thank you. We have next Russian Circles, Imprios. Russian Circles is on red vinyl for $34.99. Neil Young's debut, a 2009 reissue, that's analog, $44.99. And the Ravenettes, In and Out of Control. The Ravenettes is an alternate rock indie album, $27.99. So Willie has a few bids now. It's at 76, now 80. And Tom Moran has it for 80. And Gregory bid 80 first. So Ryan, you're out. And Tom, you're out. $80 on Willie Nelson. Going once, going twice. Nobody bid on the Elton John. That's a $20 buy now. I'm going to put that right over here. Mac Miller. The next thing was James Hicks second. Next is Fred Carnell on Muse. Fred Carnell on Muse. And that was, let me figure out which one that was. That was right here. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And then Fred Carnell also on Surf. That is sold to Fred Carnell. Willie Nelson, $85. And Fred Carnell said Stoner, but Joshua said, did I hear Stoner Rock? The one that said Stoner Rock here was Mind Control, Uncle Acid. And it in fact says Red Stoner Rock. Yes, Mind Control, Uncle Acid. It's on red vinyl, $34.99. That's going right back here. If you don't want it, Josh, Fred does. Now, next thing over here is Willie Nelson's at $85. AG track listing. American Graffitis are all sold, if that's what you're referring to. Willie's now at $90. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction I have going up right now is the Beatles, Singing Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. The Beatles is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the gatefold cover. There's the Obi. Let It Be. Dun, dun, dun. $35 start. So now Gregory has the Willie Nelson at $90. That's the high bid. Let me step over here and see if I can grab this that I've been talking about and referring to. Let's see here. Is it over here? Maybe. I don't know if I can get over there or not. Of course, tonight I need to get over here. We have our entire vintage inventory stacked over here because we had to clear up the store to get over here. Let's see here. Oh, maybe. Let's see. There it is. All right. Okay. Let's see here. There it is. Yeah, here it is. It's signed by Chester Bennington, Mike Shinoda, Brad Delson, Joe Hahn, Phoenix Farrell, and Rob Burden. Lincoln Park, multi-sign black and white photograph, 8x10 with 5 signatures, including Chester's. I got some cool stuff here. I'll go through some of that later. All right. Looks like we need more singles and we need more records. So the first thing we have here is Fred Carnell got the Stoner Rock. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That's so do you. And then Willie got a bid for 90. Willie got a bid for 95. And then Willie got a bid for 100. And then Jeff Mallwitz said he would do 29 on the Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. That's so to Jeff Mallwitz. Now, that was a great crate. Fantastic crate. And let's go ahead and do this buy it now best offer. And we got our first crate of new vinyl coming up right now. Here's what's left in here for buy it now or best offer. Willie's at 100, no bid on the Beatles. Next is The Call, Modern Romans. The Call is $24.99. We have the Limo, Warner Brothers compilation, $19.99. The Big Chill soundtrack, that's a good one, $19.99. The Best of the Bro Brummels, 1964 San Francisco. I guess that's a label or some kind of series. We have Live Grape, Moby Grape, $19.99. Tim Colino on the Ravenettes for $22. Tim Colino on Ravenettes, that's sold to him for $22. Whoop. I just smacked a bunch of stuff off the table here. My hands get wild on me sometimes. Sorry, George Strait and John Cougar and my cell phone. All right. Now, these are all buy it now, best offer. We have Van Dyke Parks for $24.99, and we have The Best of the Birds Volume 2, $24.99. So the backup bidder on Willie was Tom Moran. Tom, let me know if you want back in. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for $35. That's a UK Flag Series number 13. If anybody wants it, $35 buy it now on the Beatles, let it be. UK Flag Series number 13. If anybody wants that, let me know. Tom's back in on Willie at 105. William Meadows grabs the Beatles for 35. So 105 and that. Let's keep going here. Fantastic. Next is Brian Call on the Live Grape for 15. Thank you, Brian Call on that. David Tate second on the Beatles. Chicago 11 was $9.99. Lone Justice is $14.99. This is $29.99. Lee Pamplemousse. No genre or information, just 1977. Shrink Wrap, $29.99. The Best of Chicken Man is $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and pull out a really good looking one here. Love Gun. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. And this is Kiss. And the vinyl is very nice, near mint minus and pristine. It has a Casablanca insert with it. It has the original Kiss insert, no Love Gun. It is a gatefold. It's a really nice copy, a $55 start. A $55 start. And yes, singles are on deck. So let's pull the next three in the box. The first three were really good. Here are the next three. And let me mix it up because there's two of the same artist. Here we go. So I told y'all, if we're going to do these, they're probably going to be absolutely no rhyme or reason. So here we are. Here's the next three singles in the box after I pulled out a duplicate. We have Buddy Holly on the Coral label, Buddy Holly Rave On and Take Your Time, Steve Widwin Valerie, and Rockin' the USA, John Cougar. Those three singles for a $10 start. Next thing over here was Beatles, and then we have next Scully Mac Chicago. I will sell you Chicago for $8. $8 on that. What's the Lone Justice Shelter? This is called Lone Justice Shelter, and it is no condition notes. It's $14.99. $14.99. Chicago was $9.99. Bird's Greatest for $10. Bird's Greatest. Bird's Greatest for Jeff's Bird Songs. That sold to him for, no, wait a minute. I thought this was marked $14.99. Jeff, if you want this, I'll do it for $15. I'll do it for $15 if you want it. Kiss is a $55 start. Let's go ahead and wrap up the Willie, and that is sold, and the Willie is sold to Tom Moran for $105. Thank you on that. Now, the singles has a bid for 10, and Scully Max had sold on Chicago for 8. Robin, you were second. Kiss is a $55 start. Now the singles have bids for 12 and 12. Swamp Dogs, finally caught up with myself. $19.99 for Swamp Dog. And Grand Funk Phoenix, that was $19.99. And the Guess Who is $19.99. The Guess Who, $19.99. Also over here is Rush, Fly By Night. A 1975 OG copy of Rush, Fly By Night. It's a 75 U.S. Terre Haute original with the original on her sleeve and EX edition, and it's a $35 start. Let me check on the Kiss. Gregory, there's a couple variants with Love Gun. Do you see how the Obi has that extra strip next to it? There's a couple of variants. I think it is the original release year. It is VIP 635. Wait a minute, 6435. 6435. And yeah, it is OG. It is 1977. Wow, some of those have sold for as much as $555 on Discogs. Probably just like some kind of, there's no telling. Why would one bring that much? There's no telling. Here's one here, complete. Probably if it has all the stuff with it. If you get a complete, you start getting complete minty copies of those, they get expensive. They get really expensive, all right? Rush is a $35 start, and that is OG. That is an OG Rush there, Fly By Night. Really nice. And we're going through a crate of buy it now best offer. We got 2 singles up, 3 singles. We're going to be selling them in lots like that. The loading zone, don't know a lot about that, but it looked interesting at $49.99. Leo Kottke was $14.99. And then the Birds Greatest Hits. This is available in shrink. So we got volume 1 and volume 2. That's $19.99. I can't believe no one's got that. It's such a great comp. And then Spirit is $19.99. And Silver Threads and Golden Needles, the Springfields, it's $29.99. And Mark Don and Mail. Mark Don and Mail is a Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. And Iron Butterfly is $19.99. And 24 Greatest Heartbreakers and Tearjerkers. There it is. So some of the artists on this is the Shirelles and the Classic 4, the Association, D. Clark, the Platters, $19.99. Okay? Now, here's where we're at. The first thing was the singles got a bid for $15 with Fred Cardinale. Craig did bid $55 on Kiss. Stacy went on the singles. Chuck, the Chicken Man, was $14.19. I think I already answered you, but I'm going to make sure. Yeah, it was $14.99. Kiss is a $55 start. And then what is the track listing on the limo? Oh, boy, give me a second. Kiss is at $60. Now, Jeff's Bird Songs. There's 2 Birds comps in here. Either one, I'll do $15 a piece on. That one or that one. That'd be a pretty big discount on that one and $5 off on that one. And you can have volume 1 and volume 2. You need those since your YouTube handle's literally Bird Songs. You got to have those. Your YouTube handle's literally Bird Songs. How much was Swamp Dog? That was right back here. And Swamp Dog is finally caught up with myself, and that's $19.99. All right. Now, these 3 singles are sold to Fred Cardinale for $15. Thank you, Fred. Are we done on Kiss? Mike C. has bid $60. One more look at Rush. Make sure everybody's paying close attention here. Look at that. OG Fly By Night. It has the really cool original inner sleeve with it. Anthem, Fly By Night. When I Try. There it is. And now, first thing we have is Chuck Haley on Chicken Man for $10. Jeremy Bryan on Swamp Dog. We're about to get into our new stuff here. And we have the Guess Who, Share the Land, $19.99. The Mindbenders, A Groovy Kind of Love, $14.99. And we have Slade. Slade is $19.99. Luminos, $24.99. We have Russian Circles, $34.99. And Neil Young is $44.99. There it is. Greatest Hits Birds. Volume 1 or Volume 2? Volume 2 or Volume 1? Volume 1 or Volume 2? Volume 2 or Volume 1? Or both? Or both. I prefer you say both. Kiss is at 61. The next 3 singles I have here, I'm going to pull from right out of the middle. Right out of the middle, regardless of what they are, they're going to go up right now. We have Lighthouse, Bright Side, and Pretty Lady. We have Don Henley, Give Me What You Got, and The Last Worthless Evening. The Rolling Stones, I'm Free, and Hey, You, Get Off of My Cloud. That is a later pressing on that label, but very clean for a $10 start. We've gone through that crate pretty thoroughly twice. Anybody else? He wants volume 1 here. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man. That's so to Jess, Bird Songs. He gets the Birds for $15. Thank you. Kiss has a new bid for $61. Let's go ahead and knock out that first crate of new stuff I was talking about. Chad needs some blue juice. Get off my blue juice. If you want the ingredients, windshield wiper fluid, milk, windshield wiper fluid, milk, and just a tad of cinnamon. Laura's probably like, do what? Windshield wiper fluid, milk. Thanks. Yeah. Laura said, how about you try some of this? Windshield wiper, fluid, milk, and then just a tad of cinnamon. Sassafras. All right, let's go get that other set. Laura's like, okay, time for Chad to get some water. We got to make sure he don't fall over. If he falls over, the whole operation does. All right, here we go. Purple rain, purple rain. I've grabbed the first crate. I have no idea what's about to happen. just a tad. The key is the cinnamon. You put a little bit too much cinnamon in that, and it's over. You've ruined. You got to start over. It's just like a little tap. You just tap it a little bit. Every once in a while, I may throw in a Tide Pod. Okay. Kia 61, Kia 63, Kia 65. Rush did get a bid. Thank goodness. I was like, surely we're not about to make an OG fly-by-night a minimum bid. And Michael has locked in the minimum bid at 35. Final call to him. Kiss is at 65. And then over here, we have Kiss is at 68. Brian Call's the only bidder on the singles. He has them for 10, and we're about to sell them to him. Right? It was Brian Call. It was Brian Call. Final call. First, I try to order one every week and sell one every week. That means we can sell 52 a year. The Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and the Infinite Sadness. Now, my selling point on this is if you wanted a true original press, nice condition, one of the first runs that were limited edition, they're like $1,000. They're very expensive. This is $114.99. It's a 4 LP box with 2 books. It's the Smashing Pumpkins. It's Melancholy, Classic, $114.99. I've got 3 copies of Metallica, the Black Album, $34.99. Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, The Unforgiven. This is $34.99. And then we have the Pet Shop Boys. This is the Pet Shop Boys discography on blue vinyl. Did all these come in? Let me go check the pre-order. Rebecca has a question. Is Luminous the Korean band? What are the Rush and 45 infos? You'll have to give me 1 second because I've got to pull up the pre-order here for Pet Shop Boys and make sure everybody that got one has one. And there wasn't a waiting list from last night, which I think there was. And hopefully they've watched the sale. Hopefully they've watched the sale and they have those names for me. Let me step around here and see if there's new post-it notes with waiting list for Pet Shop Boys. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Luckily, they had the sale watched, and we got this taken care of. So, Pet Shop Boys, this is new. It comes out today. It's on blue vinyl. It's $39.99. All the pre-orders have been filled. So, we got one for David Hoy, Angela Lewis, and El Pisca Zinze. So, there's 3 more. So, this is new. Comes out today. Pet Shop Boys discography, the complete singles collection. David Hoy, Angela Lewis, El Pisca. Now, we already had sold about a couple dozen of them from the pre-order. So everybody that pre-ordered one got one. I've already read those off. So the 3 singles, Fred Cardinale, Get Off My Cloud, The Rolling Stones, The Last Worthless Evening, Don Henley, and Pretty Lady from Lighthouse. Brian Call has them for $10. It's a final call. If you say pass, they're immediately going to Brian. Over here's a Near Mint Minus Japanese pressing of Kiss Love Gun, VIP 6435 with Obi, insert, and solicitation. The last bid was Steve McGee at $68. The last bid was Steve McGee at $68. We're about to sell it. Now, Rush had opened with Michael Hamburger at $35. This is a 75 US Terre Haute original. It has the original sleeve. It's complete. It's beautiful. It has 1 bid for $35, and it's a final call. It's a final call. 1 bid for $35. Now MT Matt's bid $40. And now we have a Pet Shop Boys to Patrick Fu. Fred Cardinale says he wants a Pet Shop Boys. They are $39 if he didn't pre-order. Fred pre-orders almost everything. About every pre-order I post, Fred comments, I'll take one. Fred, unfortunately, though, you didn't say you wanted one of these. So now Fred gets a Pet Shop Boys. It's $39.99. The singles collection from Pet Shop Boys is $39.99, a 2 LP. Nobody wants a Holier Than Thou. Nobody wants a Nothing Else Matters. The Unforgiven, Wherever I May Roam. That's a really good sounding record, too. Metallica Black Album. I still got to get somebody bought in on Smashing Pumpkins. Everclear, $56.99 from Intervention Records, mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent, 180 gram, pressed it, got a groove, deluxe Stoughton jacket. Everclear is $56.99. And then, yes, Rebecca, I hadn't forgot about you. I was getting around to it. Luminos the Hars. Luminos the Hars is $24.99. This is a 2 LP, and it is yours if you want it. And she actually said, from the last crate, can I have Luminos the Hars? You can. Now, Dustin Hodges wants a Pet Shop Boys. And now there's one left if anybody else wants one. The next thing I have over here was Kiss Love Gun. Steve McGee is $72. And now Rush is at $48. And now Brian Call, you have been outbid on these singles. Fred Cardinale bid $11. Fred has bid $11 on them. They're now back to Brian if he wants to bid again. This is Celtic Frost, and this is called Celtic Frost Nemesis. Celtic Frost Nemesis, $44.99. I also usually know when Fred Carnell's entered the chat. Fred will enter the chat, and he'll say info on all 3 auctions. I'll give him the info, and then he'll bid on all 3 of them. You can count on that. Celtic Frost, Vanity Nemesis, $44.99. 2 LP, includes bonus material, 32-page book, 2 posters, $44.99. Now Fred's at 13 on the singles. And now Jamie Kendall said he would do 15 on the limo cop. Jamie, I never did even read you that track listing. I hadn't forgot about you. I just never got back around to it. You didn't remind me, but it looks like you've already looked it up, and I'm going to sell it to you for $15. Now Kiss is at 73. Now Fred's right back in at 13. And then here in a minute, he'll disappear, and we won't see him for a couple hours. And then he'll get back on and say, Chad, did I win all those auctions? And I'm like, no, but Fred, I really need you to upgrade your internet. No doubt, the web you spin, no doubt, is $29.99. This is a live unofficial. This is no doubt live in 1996, $29.99. Thank you, Fred, as always. And Brian Call and everybody else is bidding right now. Rush is at 50. All of a sudden, that's woke up. Everybody's woke up and said, oh my gosh, Chad's auctioning OG Rush there. And now Kiss is still getting bids. Now the singles are still getting bids. And here's the Offspring, Conspiracy of One. And the Offspring is $33.99. Conspiracy of One. 20th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. And we have Paradise Lost. We had some of their other stuff last night. This is called Lost Paradise. $33.99 on Paradise Lost. And David Bowie, VH1 Storytellers. VH1 Storytellers, David Bowie, $46.99. That's a 2 LP. Haven't had that in a while. I bought that for our David Bowie collectors. They are turning out every night. We have Rush at $52. Kiss is at $75. And now the singles are at $15 with Fred Cardinale. The next thing is Fate's Warning. And this is Fate's Warning live at Dynamo Open Air, live in 1998, red vinyl, $38.99. This is on limited run vinyl, and that's the name of the label. This is 1998 Fate's Warning, $38.99. So the singles are at $15 with Fred Cardinale. Kiss is at $75. And now Rush is at $52. Michael Hamburger, you're out. There they are. We have Rebecca Howard on David Bowie. We have Kelly Vladishek on David Bowie. I'm trying to order all the David Bowie stuff that I don't think some of the most recent buyers of the David Bowie stuff doesn't have. We got Sunday Morning Session on Paradise Lost, and let's put Fred Cardinale on a David Bowie. There's about 4 or 5 more I'm going to try to get in next week that I don't think y'all probably have. It's pretty deep in his catalog or it's live stuff. David Bowie has dozens of live albums. I mean, he put out dozens of live albums when he was alive. There's been a lot more put out since he's passed. There is so much David Bowie content out there. So he has almost as many SKUs as Miles Davis. Miles Davis, David Bowie, the Rolling Stones. Some of these people have hundreds of SKUs if you count CDs and box sets and multimedia packages and DVDs. Like if you just search the major media index I use, I think if I just search Bowie, there's like 500 different SKUs. That counts maybe merch, CDs, anything that they have. It's like 500 SKUs. That's all different items. I could order one each of everything David Bowie and make a whole show out of it. It's pretty wild. Next, Fate's Warning, $38.99. And then here is a new release from Star Wars. This is called Lo-Fi. Best of Star Wars Lo-Fi on multicolor splatter. Now, I really didn't understand what's going on here, so I ordered them anyway because it's Star Wars and it's official from Walt Disney and Lucasfilms, but I don't really know what it is still. Bearing the Mandalorian performed by Nick Pingree. I just know if it's Star Wars, I need to order, especially something official. It's called Lo-Fi. Now, when I think of Lo-Fi, I think of lo-fi, like the genre. So I still don't know, but that's $33.99. There it is. Okay. Now, Fred, you've been outbid on the singles. Brian did come back in at 17. Fred's on the waiting list. Kiss is at $76. And the next bid on Kiss was to Steve McGee. Steve, you have it for 76. Mike said 76. And Mike says, Steve, if you bid 77, he's going out. So it sounds like, Steve, if you bid 77, he's going to say he's done. And now Rush is at $60. They're still bidding on that. Fred, it's up to you on those singles. Star Wars Lo-Fi. I need to go pull up the blurb for this and see what it says because I really don't remember. $33.99. It looks like art, like, you know, maybe I should pull that up right quick because this came out a couple weeks ago and I was really kind of unsure what it was. So let me see what this is and maybe I can get y'all some information. It is on splatter vinyl, $33.99. All right, now the singles have a bid for 18. Let's run through this one more time. Can I convince somebody on a Smashing Pumpkins box? $114.99. Metallica, the Black Album. I always need those in stock, $34.99. Pet Shop Boys, last copy, blue vinyl, $39.99. Everclear, Sparkle and Fade, Intervention Records, pressed, cut by Kevin Gray, $56.99. The only way that's in print, audiophile grade. We have Celtic Frost, a 2LP for $44.99, and No Doubt Live, the Webby Spin, that's $29.99. After a battle, those three records are sold for $18 to Fred Cardinal. And then we have Rush. Rush over here is at $60 of MT Matt. Mr. Hamburger, you're out. This here is sold to Steve McGee for $77. That is sold. Rush is, or excuse me, Kiss is sold to Steve McGee for $77. Man, those were some battles there, and they're still bidding on Rush. It's at $62 now. Let's get back over here to our auctions and see what we have next. The next thing I have is Creedence Gold. Creedence Clearwater Revival Gold is going to go up for a $35 start. A fantastic Japanese compilation. We have so many records to auction tonight, including Japanese stuff. Amazing, very clean, $35 start on that. Next thing is The Offspring, $33.99. Conspiracy of One. Paradise Lost, we sold one. There's two left. I can't believe no one got Fate's Warning. And this is $38.99, especially as much as we've been talking about how hard their records are to get. This is a live concert from 1998. That is $38.99. And then there's the Star Wars Lo-Fi, which I was going to try my best to get some information on for y'all, but that's on splatter vinyl, and that is $33.99. And I think that was new for either this week or last week. It's relatively new, this week or last week for sure. This week or last week for sure. So let's see if I can get some information on that. Database is moving really slow. Sometimes their website is pretty slow. Here it is here. Wow, they're back ordered. I know they're back ordered. That means if I wanted to order more right now, available for the first time on vinyl, includes lo-fi mixes from and inspired by Star Wars and Disney Plus series. It's on really cool vinyl. So whatever that means, lo-fi mixes. There's that, okay? No cassettes tonight, but I do have 3 more random singles to pull. What are the next 3 I just pulled out of here? There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. And these are going to be a $10 start. We have Bellamy Brothers, Crazy from the Heart, on red vinyl as a promo. We have Frank Sinatra, That's Life, and My Kind of Town, back-to-back hit series. And John Denver, Seas of the Heart and Islands. Those 3 for a $10 start. Okay, now where are we on Rush? $65. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Anybody else? I've read through those twice. I'm going to put those right here behind me. I need somebody to buy a lot more out of there. A lot more Star Wars, a lot more Fate's Warnings, a lot more Offsprings, a lot more Everclears. I'll go ahead and grab the next crate. I'll go ahead and do the next crate. That way we can go ahead and go through this lower crate that's next. Nothing but new arrivals tonight, essentially. Nothing but new arrivals is not tonight. Just one after another, after another, after another, after another. Which crate do I want to go through next? Let's go through this crate right here. This has some interesting looking stuff in it. Some of the stuff was ordered, and it comes from a 2-day shipping place, and so it didn't get here in time on Metal Night, or I feel like we would have sold a lot more of those from that last bin. What's the info on Rush? What are the singles? And the singles have bids for 18. Brian Call bid 18 and Stacy bid 10. So they've opened up with Brian at 18. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Nothing like a nice glass of Windex. Stuff, it'll sting your throat, but man, it will get you hype. Straight Windex and milk. Oh my gosh. Whew. All right. It's amazing what you can find on TikTok. We have Steel Panther, Feel the Steel. Steel Panther. This looks like something up Angela Lewis's alley. Limited edition purple vinyl with 2 bonus tracks. This is Steel Panther, $33.99. So Rush. Michael Hamburger went out. MT Matt has it for $65. This is an OG 1975 first pressing from Terre Haute. Nice EX with the original on her sleeve. This is OG Rush. And the high bid on OG Rush is a final call to MT Matt for $65. Credence is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. Credence Clearwater Revival, $35 buy it now, CCR Gold. Where Stacy Metternich has those 3 singles at $20. That is a final call. That is a final call. That's it. Those 3. Final call on Rush. 100 billion more auctions to get to. Nice CCR. Nice CCR there available for a buy it now. Let's go ahead and pull out this box set. That way it frees up some space over here for me. Wow, this thing's pricey. Some of them sealed have sold for as much as $619. This is Dream Theater. I think this came from the same metal collection. Dream Theater is a limited edition, 2,500 copies. Laura says everything is near mint minus. Just side B of Metropolis is EX plus. So really nice. They have never sold less than $215. This is never sold for less than $215. Some of them sealed have sold for as much as $619. And the median on this thing is $362. This is a great box set. Dream Theater is going to go up for a $275 start. It is now up for bid. Everything is really nice. Metropolis, Fall Infinity Awake, Images and Words. That is the box set, and that's going to go up for $275. Dream Theater is now up for bid. These 3 singles are sold for $20. How much was Steel Panther? Thank you, Stacy. Those sold to you. Steel Panther is $33. 2 people asked, but no one bid. So MT Matt, this is sold to you for $65. Thank you. Dream Theater is a $275 start. I have Death Symbolic finally back in stock. This is a fairly new reissue. They were really, really pricey though. Death Symbolic is $33.99. And then Alice Cooper's Hey Stupid. Alice Cooper is $39.99. Limited edition 3000 on magenta colored vinyl. Alice Cooper is $39.99. Steel Panther is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. We also got 2 copies here of the Green Album, Kermit the Frog, which is a compilation, kind of like an anniversary celebration, $36.99. And then Mike Straws on Death. Death is sold to Mike Straws. Thank you on that. And then we have Steel Panther, and that's sold. There's 1 left. There's 1 Death left. And now our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Scorpions. Wow, check out how cool this thing is. It's a 1982 UK reissue, alternate cover art with the gold and brown vinyl. Take a look at this. 1982 colored vinyl, brown golden EX edition. It has a textured cover, and that's a $35 start. Dream Theater's a $275 start, going once, going twice. I have Nickelback. This is the State, and there's a waiting list for about 6 Nickelback albums. So let's knock this one out first. First thing I have is Nickelback, and the waiting list for Nickelback, the State, is Angela Lewis and Donna Handshoemaker. So the State waiting list is Angela Lewis and Donna Handshoemaker. So these are sold and sold. Those are gone and gone. And then the first thing we have is we sold we see here. We sold a Steel Panther to Vicky. We sold Mike Straw's Death. And then the next thing we have here is Kenny Stanley on a Steel Panther. Thank you on that one. And then we have Tracy Miller on Kermit the Frog. That is sold to Tracy Miller. Over here we have Scorpions at 35. Moxie also bid 35. And then we have, what is the Scorpions title? The Scorpions title is called Lonesome Crow. It's a 1982 UK. 1982 UK. It's in EX edition. The high bid's at $40. Ben Digert on Nickelback, the State. Thank you, Ben Digert. That is sold to you. And we have one copy left if anybody else wants that. Nickelback, The State. One copy there left on that. Final call on Dream Theater if anybody wants it. That is that's a $275 start on that. The Scorpions is now at 45 of Bob Riger, and there's one Nickelback left, The State. Next, or is there two? No, I only have one Judas Priest. This is British Steel, $29.99. I have one. This is Living After Midnight, Breaking the Law, $29.99. New and sealed, everything in this crate. Okay, so Judas Priest still available, $29.99. Now, let me open this up. Okay, so next thing is the Breakfast Club. That is $34.99. We have those back in stock from last week, $34.99. The Breakfast Club, $34.99, new and sealed. Also, there's 3 copies of this Nickelback, which I didn't have last week. We had The State last week, so you don't get overlapped with confusion and claims. This is Here and Now, and that is $33.99. $33.99 for Nickelback Here and Now. $33.99. What's going on? All right, so that one's still available. And The Cure, it's not The Cure, it's Just Like Heaven, a tribute to The Cure. And this is $29.99. Just Like Heaven, a tribute to the Cure, and that's $29.99. I don't understand what's happening here. Let me see if I can figure out where this has been shared. So I can, wherever this has been shared, I need to go block it. Let me see if I can figure out over here. It's been shared somewhere that's not supposed to be, probably. Okay, let me just do a quick pause, okay? The show is currently paused. No bidding, no claims. Nobody even comment right now, okay? That will help me out tremendously. Pause on the show. Complete pause on the show for 1 second. They can disrupt this temporarily, but not all night. Let me get over here on my desktop version. That way I can operate faster. I can operate faster over here on my desktop version. Okay, I think I got most of it. Where I need to go is Chad Williams now. Yeah, that's the best way to do. Okay. Where's the shares at? It got shared somewhere really stupid. All right. With a lot of low IQ people. I think we got rid of them though. Okay, sorry about that. So the first thing we have is right in the middle when all that happened. I was in the middle of showing, what did I get to? I got to Steel Panther. I basically need to start this crate over because that probably confused a lot of people. Let me go ahead and get my desktop version pulled up over here. So, all right, we're good to go now. Let me pull this back up over here. Okay. Yeah, low IQ people, and plus what they don't realize is, like, I'm assuming these people don't have jobs or they don't work, because it's like they're basically hurting business, which is hurting currently sales. But if you had, like, if I told them, if I had a way to, like, go to their job and say, hey, for the next 30 minutes you're working here, or the next hour, if you're getting paid by the hour, I'm going to come in and you're going to make $0. You're going to have to work and get paid $0. They would probably be pissed. That's what they don't understand. So they're just idiots. But they would hate that, right? They would absolutely. If I had a way I could just go in and, like, or zap, like, boof, $500 is gone out of their account, they'd probably be like, what the heck? That just sucked. How did that happen? They would not like that. So let's go back to the top. First thing we have, they'd be like, what the heck? $500, just $1,000 just disappeared out of my account. That sucked. I just worked all day and didn't get paid. We have Steel Panther. So this first thing here that got showed, and the first thing here that got showed, man, there's so much here. I got to make sure I said all this and make sure I wasn't saying names that was fake. I don't know. That just freaking sucks. What a bunch of idiots. Okay, so Steel Panther, no more mention of it. I'm not going to say anything else about it. That's the best thing to do. So Vicky Osakawa got Steel Panther. That's no doubt. That is sold to Vicky Osakawa. Mike Straw's got Death. Mike Straw's got Death. That's sold to Mike Straw's, okay? And then that was for sure. I know Mike Straw's. I know Vicky. Kenny Stanley also got a Steel Panther. There was 2 people, though, on a waiting list for Nickelback. And let me go ahead and read those out again. And the 2 people on the waiting list for Nickelback was Angela Lewis and Donna Handshoemaker. So those are sold. And then we have Steel Panther sold to Kenny Stanley. That is for sure sold, okay? That is for sure sold. And then there was a legit claim for Kermit the Frog, and that was for Tracy Miller. Thank you, Tracy Miller. That's sold to you. And then right now, the Scorpions is a 1982 on this really cool orange or a brownish golden brown vinyl. That was a $35 start. And the first bid was with Bob Riger at $35. And then Mike C bid $35. I got to verify Mike C. Mike, have you registered? Have you bought from us before? Things are getting a little weird all of a sudden. So if I don't really know you, let me go ahead and pull up our YouTube feed as well. I'm going to figure out who some of these people are.
Sure.
And let me, if Mike bids again, I'll verify it. So that is 35 and 35. Ben Dygert got a nickel. That was the next claim for sure. Ben Dygert got a nickel back. And then Scorpions got a new bid for 40 with Mike Straws. I know Mike. And then Scorpions got a bid for 45, and Scorpions got a bid for 45. Scorpions got another bid for 45. I know all those people. And then Scorpion got a bid for 43. And then it did not get a bid for 95. Then it got a bid for 50. And then he got a bid for 48. Then Nick Galletti got a Judas Priest British Steel. Have I pulled that yet for Nick Galletti? I don't think I have. British Steel right here. Thank you, Nick Galletti. That's so to you. And now, the next thing we have... We're good to go. All right, and so this is a final call. This is Dream Theater, and this is Dream Theater. This is Images and Words Awake, Falling into Infinity Metropolis Part 2. That is a $275 start Final call. Everything is near mint except one side of one album, which is EX Plus. Now the Lonesome Crow is at 55, a 1982 UK. 1982 UK. So the next thing that happened, that's Lonesome Crow. Ryan, I'll put Rage up next. Margaret Gerhold wants a Metallica Black album. That was from the last crate. Let's pull her a Metallica Black album. Thank you, Margaret Gerhold. That is so do you. Metallica Black album. Scorpions at 55. And next. So right in the middle of that, here is Nickelback Here and Now. Nickelback Here and Now, $33.99. Yeah, there was not a bid on the Scorpions at 95. So if you said out when you saw that bid for 95, then that was not a real bid. That was from one of the people I blocked, okay? So if you said out thinking that was a legit bid, it wasn't. And if anybody has any other questions, we have 0 Steel Panthers left, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? Back to work. We have Whiskey Myers. Whiskey Myers is $29.99. Whiskey Myers self-titled, $29.99. Scott, there's no Steel Panthers left, but you can go on a waiting list if you want one. Now the Scorpions is at 56. Mike C. Mike C, have you bought from us before? Let me check on a few things over here and do this. Okay, I think you maybe have. You're good to go. I think we know Mike C. Okay, $29.99. That's Whiskey Myers self-titled. That is available. Let me make sure there's not a waiting list for that. We've been selling a lot of... when I order Whiskey Myers, it seems like I order the entire discography, and then they start getting overlapped in my head. I'm like, okay, which one have and have not we had? We have not had this one, or there's no waiting list for this one, and this is $29.99. Scott says, I'm new, first time watching. Welcome, Scott Arnold. Steel Panther, if you want one, it will be a waiting list, okay? It will be a waiting list, which means it'll be in next week, and then you'll be billed the following Monday. We do $8 in limited shipping, okay? $8 in limited shipping on that. Sorry, we just got the show almost got, the show pretty much just got shut down, but I got everybody cleared off and good to go. What I understand, there's like groups of people that just like, hey, let's meet up on Friday night. You know, I guess back in the day, kids used to like go roll people's yards on a Friday night and like go hit mailboxes with baseball bats. Now kids like meet up and they go like disrupt people on social media, which is like, I think if I was going to be a heathen, I think I'd rather go destroy a bunch of mailboxes. No, I would never do anything like that. All right, we have Abbey Road, $36.99. I barely left my house. I was in the basement putting stuff on eBay, $36.99. But now it's like, hey, let's go over to Mike's house and disrupt a bunch of people on social media. We have the Beatles. This is $36.99. Now, if those were actually adults that I just blocked, my gosh, they need to rethink their lives. We have Steel Panther on the Prowl. Steel Panther is $28.99. Steel Panther on the Prowl, $28.99. And we have David Bowie, Heroes. This is Heroes, David Bowie, remastered, $33.99. $33.99. David Bowie, Heroes. That is available. And Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, remastered Motley Crue, $33.99. Okay, we have Dream Theater is a bot now for $275. If anybody wants that, it is available for $275. It was limited edition box set. That's a bot now. And now let's put up Rage Against the Machine. Rage Against the Machine, I believe, is a music on vinyl pressing. It is. It's a music on vinyl pressing. MOV, Evil Empire, Bullets on Parade, a 2009 180 gram with the original inner sleeve. That's a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. We had that problem here in Smith County, where I grew up. It was everybody wanted to destroy mailboxes and steal road signs, which stealing road signs is bad because the EMS and first responders don't know the names of the roads. Like if somebody has a heart attack, they can't find the road signs. I was like, why are y'all? I mean, I knew friends that would do it. I'd be like, why are y'all stealing road signs? You can't steal a road sign, man. That's important. We have Scorpions at 66. I was very logical when I was like 15 years old. Vicky Yoshikawa on ST. And ST for Vicky was that for the other Steel Panther? If so, that's so to Vicky Yoshikawa. And now the Scorpions at 67. And then Fred Cardinal on David Bowie. That's so to Fred Cardinal. And we have a Scorpions out and a Scorpions out. Okay? So the first thing we have over here is Scorpions Lonesome Crow. I think everybody in my high school at some point stole a road sign. It was like a badge of honor. We have Scorpions at 67. There's probably like a lot of people watching like, yeah, I've stole a bunch of yard signs, Chad. I've done all that, fireworks and mailboxes. Scorpions, especially, I should have asked Thursday night Metal Night crowd. How many of y'all have ever stole a roadside? Scorpions is at $75 and Rage is at $37. This is a really killer Scorpions press. Really cool colored vinyl. And now Rage is at $37 on that. And next thing is I've got 2 copies of Sponge, Rotting Pinata. Sponge is a 30th anniversary on 1500 on red and black marble vinyl. Sponge is $39.99. $39.99 on that. And we have Steel Panther. Steel Panther, Balls Out, $44. Another nasty Steel Panther album, $44.99. $44.99. Steel Panther, Balls Out. Tyler says, I never did. Tyler, I would bet money you've been on some kind of crazy late night adventure before. Stealing road signs. You had to have at some point. Rage 37, Scorpions 77. And then Scorpions is at 80. And then over here is Scorpions at 80, Rage 40, and Scorpions 82. I was just talking about my high school, and literally somebody I went to high school with is watching right now. Who would have thought it? And we went to college together. Rage 40. We was in that class. Me and Tyler Coleman was in a class together. We had to write like a paper or something. Do you remember that, Tyler? We had to stay up all night. We was in the library all night, I think. Then we went to your house. Gosh, it was a miserable experience. I forgot what class that was, but whatever it is, it don't matter now. Scorpions is at $80. Scorpions at $80. Rage 40. Scorpions 82. Rage 42. Vicky on another Steel Panther. Vicky's 3 for 3 on the Steel Panthers. And then over here, we have Scorpions out, and Melissa Bailey wants a Sponge. That's so to Melissa Bailey. Sponge, Rotting Pinata. Next thing we have is 2 copies of New Order Substance, 1987. New Order is $39.99. Substance, 1987. $39.99. Substance, 1987. Embossed cover, 2 LP, $39.99. This has that dun 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 song on it. Do y'all know that one? Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. That song's on there. Okay, Scorpions at $85. That is on that golden brownish vinyl. And then over here is the music on vinyl pressing of Rage Against the Machine. Rally Round the Family. And this is a final call to Ryan Eaton at $42. He bid $42. Mark Stanley had bid $40. So that's at $42 on that. And then next thing is what? Kenny Stanley wants a SP on the Prowl. So we have sold out of every Steel Panther. At the conclusion of this crate, I'll come back and I will look through what we've sold out of. That way we can take waiting list. And here is a now I've never had before. And luckily they're not damaged. So buy them while you can. Now that's what I call the 70s. Stacy Metternich is probably like, I'll take it. It's a triple LP, $54.99. Jerry Stone might want one too. They all buy the Now 80s collection. Now, or the Now series. Now, that's what I call the 70s. $54.99. Gregory, I pulled Whiskey Myers for you. Yes, I did. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Let me see. Okay, what just happened here? So, we got Rebecca on a Now. Vicky, you got 3 different Steel Panthers. Rebecca got a Now. Which new order is that? Substance. Stacy said she'll take one. Fred Carnell says he'll take one. And then Mike C wants a new order. Now, Mike, have you registered with us? Okay. I need to make sure. Your name's still a little vague to me, but I need to make sure. And then Manish, is that the blue and red vinyl? Are you talking about this one? For new order. No, this is black vinyl. No, when the blue and red came out, we were heavily allocated. We were heavily allocated. Okay. Those are black vinyl. Right. Sorry. I got to get really focused here. I got to focus like I'm playing in a chess championship to sort through all these comments. Ryan Eaton gets Rage for $42. I got to go full Magnus Carlsen right now. Well, he just got beat. Scorpions. The last bit on this, Scorpions. Hiram Aponte, $85. Hiram Aponte, $85. George Jones, you're out. Hiram has it for $85. We sold 3 nows to Rebecca, Fred Cardinale, Stacy Metternich. We sold a new order to Mike C. I need to make sure you're registered. I've never had this now before. If you hadn't bought it from me, then no. Chris Kirkley wants a new order. Both of these are sold. Greg Herman and Guy Shard. Okay. And we're good to go. Thank you. Yeah, Tyler, I don't know. I got to pull up. I was trying to remember some of those professors' names the other day. I forgot where it got brought up. Maybe me and Tanner was talking, and I can barely recall maybe out of all my college classes, maybe 5 professors' names, and it's the ones that usually you really like that stood out. The other ones I can't hardly remember. I can see them, but I don't remember their names too well. All right. We sold a bunch of these, and here's the next one. This is a U.S. 2004. We think it's 2004, 2005. It's in shrink wrap. It's the Ramon self-titled, and it's a $35 start. Speaking of guys getting into trouble, these look like a bunch of troublemakers here. Ramones, a $35 start. Hey, ho, let's go. Now, before I go through this crate a second time, which was loaded with great titles, I'm going to sell Hiram Aponte to Scorpions for $85. Mike C says he's registered on Facebook, but I've bought from you. Okay, thank you and welcome back. I'm going to go through this crate, and Facebook comments are lagged, paused. Oh no, I'm having a lot of bad luck tonight. Let me pull up my Facebook app over here. Am I still live on Facebook? It's been a difficult sale so far tonight. What's going on over here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Facebook comments are lagged. Chad, please address her as the Empress. But like you, I know who men did sell the road signs. Patrick says balls. What was that? Steel Panther balls out. Was that a claim for this, Patrick? And then, okay, Tim Graham on the waiting list. Jerry Stone on the wait list. The Ramones is at 35 with Rebecca. Info on Scorpions. And here we go. Are they loaded back? Okay, there we go. All right, they're loaded back. Crazy night. Crazy night. It's hard to do business almost. Okay, so this is sold to Patrick Lear. This is sold to Patrick Lear. They got hung up in the database. There's 2 people on the now waiting list, Tim Graham and Jerry Stone, and that's for now. That's what I call 70s. Now that's what I call 70s. So 2 people on that waiting list on that. Okay. Now the last people, the first bit on the Ramones that came in was Rebecca Howes. So 2 people on the now waiting list. We got those names down. And let's go through this crate again. Ramones is at 37. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have right now is Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss is a 1978 U.S. Specialty Original. And folks, this is a OG Kiss, 78 Specialty OG with the Platinum Award and merch form with the corner clip, okay? This is a 78 U.S. Specialty Original. The vinyl is EX. Laura is actually graded to EX minus. EX minus. So there's 1 LP, there's 2 LP. There's all the inserts. And it's going to go up for a $35 start. How nice is that? $35 start. We'll put up Paul McCartney and a Japanese on deck. Ramones at 37, now 40. Paul McCartney and Japanese on deck. All right. Now, sorry that some things got hung up. The Scorpions is gone and Rage is gone. We have not sold Godfather either. Here's what's left in this bin. 1 copy of Death Symbolic. Death is $33.99. Death Symbolic, $33.99. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. This is a limited edition 3000 on pink vinyl. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. 2 are available. Kermit the Frog, $36.99. Green vinyl. The last time I showed this, things went absolutely poo-poo. Nickelback, The State. We have 1 left. Nickelback, The State. And here is also the state of the show. This is new vinyl. We're going to do a lower crate next. And then we'll do back-to-back crates of new vinyl again. There's still 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I still got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Also, The Breakfast Club is $34.99. Don't You Forget About Me. And we have 3 copies of this Nickelback. Now, this one I don't even remember showing. What I was going to say is I've never had this one before. I don't recall, and according to my distributor, I've never had this. Hiram said he would like to pay for that Scorpions record, and he would like to send it to Bob Riger as a gift. So Hiram's going to pay for that, and he's going to send it to Bob Riger as a gift. If y'all can remind me tonight about the mini guitars, I'll show you what I have in stock, but it's going to be about a couple hours before I can get to them, maybe an hour and a half. Let's go ahead and add a third auction, and it's been a while since we've done a Japanese. There's already 2 other kind of auctions up, so I'll do Paul McCartney next, Jerry. But first, let me go ahead and put up another auction, which is a Japanese auction, Billy Joe Piano Man. And Billy Joe is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it, and there's the cover and obi, Billy Joe Piano Man. The Ramones is like a 2003 or 2004, we believe. It's on red vinyl. And the last bid that came in, Rebecca, $65. And now Kiss has a bid for $35 and now $50. And now a Japanese Piano Man, a $35 start. Here is a tribute to The Cure. It's called Just Like Heaven. It's on purple vinyl. It's $29.99. It's a tribute to The Cure, $29.99. Cure cover versions. Whiskey Myers, self-titled. We sold 1. There's 1 left for $29.99. Abbey Road, if I'm going to keep one of my favorite records in stock, here it is, $36.99. This is the Beatles Anniversary Edition. This is $36.99. David Bowie, We Can Be Heroes, just for one day. I'll tell you how busy I've been. I only have 1 left. I don't remember who bought the other one. So I've evidently pulled it for somebody. I don't remember saying who bought that Bowie when I showed it the first time. But evidently somebody bought it. Let me see if I can scroll up here. Did I even say who bought it, or did I pull it out and didn't even sell it to somebody? But evidently somebody bought that. Let's see here. It might have been there in all those nows. Yeah, I don't remember who claimed David Bowie, because I had 2 of them, and I don't remember pulling that out and saying somebody bought it, honestly. And then Mike C put Alice Cooper. That was a long time ago. Mike C, I don't know if I pulled your Alice Cooper out of here, because I still got 2 of those. I just scrolled way up there. Mike C, did you want an Alice Cooper? Because I just scrolled way up here, and that's when things got pretty dang crazy. So I was going to make sure, let me see how high I can go up, plus Facebook. He said no to Alice. Okay, no, he said no to Alice, so he did not want an Alice Cooper. Okay, no, now I'm just now seeing that. And then we have Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Did somebody claim this? Because I've only had one. I could have swore that somewhere during that mess, somebody was trying to buy one of those. And then Sponge. I know we sold one, and there are 0 left. So $39.99. Maybe Rebecca claimed a Bowie. That would make sense. That would make sense, okay? Now, here is what the Motley Crue is not on colored vinyl. No, this is black vinyl on that. I pulled let me make sure it's over here. Maybe I accidentally pulled it and didn't mean to. Did anybody get a David Bowie? Because I know I had 2 and there's one, and my mind said, Chad, I don't think somebody bought one of those. But maybe they'll speak up, or maybe that's long gone. Now, let me show y'all what we sold out of. Let me show y'all what we sold out of and what we have for waiting list, okay? So, who got the new orders? At this point, I don't know, but I'm going to show you what we sold out of and what we have waiting list. We have Steel Panther balls out. I know Vicky got one, and I know Patrick Lear got one. And if anybody else wants one, they're $44.99. It's a waiting list for next week, Steel Panther. The next thing is Now That's What I Call the 70s. Now That's What I Call the 70s. That's $54.99. We have a waiting list. There's already 2, maybe 3 people on it. It's a triple LP, an amazing compilation. Those are made in the UK. We sold 2 new orders. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I'm pretty sure we sold 2. And to my knowledge, they went to the following people. New orders. New orders. New orders. Let's see if I can find those. The new orders went to Chris Kirkley and Mike C. Chris Kirkley and Mike C. That's who got these 2. Fred Cardinal got the David Bowie. Great. So there's one left. Vicky, do you want the one that's left? We Can Be Heroes, just for one day. We also sold out of this Steel Panther. Steel Panther on the Prowl. We sold 2. If anybody else wants one, that one's still available for a waiting list. And we sold out of this Steel Panther. And if anybody wants on that waiting list, let me know. Okay? That one's also a waiting list. And now we are concluded with that crate. Hopefully nothing like that happens again tonight. We have final calls on these auctions. The last bid on this that came in, Rebecca went out. David Smith has it for $66. Rebecca said she's done. $66 with David Smith. Over here we have Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss is OG around EX edition, complete with the inserts. Okay? Complete with the inserts, Kiss. And the last bid on this that came in was that $50 was stuck 73. That's about to be sold. And now Billy Joel, the last bid on Billy Joel, 35. Jeremy Rourke, the only bidder. We're done. Moving on. Scott Arnold says he wants on the waiting list for Steel Panther, Feel the Purple. Or excuse me, Feel the Steel, Feel the Purple. Feel the Steel. Scott, are you a first-time buyer? If so, if you're a first-time buyer, especially out of this crate, I need to make sure I have your information right now. Email address and mailing address sent to Facebook Messenger. If you have, thank you. If you have not, I need you to go ahead and do that right now. Kiss is up for bid. And it has new bids. Brent said he bid 35 on Billy Joe before Jeremy. He did. Brent bid 35 first. Jeremy, you're out. Brent did bid 35 first. Brent was at 35 first. Now 36, now 37. Now we're good to go. Sorry for all the delays there. Let's go ahead and go through this crate Laura has brought up here. We got a Laura crate. We're back on normal pace, I hope. Laura crate coming up right now. Let's go through this, and then we're going to go through back-to-back crates again of new vinyl. Okay? I think I'm good to go. Let's take a look at that Laura crate sticker. Wow, look at that one. Holy moly, I think y'all know the rules. I'm going to show 5 records. The first person who claims one gets it. No putbacks. That's simple. First thing I need to do is take a drink of blue juice. Wow, she made the first thing a box set. Good marketing skills there, Laura. First thing is a box set. Great marketing skills. She's like, if you want this, you're going to have to pay for it. And he left over metal. 0. Everything sold. Everything sold. There's none left. It's all gone till next Thursday. It's not that expensive of a box set. All right, a lot of bidding going on. Kiss has got new bids, but I think we're done on the Ramones. I'll tag it after I show this. We have Belle and Sebastian, Girls in Peacetime Want to Dance. A 4 LP box, $34.99. $34.99, Belle and Sebastian. Holy Ghost. It is a synth pop album, $34.99 on Holy Ghost. Next is Tobacco. This is $17.99. Hot, Wet, and Sassy. Hot, Wet, and Sassy. Amel and the Sniffers, Comfort to Me. A killer punk album. Goner Records, exclusive limited edition to 300 on blue. Laura loves Amel and the Sniffers. 4 heart rating, $49.99. And Deer Hunter. Deer Hunter is $19.99 on white vinyl. The note from Laura says, great indie. Haul You Digest. I was trying to read the title. I think it's Haul You Digest. Is that right? $19.99 on that. All right, so let's pause and figure out what happened here. Here's what happened. The Ramones was with David Smith. David Smith at $66. David Smith at $66. And there was no other bids. Wow, there's been a lot of bids all of a sudden. Holy moly. David Smith has the Ramones, and that's sold to him for $60. I've looked up, and there's like 300 bids on Billy Joel and 500 bids on Kiss. Kiss is moving to a final call. The last bid on Kiss that came in is Todd Fisher at $56. Okay, then Billy Joel was at $35, then $35, and then $36, then $37, then $38, then $40, and then $42, then $40, and then $48, then $45, and then $50, then $55, and then $56 with Jeremy Dalton. And the first person who put a comment in for this bin is BS, Belle and Sebastian, to Ivan R. So, Ivan, this is sold to you, Belle and Sebastian. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put your Laura Crate Hop sticker inside of the box because it's not in a sleeve and I don't want it to fall off and damaged. Okay, so let's take this, and this is sold to Ivan R, and it's going to go right in there, okay? Awesome. He was first on that. Belle and Sebastian. Next was Thomas Hujar on Belle. Carol Puckett on Tobacco. Hot and Greasy and Nasty. Next is Fred Cardinal on HG. Holy Ghost. Brent at 57 on Billy Joel. Vicky Yoshikawa on Amel and the Sniffers. Then Rebecca Howitt. And then Brett Thies on Deer Hunter. Billy Joel's at 60. And then we have Kiss at 60, Kiss at 62, Kiss at 65, Kiss is at 65. Or excuse me, Billy Joel. Kiss is getting bids too. Hold on a second. Kiss is getting bids too. Yeah, they're both at 65. Kiss 60, Kiss 62, Kiss 65, and now Billy Joel, $65. Now Billy Joel, 66. Yes, this is new arrival sticker price. The Laura Crate section has been completed. The sticker's been awarded. All first come, first serve, sticker price, and no putbacks. The Laura Crate sticker section is over. All first come, first serve. First person, no putbacks. That has been concluded. Billy Joel 66, Billy Joel 67, Billy Joel 72. Kiss is at $65 with Scott Arnold. Our next auction is Paul McCartney. It was our next request. Here's what's left in the auction crate. Rush, Love, Bob Dylan, Rolling Stones, Typo Negative. I have a picture disc from who? Somebody. Looks like the Cars. I think that's the Cars. Procol Harum, Tomahawk, Great Blues, John Coltrane, Hawk Wind, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Bob Dylan, New York Dolls, Nirvana, Brian Jonestown Massacre, and here's Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney is a 1987 U.S. Allied Original VG++/EX, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a U.S. press. We had a Japanese the other night. This is Paul McCartney, all the best. It's VG++/EX minus. VG++/EX minus. And that is a $35 start. Also, we have I Saved Latin, a tribute to Wes Anderson. This is I Saved Latin, a tribute to Wes Anderson. That is a Gatefold 2 LP, 1999. Also, we have Graveyard Peace. Graveyard on, looks like yellow and black splatter, $24.99 on that. Also, this is Converge, All We Love, We Leave Behind. Converge is a metalcore album. That's $29.99 on colored vinyl. Also, with a little help from my friends, The Flaming Lips. This is $27.99 on orange vinyl. And also Wilco the album. And Wilco looks like it has the CD with it that's also sealed. And that is $29.99. So, with that being said, Kiss had a bid for $55, and then $66, and then $69. Billy Joel's at $82. What Tomahawk? Did you get my Nevermind before you said no putbacks? I actually said that before the crate started. Nirvana, question mark, exclamation point, exclamation point. Out on Billy Joel. What was the Hawk win? Paul McCartney 45, Paul McCartney 35, Paul McCartney 46. Joshua Cross on Graveyard. That's so to Joshua Cross. Paul McCartney's now at 60 with Jerry Stone. Mark Stanley on Converge. And then Corey Ross on Lips. That's sold to Corey Ross, Lips, Flaming Lips. Fred Cardinal second. Bill Sammis on Wilco. That's sold to Bill Sammis. And the only thing left there is called I Saved Latin, which I'm going to show again right after on Billy Joel. Billy Joel, the last bid on BJ was George Sambarez, and this is sold for $82. No problem, Kara. Yeah, actually, the last couple times I've done that, I've applied a new sticker rule to lower crate. First come, first serve. First fives, no putbacks. Luckily, you got a cool record, and it wasn't all that expensive. Billy Joel, this is sold, George Sambarez. Kiss Double Platinum. Paul McCartney, $60. That is with Jerry Stone. And that's the high bid. Now, the last bid on Kiss that came in, was Scott Arnold at $69. Next thing we have is this. Black Moth Super Rainbow, $39.99. Really cool colored vinyl with an etching on D side. Here's the etching, I believe. $39.99. That's some wild-looking vinyl. Also, we have The Age, Sufjan Stevens, and that is an electronic album. Sufjan Stevens, $27.99. Final call on Paul McCartney. Jerry has it for $60. Are we done on Kiss? Kiss was at $69, and that's with Scott Arnold. Let's go ahead and put up our next auction. What was some of the requested stuff? Let me know. I'll start working it in. And the next thing I have is Tomahawk. I know that's been requested a lot. Tomahawk is a 2013. This is a supergroup with Mike Patton, Dwayne Dennison, John Stainer, Trevor Dunn. Laura's mentioned some of the bands they're in, like Faith No More, the Jesus Lizard, Helmet. It's limited edition 5,000 numbered. This is numbered 4601. The number is on the download card. It is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. We were down to one bidder left on Paul, and he's back in at 61. The next thing we have is Rob Fordham on Black Rebel Motorcycle. No, Black Moth Super Rainbow. Thank you, Rob Fordham. Brett Thies on Sufon Stevens. Fred Cardinale next on Black Moth. Paul McCartney 66. Stone Temple Pilots request. I didn't even know we had a Stone Temple Pilots, but I'll put it on deck. And New York Dolls and Hawk wins. Hall & Oates in 67. And Tomahawk 50 and Paul McCartney 70. All right, so the Kiss, I think, is sold to, once again, another new buyer. And have you sent us your information yet, Scott Arnold? This is sold to you for $69. Scott Arnold, this is sold to you for $69. I'm going to check our messenger right quick because I would like to welcome, if you're a first-time buyer to Coletco. You've already made a couple purchases, but also it was bad timing. You didn't realize it, but we got like infiltrated with some crazy stuff that happened all of a sudden. So I want to make sure I've got some good-looking information here. I'm also going to need your email address. I got that, and I need your mailing address as well. I'm going to need that as well. We just got to know your mailing address as well. So, welcome to Coletco. We live stream this every single night. $8 unlimited shipping. Now, that begins tonight for you. $8 unlimited shipping. You won't get a bill until Monday. I filled out the form. Okay. So thank you and welcome. I'm double checking a couple other people that were first time buyers tonight. Welcome to Coletco. $8 unlimited shipping. So make sure you're in our group. Make sure you're, and Scott. Okay. I got all of your information here. Welcome. Good deal. And some other people here. Okay, good deal. So we're good to go on that end. I did have a couple new people last week late, like on Friday and Saturday, that hopped on that were new buyers. And unfortunately, I've never heard back from them. One guy bought a bunch. Let me see if he replied to me. We had 2 new buyers late on Friday and Saturday who bought a lot. And one guy just replied. The other guy we're not going to get payment from. I should have checked his account before I started. He probably bought. We're going to have like a 50 CDs to resell. I probably should have stopped them ahead of time. That was probably bad on my part. But yeah, it was. Some of y'all that were watching that night, there was a couple guys, and they were buying every single CD I was showing, and it should have been a red flag for me. But they had registered, and we got names and addresses. But I immediately told Ed, I said, "Here's 2 names. I want to make sure they pay on Monday." And no contact, no replies. One guy finally replied. And I was like, oh gosh, because I mean, just the time it's going to take to resell all that stuff, I just wasted hours, you know. So back to the auctions, back to this great crate that Laura's marked. So if you're new, welcome. However, if you start buying a lot between now and Saturday and you're new, we might ask some people to go ahead and prepay. Japan Droids is $22.99. Japan Droids is $22.99. That's called Massey effing Hall, $22.99. And Czarface, Every Hero Needs a Villain. Czarface is $29.99. Czarface, $29.99. Okay, so here's what's going on. The last bid on a Tomahawk was $75, and so was Paul McCartney. And then we have Paul McCartney 77 and Tomahawk 80. Paul McCartney 85. And then we have Paul McCartney out, Tomahawk 90. Jerry, it's looking really good for you. Final call on all the best. Paul McCartney. This is a final call. Jerry Stone, $85. We're about to sell it. Amazing compilation there. And then Tomahawk. The last bid on Tomahawk that came in was Joshua Cross at 90. Yes, it's the super group with Mike Patton. We had some Faith No More albums earlier, a live album, just so in case y'all missed it. I'm assuming it's the Mike Patton Faith No More. Also, we have Plowing Into the Field of Love, Ice Age. That's a post-punk record, $19.99. $19.99. And the next thing that I have is no claims on those. So we had Czarface, Japan Droids, and American Football, a 15th anniversary edition. The notes from Laura is one of my favorite albums ever, and that is $39.99. American Football, that is available. We have Ice Age, sold to Rebecca Howitt, sold on Paul McCartney to Jerry Stone. He probably just took a sigh of relief. There has been last two of these we've had have been battles, Japanese and now this one. Jerry, thank you. That's sold to you for $85. Eddie Gutt on American Football. Thank you, Eddie Gutt. And then Fred second on Ice Age. Tomahawk has a new bid for $95. And that's at $95. And that's with Captain Crunch. We have Numero. Wow, what a cool cover. It looks like a Nintendo NES sleeve. It's electronic compilation. Very cool. What a cool jacket. This is die cut. Looks like a Nintendo sleeve. $29.99 on that. And we have Uppers, TV Priest, a post-punk, $14.99. Let me verify some of these other accounts over here before I take any additional bids. That account actually sounds familiar. Let me see what's going on over here. Let's see here. Have you bought from us before? I'm going to have to get Square pulled up. Oh, man. Let me go ahead and just open up. I'm going to have to, like, get into the weeds tonight, it looks like. All right. Let's see. Customers. All right. Customer directory. That's what I need. Let me go ahead and pull that up. I can do it faster on a desktop. Yeah. Okay. So, first thing we had was Tomahawk 95, Tomahawk 100. Rebecca Howard gets Uppers. Mike Massey was second. And then what was the Nintendo? I don't think it's anything related to Nintendo. It's called Numero, which is an electronic compilation. Nothing related to Nintendo. They probably don't want to get sued, but they kind of looks like a Nintendo game. $29.99. It's called Numero. Eddie Gutt. And then Jerry Stone also asked. Now, yeah, Captain Crunch is registered. We have Tomahawk at 100. You have been outbid. Joshua has it for 100. Sorry, names tonight that I'm not used to seeing over and over. I'm having to basically double check everything. We have Moaning, and this is $17.99. Uneasy Laughter on this color splatter. The note from Laura says fantastic synth pop. That is $17.99. The Czarface was $29.99. It's a 2 LP on kind of clearish vinyl. And now let's put up some more auctions, okay? Nirvana definitely going up for auction right now. The Nirvana and Hawkwind are going up for auction right now. Nirvana and Hawkwind. Hawkwind is called Quark, Strangeness, and Charm. Hawkwind is a 1977 U.S. Jacksonville OG with the original sleeve EX, and that's a $20 start. And Nirvana live in Ann Arbor. Wow. Pretty cool here. Nirvana live in Ann Arbor. Unofficial. Recorded live at the Blind Pig in Ann Arbor, Michigan, April 10th, 1990 on pink and white marble vinyl. A $35 start. I've never seen this before. There's the insert, a $35 start. And it has like an insert with it. Interesting. $35 start on that. So first is Captain Crunch. It has Tomahawk at 110. Nirvana 65, Nirvana 50. Next record in the bin is Waxahachie, St. Cloud. Waxahachie is $22.99, St. Cloud. We have Reptilians. Reptilians. It looks like Reptilians. It's a lo-fi indie record, $14.99. Also, Preoccupation, self-titled LP, Post-Punk 1999, and Heavy Days, Jeff the Brotherhood, Killer Psych from Nashville, limited to 250 copies, split greenish blue vinyl, $34.99. The next bid on Nirvana was $75 and then $100. It's jumped up already to $100. And then Hawkwind was a $20 start. As of right now, there's no bid on Hawkwind. Tomahawk got a new bid for $110. And then Thomas Hujar first on Waxahachie. Then Brett Thies. Now Nirvana $150. Now Tomahawk $115. Nirvana $175. Now Nirvana's at $200. And now Heavy Days is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. Fred Cardinal was second. This is RZA as Bobby Digital in Digital Bullet. This is $14.99. It's on yellow vinyl. Nirvana $225 is the high bid. Tomahawk, the last bid on that came in was Joshua back in at $115. Captain Crunch says he's out. Joshua, it's yours for $115. Speed Sound, Lonely KV EP, pink vinyl, $17.99. Let me pause there to say Hawkwind was a no bid for a $20 buy it now. This is Quark's Strangeness and Charm. And this is a 77 Jacksonville original. $20 buy it now on Hawkwind. Over here, Nirvana $230. Tim Colino on digital. Ivan R. second on that same record. Nirvana $250. And Joshua, the Tomahawk is a final call to you. The Nirvana record is a 1990 live concert recorded live at the Blind Pig, Ann Arbor, Michigan, April 10th, 1990 on pink and white marble vinyl. Bootleg, never seen it before. Pink marble vinyl. The high bid is with Rebecca Howard at $250. Has this like insert flyer with it as well. White Reaper, modern garage punk album for $14.99. Final call for $250. And Moon Duo, Mazes. Moon Duo $17.99. I'm going to grab the next Japanese auction, which is going to be the following. It is going to be a what? I have a Japanese pressing. Here's a deep purple I'm unfamiliar with, or at least maybe I don't recall this Obi. First thing we have is MT Matt says he'll take the Hawkwind. So let's sell that to MT Mac for $20. Joshua gets Tomahawk for $110. He can take a deep breath now. Whew. Now, earlier tonight, I had mentioned some other auctions over here, and I'm going to try to bump those up in rotation like this. The New York Dolls, a U.S. Hop Hog reissue. This is a U.S. Hop Hog reissue. The year's unknown, but this label for Mercury was used from 74 to 83. No condition notes and a nice jacket. It is a U.S., a $25 start. Their Nirvana is sold to Rebecca Howard for $250. That is sold to Rebecca for $250. Let's put that away. Nirvana is sold to Rebecca. The next claim was Eddie Gutt on White Reaper. Fred Cardinal was second. Fred Cardinal first on Moon Duo. The New York Dolls at $25. Joshua got that. Also, thank you, Captain Crunch. Sorry I was questioning your account. A lot of weird stuff happened tonight. I have not put up 3 singles for auction pretty much since the initial ones I showed. So let me get back to where I was showing singles over here. I'm going to grab the next 3 out of the box and see which random 3 singles I have grabbed. I told you these be very random. We have John Cougar Mellencamp, Paper and Fire. We have Randy and the Rainbows, Denise. and the highlight, City of Angels. The B-side of that one is Listen My Love. The B-side of Randy and the Rainbows has Come Back. And the B-side of John Cougar was Never Too Old. And those three, John Cougar has the picture sleeve, by the way, a $10 start. Finishing up this bin, Black Mountain, Wilderness Heart. That is a blues psych rock album for $17.99. And LCD Sound System, This Is Happening, $24.99. There's a note from Laura on the back. It says spectacular. Spectacular. Fleet Foxes, Helplessness Blues. Fleet Foxes is $24.99. Father John Misty plays on this album, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Rush debut album. It is a PRC Richmond reissue. Same thing for the New York Dolls. We don't know the exact pressing because this was used for a wide range of years, and there's no way to determine. We just know that it is a PRC Richmond reissue. It is a $35 start. It was in a cutout bin at some point. Can you believe this was in a discount bin, sealed at some point in a record store? Nobody was buying it. A $35 start for Rush. That's now up for bid. That is now up for bid as well. And that's a PRC Richmond reissue on that one. Those three singles are a $10 start. I see several new claims. The last claim that came in was New York Dolls 30, New York Dolls 31, Shakedown on LCD. Brett Thieves was second on that. Ronnie Ritchie on BM for Black Mountain. New York Dolls 35. Vicky said she wants the blue psych record. That was... Is that still left in here? I don't know if that's still left in here, Vicky. That might have got grabbed. Fred third on LCD. And Fleet Foxes also has the poster. It's always missing the poster. Ronnie Ritchie first to that one. Then Brent Robley. And final call on those three singles for $10. And this is $19.99. Hella. It's a great experimental math rock. Zach Hill from Death Grips in Hella. $19.99. And what is this? The name of the album is BITCH's. Ain't SHIT, but good people. Now, I could read those words out loud. I would afraid that some kids may have sensitive ears that are listening right now. So that is $19.99. The back of the Rush album. I can. There's the back of the Rush album. The Father John Misty was Fleet Foxes. It already got grabbed. Okay? The last bid on New York Dolls, Kristen's out. The last bid on New York Dolls was Kenneth Blair at $35. Okay? Now, the next thing that I have is a Japanese pressing of a Deep Purple album. And this is Deep Purple live in Japan. A little bit different cover. I guess I've had this one before. I guess one I don't see as often. A little bit different cover and Obi that I'm used to seeing. The vinyl is spectacular. There's a 1 LP. There's a 2 LP. There's a gatefold. And there's the cover with Obi. A $35 start. Deep Purple. A lot of purple going on. New York Dolls are purple. Rush is kind of a pinkish purple. And there's Deep Purple. Gregory bid $35 on New York Dolls first. He sure did. He actually bid $35 on New York Dolls almost 4 minutes ago, and then since then the bids went down. Gregory bid $35, and then there was a 30, then a 31, and then a 35. So Gregory has it for $35. Everybody else is out. Okay, these singles, these three singles are a buy it now for $10. No bid on those. Cougar, Mellencamp, Randy and the Rainbows, and the highlights. The only unsold auctions tonight is the Dream Theater box set. That is $275. The Dream Theater box set. Also over here we have Creedence. Let me set that down. We have Creedence and Elton John. Creedence Gold is $35 and the Elton John picture disc was $20. Those three singles are a $10 buy it now. All right, and there's 3 active auctions, but some of them are near the end. The high bid on New York Dolls, Gregory's in first at $35. Rush only has 1 bid for $40, and Deep Purple's a $35 start. Okay? Rush's debut album. I'm going to try to keep as many informational sticky notes. I forgot to put them on some of the auctions. All right, not much left in the lower crate as usual. And we're about to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl that's never been shown before. The first thing I have here, I Saved Latin, a tribute to Wes Anderson. This is I Saved Latin, a tribute to Wes Anderson. It is $19.99. It is a double LP, black vinyl, no condition notes. Japandroids, Massey effing Hall, 2 LP, $22.99. No one else has been on New York Dolls. I have not heard back. I really needed to hear back from Kenneth Blair. He has not bid yet. I had New York at 35. Gregory had it first. Kenneth bids got out of order. What happened, in case you missed it? New York Dolls, Gregory had it for $35 on YouTube. There's his 35. And then Kristen, or then you bid 30. He already bid 35. Then you bid 30. Then Kristen bid 31. And then you bid 35. But all that didn't even matter because he already had it at 35. So you're out. And then over here, we have Ivan R. on Latin. The other 4 Rush albums are up for pre-order, yes. I don't think I'm going to be able to get them. I hope so, but I think Craig and everybody has told me it's that's the only deal. Greg Hubers, unbelievably, you were the only bidder on Rush for $40. So we're going to go ahead and sell that to Greg for $40. And Christopher Dean, you were the only bidder. You were the only bidder on Deep Purple. So you were the only bidder on Deep Purple for $35. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Christopher Dean. I'm going to show you what's left in this bin, which now we're chipping away at them. Usually there's nothing left in these crates that lower marks. It's great, usually modern type stuff, and it's pre-owned at great prices, just saying. And then over here, the Bally single was The Highlights and Listen My Love and City of Angels. It's in the original sleeve. Those 3 are being sold together for $10. And then over here, Kenneth says he's done on the New York Dolls. He says, I'm out, I'm done. So that's sold to Gregory Roberts for $35. Next thing over here is Numero, and that was sealed for $29.99. Moaning, and this is Uneasy Laughter, $17.99 on that. Also Czarface, that's a 2 LP, $29.99. Reptilians, that's a lo-fi indie on pink vinyl for $14.99. And this is $19.99 post-punk preoccupation, self-titled. The last 2 in here was Speed Sound, Kurt Vile, $17.99 pink vinyl. And we have Hella, and that was $19.99. And Gregory says, Chad, put that Rush for Greg on my invoice, but he has to pay the shipping. And that was for Greg Hubers, okay? So Gregory says, Chad, put the Rush for Greg on my invoice, but he has to pay shipping. So Gregory would like to purchase the Rush album for Greg Hubers, but he still has to pay shipping to Canada. Yes, we can do that. And now the next comment over here was, which one? Fred Cardinal on Reptilians. That is sold. And Fred Cardinal on Preoccupations. That is sold. And Rebecca Howitt on Hella. That is sold. Laura would be very happy if y'all would knock out the rest of this crate. Kurt Vile, Czarface. We have Moaning, Numero, and Japandroids. Laura's putting up a free offer. A free custom sticker if somebody buys everything that's left in the crate. That should be worth its weight in gold. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next new vinyl crate right over here so we can read through some of these and see what we got. A couple of these are new releases too. I think a couple of these are new releases because it is Friday. You know, it is New Vinyl Friday. Usually new vinyl shows up on Mondays. Somebody asked earlier, will the Black Sabbath be on this week's invoice? No. Black Sabbath doesn't come out till next week. All right, so the next comment is color on Czar. Czarface was clear, and it was $29.99. Brett Thies on Kurt Vile. Brent Robley second in there. And then this is New Arrivals, yes. And that leaves Japandroids, Numero, Moaning, and Czarface. I'm going to leave those right over here so you can think about them. And I'm going to go ahead and say that crate is going off the table. And we still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through. I'm probably about to do back-to-back while we put up some other new auctions. Here we go. This is a new release that I think MOV had that I wasn't able to get. I can't believe I'm still drinking purple juice at 9 o'clock, but I am. And I still got some left. I'll save that for later. All right. Now, Nick Galletti, who asked the price on Czarface? Ivan asked the color. Nick Galletti is going to go ahead and claim it. So now we got Uneasy Laughter from Rebecca. And that just leaves these last 2. So there's a lot on the table. 2 records to be claimed and a free sticker. You just got to buy those last 2. Chris Knapp, all you got to say is I'll take those last 2. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the following. That next auction is going to go up right now. The Godfather soundtrack. This is OG. OG 1972 U.S. Presswell. OG Trifo Jacket. The original Godfather soundtrack. For a $20 start. That's up for bid. Tim Coleno says he'll take the last 2. Thank you, Tim Coleno. You can just send in the comments your own requested doodle. Well, that's not a doodle. That's a work of art she does back there. She will draw anything. You could even say, I want an exact copy of the Mona Lisa. She will give her best attempt. I'm speaking for her, though. She can speak for herself. I guess she has the right to reject some claims. By the way, I have some cassettes photographed for probably a post I'm going to make tomorrow. Be looking for that in the group. I've got a bunch stacked up where I can post them where y'all can just claim in the comments for $6.99. So, just FYI. All right, Godfather. Let's go ahead and get some other stuff going. I have enough Japanese pressings over here to keep us all fat and giggly for a while. The next thing I have, this has been kind of looking at me all night. Pink Floyd The Wall, which is OG. I feel like we've sold a bunch. I feel like we've sold a bunch here. And this is a 1979 Pink Floyd The Wall Pittman original with the title card. This is OG Pink Floyd. VG Plus still has the title card, a $35 start. The Godfather, The Wall, anything else with the in it we can put up. How about Bob Dylan and The Band? And this is a 74 U.S. Terre Haute original, a white label promo, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Now, the next thing we have is the following. We sold those last 2 records to Tim Coleno. Thank you. They're gone. Godfather 25. Fred, I've already sold your Pandroids. And then draw Chad's face. I don't know if she wants to do that. And then The Walls in VG Plus condition. Now, I think this is new and I missed the pre-order on it. It is Stone Sour. No, excuse me. Stabbing Westward. Darkest Days. $54.99. It's a 2 LP music on vinyl numbered. Stabbing Westward, $54.99. Limited edition of 1500 on gold and black marble vinyl, $54.99. Pink Floyd 35. Pink Floyd is at 50. The Godfather is an OG press. It has a bid for 25. It's a 72 Presswell original with a trifold jacket. Just a little bit of a ding up here on the cover. It opens up to the wedding scene and pictures from the film. Really cool. The Godfather. It's OG. It has a bid. It's a 72 Presswell EX edition. Stabbing Westward is new. I don't think I've ever had that before. We have Pink Floyd now at 50. That took a big jump all of a sudden. And now the this is, where am I at? The Band, white label promo, $20 on that. Stabbing Westward is sold to Jeremy Todd and Fred Cardinal. It's called Darkest Days. If I think I can still get these in large quantities, you may see this pop up as a pre-order in the group. We had a request. This was a big pre-order. We sold out, and then someone wanted one, and I was like, well, I can't get them anymore, but I'll try. Or I don't think I'll get them anymore, but I'll try. And this is Man-O-War, The Hell of Steel. Man-O-War is a first time on vinyl, 2 LP greatest hits for Man-O-War. I was hoping these would come in tomorrow for Metal Night. However, Paul S. was on a waiting list. That's Paul S. over on YouTube. And Man-O-War is sold to Paul S. So thank you, Paul S. And I've got 2 more left if anybody else wants one. Godfather 27, Godfather 35, Pink Floyd's at 50. Final call on Bob Dylan and the Band, a white label promo. Let's grab 3 more singles from the box over here. I'm putting up 3 random singles at a time. You'll have to keep reminding me. And here is the next 3. George Thorogood, I Drink Alone. Bonnie Tyler, Straight from the Heart. And Total Eclipse of the Heart. And how about Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Godfather 27, Godfather 35. What's the condition of the wall? Both discs have been graded VG Plus condition. Man-O-War is $46.99, 2 LP. Also, here's Stone Sour. Now, this was in a Hatchet Ed crate the other night. I told everybody I don't know if I could still get them. When I checked, I could. Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, Part 1, gold vinyl, $39.99. $39.99, Stone Sour. Yo La Tango, and then Nothing Turned Itself Inside Out. It's a quote, and then Nothing Turned Itself Inside. And that's a quote from Out. Yo La Tango, 2 LP, $44.99. I've got 2 of those. That always seemed like a popular album. And then here's the other Everclear, which I've never had before. Another one from Intervention Records. So much for the Afterglow. Everclear is $56.99. It's a 25th anniversary, 180 gram. Everclear is $56.99. And here is Hello, I'm Dolly. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. This is Dolly's debut album from Vinyl Me Please. Dolly Parton is $34.99. Let's look up old Dolly. No waiting list for Dolly. Nope. Yep, so Dollies are available, both of them. And I went in to order like 5 or 7, and there was only 2 in stock. Can we get more? I think I can. But that is $34.99. So here's what happened. The Godfather was the final call to Tracy for $35. Pink Floyd was the final call for $50 with Michael Hamburger. Lucas, thank you for letting me know you're out. And then the singles got a bid for $10. I haven't sold anything from NXS yet. The singles got another bid for $10 and then $10. And then $12 and then $12. And then $15, then $15. And then Jeremy Todd got an Everclear. And then Brent Robley got an Everclear. And now the Godfather has a new bid for $38. Tracy, you're out. Fred Carnell, I'll put you on a waiting list for Everclear. Fred, I'll put you on a waiting list for Everclear. Now the singles are at $20. And Fred's on a waiting list for Everclear. This is Modest Mouse. Good news for people who love bad news. $38.99 for Modest Mouse. Also, we got 2 of those, and I've only got 1, Gorgoroth. And Gorgoroth is called Pentagram. Looks like it's on white and black split, and that is $38.99. $38.99. Also, we have Bob Dylan and the Band, a white label promo going as a no bid for $20. Wow. A white label promo with hop sticker. No bid, VG Plus for $20. Godfather's at $40. Nobody else been on Pink Floyd. That is sold to Michael Hamburger for $50. Don't worry, there'll be more of those come through. That album only sold 23 million copies. However, it's not like they're just laying around everywhere. These 3 singles are at $20 with Jeremy Rourke. That's a going once, a going a twice. And then the Bob Dylan is sold to Brandon Johnson for $20. Seemed like a crazy deal for me. To me, for me, not for me, for y'all. Brandon Johnson for $20. Carol was 2nd. Nick Bargeron 3rd. Romelu 4th. Scott Blair 5th. And then here I've got 3 copies of Catatonia. Nightmares as Extensions of the Waking State. Never had that one before. Yellow vinyl, $33.99. We got all kinds of great stuff over here still to auction. How about the Brian Jonestown Massacre? Do what? What did I say? Brian Jonestown Massacre. This is called Bravery, Repetition, and Noise. And this is a 2007 UK, limited 2,000 on purple vinyl. First time on vinyl, out of print ever since. The one and only pressing. This one right here, a $35 start. Next thing over here is 32 KLGBHJ said, I guess my bid didn't count. Well, the problem was it was already a bid of $50 on the wall. And I said final call, and then you bid 55. I thought that said 35. I have a major error. I thought you bid 35. I was like, oh, they must be behind on the delay or something. There was a bid that came in. I read that as 35. Look, 35 from 32 KL. So that is a mistake on my end. Who had it for 50? Michael Hamburger, you were actually outbid, and I greatly apologize. There was a legitimate bid that came in for $55. Sorry about that. So that's still up for bid. That was fair and square. I just screwed up. Brian Jonestown, 35-37. The Godfather, Tracy has her for 40. That's a final call. And these three singles are sold to Jeremy Rourke for $20. Jeremy, those sold to you for $20. Now, I've got two copies of No Doubt Return of Saturn. No Doubt is $39.99. No Doubt is $39.99. Evidently, I missed bids and I missed a lot of questions about Pink Floyd. It's back up, fair and square. The high bid's $55. It's a 1979 U.S. Pittman original with the title card, gatefold, 2 LP. It has the original sleeves. It's complete. It's OG. It's VG Plus. It has the title card. If you want to bid, you got to outbid 32K. He has it for $55. Sorry, Michael Hamburger. Sorry, 32K. Sorry, Tony McDaniel. But if y'all want to bid, now's the time. Brian Jonestown's at 37. I've got 3 copies here of Placebo, Sleeping with Ghost. Placebo is $29.99. $29.99 Placebo. Also, Breaking Benjamin Aurora. Breaking Benjamin's $29.99. And 2 copies here of Weezer. Everything Will Be All Right in the End. Weezer is $36.99. Let me just do a double check. Make sure I don't have anybody waiting for that to come in. That would be AKA a waiting list. And Weezer, Maladroit. There's a waiting list for Maladroit. I thought so, but not for this one. $36.99 on that. Next thing we have Not So Typo Negative. Hall & Oates Japanese. H2O is the one I have. I can run it if you want me to. Not for sure if that's the one you're talking about. We have Not So Typo Negative, but Jeremy Todd does want Breaking Benjamin. Thomas Hujar, I haven't heard back from you on Brian Jonestown, and I haven't heard back from anybody else on Pink Floyd. Now, the problem is 32. I can't sell that to you until I hear back. I've got to hear back from Michael Hamburger because he might have thought he won, left the chat, and has no idea that he just got outbid. So we can't sell that to anybody unless I hear back from Michael Hamburger. I got to hear back from him. Otherwise, I can't sell it to anybody. And then Tracy Miller gets Godfather for 40. Now, if I don't hear back from him, we basically got to wait till he's back on the chat before anything else happens. Because I called it sold to him, and now it's back up. He might already closed out of his app, locked his phone, and asleep right now. But Michael, if you are out there, let me know if you want to bid again. He's back in at $58. He's unfortunately not asleep. He's still watching. Now, Craig, you also just got outbid, and now Craig's right back in at 40. Rebecca Howitt wants on the waiting list for Breaking Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin Aurora, waiting list on that for Rebecca Howitt. And yes, there is a Placebo. The Placebo is called Sleeping with Ghost for $29.99. We have The Offspring self-titled. The Offspring is $33.99. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $46.99 for Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits. The next auctions I had, let's see what's going on here with Mr. Hall & Oates, H2O. Hall & Oates is a Japanese pressing. It is a $35 start. It is a, whoop, I just smacked the camera with it. It's good to go though, and so is the camera. $35 start. There's that. This one has a, wow, wait a minute here. I don't think this goes with it. You know, the last time I had one of these, let me show y'all what it ended up being. This must have been something very common. That is not going to be part of the auction because I'll show you why. The last time I had something like this, let me show y'all what it turned out to be. This must have been something they did in Japan, because I opened a Japanese Cheap Trick one night, and this was inside of it. And so I don't know what they did over in Japan, but I would like to find out the story on these, because this is the third one I've found like this before. It's like a cardboard insert, and that is definitely signed by And when I first seen this, I was like, oh, that's cool. It's an insert with their signatures. And then I set it off to the side because I wanted to look at it closer, and it's live ink. And I'm like, holy crap, that's actually signed by Cheap Trick. And then here, this is signed by Daryl Hall and John Oates. And it's the same kind of material with like a logo. I don't know what they did over in Japan to get those signatures like that, but that's obviously a pretty cool item to have. So let me make sure two things. This is live ink. It looks like it. Yeah, it's definitely live ink. And then I'll get that authenticated, make sure it's real. How cool is that? But see, one night live, I pulled out a Cheap Trick, and that was inside of it. Which I still have this for sale, by the way. We had to get it authenticated, but wow. I'm glad you requested Hall & Oates, David. That's a pretty cool find. So, let me make sure there's nothing else in here. There is. They don't really go with albums. It's not like these were supposed to come with these. I think they just randomly signed them with stuff. So, but here's what I'll do now. I'll put this up for a $1 start. Hall & Oates is going to go up for a $1 start. And celebratory of finding a set of Hall & Oates autographs. A $1 start. Okay? It don't really go with an auction. It don't really go with a record. The Cheap Trick don't really go with a record. It was just a random insert. It's just a random deal. So, but now it's up for bid. We'll have to get that authenticated. I want to make sure they're real. I got to make sure it's live and it's real. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Pink Floyd's at $58. Brian Jonestown Massacre, $40. The Wall's at $60. Michael's out. What's the Pink Floyd price? Pink Floyd is at $60 with 32 KL. $60 with 32 KL. Thomas is out on Brian Jonestown Massacre. That is sold to Craig for $40. Okay? That's sold. Now, the Cheap Trick signatures are $475. And I can sell you a Cheap Trick album and just slip them in there. It was inside of a Budokan. It was inside of a Cheap Trick at Budokan. So, I can get you one of those. It's kind of like the same thing, but that set is... What makes this unique is it's all signed on one piece. So, signature signed all together on one piece is pretty desirable. And this is, of course, the desirable lineup. This is Xander, Nielsen, Peterson, and Carlos. $475. Rebecca does not want on the Breaking Benjamin waiting list. Okay? Pink Floyd is sold. Now, I got to ask this first-time buyer, have you registered through our website, 32KLJ or 32KLBJHC? The operations department's going to hate me. His name is 32KL. We'll call him 32KL. 32K or 32KL. Have you registered? He says his info was sent. Thank you. That's so do you appreciate it. Now, we started Hall & Oates at $1. It's now at $27. It's now at $27. And now here's Fuel. I've got Fuel in stock. I've never had this record before. Something Like Human. And this does have their hit song, Hemorrhage in My Hands. Fuel is $38.99. Fuel, Something Like Human. I have 5 of those. $38.99. Never had that before. Looks really cool. So, I was going through I want to show it to y'all if I can find it. I found another really cool record. I don't know what I've done with it. Okay, so those are available. And the last thing in here is Def Leppard, On Through the Night. And that was $33.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction. Stone Temple Pilots. Do we have a Stone Temple Pilots tonight, Laura? There's been 2 or 3 people say STP. We do. Oh, I hadn't done the $50 and Upstart stuff, so I better do that now. This. Stone Temple Pilots. Self-titled. Didn't somebody just ask for this the other night? And I didn't know what they were talking about because this has never been in stock to order since I've been selling new vinyl. This is not in print. Sealed copies have sold for as much as $325. This is STP. We're going to put it up for $125 start. It is sealed, $125 start. And then this is Sufjan Stevens invites you to come and feel the Illinois. And this is a 2005 US OG original, first press, indicated by the balloon sticker hiding Superman on the front cover. They had to hide Superman prior to release due to copyright infringement. It's a limited edition to 5,000, also $125 start. And some of these have sold for as much as $250. So this has a balloon sticker covering up Superman, indicating it's a first press. It's also going up for $125 start. So 2 I've kind of forgot about tonight, $920, and they're going up for auction. Now we got Fuel. And Fuel is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa, Anthony Clark, Jake Perganson. And I've got 3 sold, and I've got 2 Fuels left. I'm going to put those in the crate. And let's read through these one more time. David has Hall & Oates. David has the Hall & Oates for $30. It looks like it's going to be his final call. Maybe I can find some more $1 Japanese. Maybe I can find some more autographs down these Japanese pressings. I just don't know where those things came from. Those inserts like that. I'd like to get the story on how they acquired those. Because if you go on Discogs, there's no mention of autographs. You will not find autographs mentioned anywhere. All right, so Stone Temple Pilots is a US. This one's out of print. It's sealed. It's a 2010 US original OG. We've already got 2 bids for $125. Really cool here. I don't think I've ever had this. You know, all the other STPs are either in print or they've been some kind of reissue of them. Even the later stuff, I've never had this before. I've never really seen it. I don't recall this too much. And I think this was the last one that had Scott on it before he passed away. 125, 125. That's the high bids. So that means Josh Brown, you're out. David, you get Hall & Oates for $30. Thank you on that. Let's keep the show rolling first with a quick recap. I did say I was going to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl, and I have got to read through these one more time, okay? Just very quickly, because there's like crazy stuff in here I thought they would sell. We have first the new Stabbing Westward from Music on Vinyl, Darkest Days, limited edition 1500, gold and black marble, $54.99. Also, we have Manowar, the best of Manowar, Hell of Steel. Manowar is $46.99. Limited numbered, silver vinyl, $46.99. Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, Part 1, $39.99. Yola Tango, $44.99. And then Nothing Turned Its Side Out. Something. That's a tough title to read. Dolly, Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Modest Mouse, Good News for People Who Love Bad News, $38. Gorgoroth, $38.99, and that one's for Pentagram. I've got 3 copies of Catonia, Nightmares as Extensions. That's $33.99. STP's now at $150. Final call. Nobody's been on Sufjan Stevens for $125. The median on this thing's $163. OG. Several people I thought was interested in that. Now a final call. And over here is our next auction. Let's try another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have for you is ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. ABBA's Greatest Hits is going to go up for a $35 start. She Was the Dancing Queen. $35 start. There's that. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the gatefold. So many great titles in here. So many great records. I went through a lot of playlists. I was like, I guarantee a bunch of this is going to sell. I think it's going to sell in the second round. Yes, Field does have hemorrhage on it. And then Anthony Clark got a Stone Sour. That was in a putback bin the other night. A lot of people wanted them. I didn't think I could get them anymore. And then Jeff Dedman on Modest Mouse. And then over here, we got Hiram Aponte on Cattonia. And then Darren Chrisman on Gorgoroth. There we go. That's more like it. And then I've got 2 copies here of No Doubt, Return of Saturn. Haven't had that in a while, $39.99. I've got 3 placebos left, Sleeping with Ghost, $29.99. All 3 of those still available. Weezer, Everything Will Be All Right in the End, $36.99. The Offspring self-titled for $33. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, $46.99. And here's Feel, Something Like Human. Yes, that does have, if you know the song Hemorrhage, if you don't think you know it, if you heard it, you would know it. Def Leppard's $33.99. Let me jump over here and show you the next 3 singles. Let's pull 3 singles at random for a $10 start. We have Andres Vollenwater, Flight Feet. We have Cecil V, Robbie Neville, and Aretha Franklin. And that is Respect, and You're All I Need to Get By. That's a double-sided hit thing. Those 3 singles. Singles? I feel like I just said S-A-N-G-L-E-S. Those singles are a $10 start. Now, the last bid on STP was $150 with Josh Brown. Lucas did bid $125 on Sufan. So, Lucas, you have that at $125. That is a bid locked in, final call. Josh Brown has STP at $150. Seems like a great price. And then ABBA's a $35 start. No bid on that yet. Sealed copy. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Let's go through another new crate. I'm going to keep these right here behind me in case you start to feel a little frisky on a Friday night and you're like, you know what, Chad? I'm feeling a little frisky. Go ahead and give me what's left in there. Let's go ahead and go through this crate right here. And let's see what I got left in here. What is that? Let's go through. Yeah, let's go through this one. First thing I got is another Vinyl Me Please exclusive that I have never, ever had before. Never, ever had it before. I've only got a couple, though. There was a Fuel record. It was Fuel. This was, I think, tonight, some of the best batch of new vinyl I've had. I just think everybody's, like, sleeping on me right now. Something Like Human, $38.99. There it is. There it is. All right. Now, ABBA has a bid. We're about to clean the board. First thing is these singles didn't get a bid. It's a $10 buy it now. You can buy those 3 singles for a $10 buy it now. First thing I have is STP. So did Josh Brown for $150. And now ABBA, I'm glad you bid because I was about to sell it to Michael because it didn't have a bid for the longest. And now it's at, no, wait a minute. That says Aretha 45. I thought that said ABBA. I got to get my glasses on. Lucas, you get Sufan for $125. And now we have this. Michael Wood 35. So what I'm going to do, those 3 singles are sold to Mix Amy for $10. Those were those last 3 right there. Those are being sold in a lot. Those are sold for $10. And then what are the singles? I just sold them. And then ABBA then is sold to Michael Wood for $35. Now the board's clean. Let's put up Blonde on Blonde and anything else over here. We still got like a half a crate of stuff to auction, okay? I still got a half a crate of stuff to auction. We're still going to be selling vinyl for a couple hours tonight. We have so many new arrivals still to do. So many still new arrivals. I mean, like gobs. And then about 11:30, we're going to knock out CDs for a couple hours. The board's cleared, so let's get new auctions going. The next thing I have is Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. Oh, wow. This is the OG pressing in mono. It's a 66 U.S. Pittman original. A first press Claudia Cardindale inside gatefold. VG minus. It is a VG minus copy. This is the OG first pressing, though. A good way to know is that label. First of all, the label, and then it says mono. That would be 2 good steps. If you don't have a label that looks like that, then there's no way it can be OG. But here is the true test. Inside of this gatefold, they used an image of Claudia Cardindale, and she said, "Bob, you didn't have my permission." I don't know if these are true and hard facts, but here's kind of how it went down. I just think he thought she was really pretty, and he put a picture of her inside of this jacket, and evidently she didn't like that or didn't have permission, and so they had to redact it, and then they pressed them later without that image in there. So there's that. I think Bob just thought she was pretty and probably thought he could, you know, like hey, I'll put you my album jacket and then we can get married. And that's a $25 start. There's Bob Dylan. And then the next auction is going to be typo negative. So if you want just a true OG, I've sold these for hundreds of dollars in high grade. Hundreds of dollars. However, that copy is VG minus, but it's a good placeholder because it's a pretty desirable Dylan collectible. We have typo negative, slow, deep, and hard. Now, I have these in stock right now. I don't have the Run Out Groove version. This is from the Run Out Groove. It's a limited edition on clear and green vinyl, and that is going to go up for a $35 start. Bob Dylan's at $25 and now $26. All right, now the next three singles are going up right now. He thought Claudia was pretty. I'll put her in my album jacket. She'll be impressed, and then she'll want to marry me. And she evidently got pretty mad. She said, what? I don't want on your album. If Bob called me right now and said, hey, Chad, I want to put you inside of my album jacket, I'd be like, go right ahead, buddy. Just make sure you put our social media handles. We have the Beach Boys, Caroline No, and Wouldn't It Be Nice? The Beach Boys, Caroline No. What a great song. And then we have Dead Eye Dick, New Age Girl. Is that what that says? And then Whitney Houston, I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Here we go. So new stuff here very quickly because we got a lot of ground to make up. Vinyl Me Please, Dolly Parton. First ever vinyl release, limited 2000 on Green Galaxy, $34.99. $34.99. We have Kiss, Peter Criss. This is sold to Michael Rudolph. Michael, if you're watching, I got a whole set of solo albums for you except for Paul Stanley. So, Michael, if you're watching, I was able to get Peter, Gene, and Ace, but unfortunately, I don't have a Paul yet. I've got them back ordered. So, this is sold to Michael Rudolph, $36.99. Guy, there's a Taylor Swift record coming up, I think, in this crate. A new sealed Taylor Swift record. There's two Peter Criss. That's the 2014. This is the all Kiss remasters. If I say it's a 2014, these are exact replicas of the way they were released back in the day. It has a poster, an inner sleeve, everything just like they did when these solo albums came out. $36.99. I've got 3 copies of Paradise Lost Gothic. Paradise Lost Gothic is $33.99. And here is Soulfly. Soulfly is $38.99. That's a self-titled album. $38.99 for Soulfly. And I've got 3 copies of Cannibal Corpse. Now, when I was ordering metal stuff, there was only 2 Cannibal Corpse albums I could get. This one and the other one won't be here till Monday. Their stuff, this one's called Bloodthirst. 180 gram black vinyl with lyric insert, 2-sided post. Thing about Cannibal Corpse, the biggest distributor in the country, they have 0 records in stock from Cannibal Corpse. Nothing's in stock. Nothing. I've never been able to stock a lot of Cannibal Corpse. Never in stock. I guess the demand's high like most other metal. Next thing is the story so far, Def Leppard. Todd, I told you. I don't know if Todd saw. I told you I'd have these back in stock. And Todd saw, here is your Def Leppard, along with several other people. I told you. I made a promise. Todd almost didn't want to go on a waiting list. I said, I promise. I will have these in for you by Friday. And here it is Friday. And Joe Delgado, Todd Saw, and Solarplex Studios all gets a Def Leppard. This is called The Story So Far, the best of Def Leppard. 16 greatest hits, Animal, Pour Some Sugar on Me. These 3 are sold. And I have approximately 1 left. I have approximately 1 left. $46.99. We had 3 people on a waiting list. Let's update some bidding. So I put up Dylan. And Dylan got bids for 25 and then 26 and then 30 and then 35 and then 25 and then Typo 35, then Dylan 36, then Dylan 31, then Typo 35 again, then Dylan 30, then Dylan 50. Then Typo 40, then the singles 10, then the singles 10, then the singles 11, then the singles 12, then the singles 13, and Jeremy Todd on SoFly. Jeremy Todd on SoFly, the singles are at 15. What year is the Typo negative? It is a run-out groove pressing. It is a 2021. We have Killing Me, Life is Killing Me, Slow, Deep, and Hard, and October Rust are the 3 I can get. Bloody Kisses is always out of stock. If I can get a copy of Bloody Kisses in, I'm usually lucky. Next thing we have is the singles are at 16. Next thing in here is the Ace Frehley solo album. So this is also sold to Michael Rudolph, $33.99. That's a 2014 remaster. Ace is my favorite of the solo albums. New York Groove is by far the biggest hit out of all that solo album stuff that came out. But I'm in Need of Love is cool, and then Rip It Out. But I like I'm in Need of Love. Very cool here. Mr. Zimmerman's at $40 of Randy Klein. Bob Dylan at $40. The high bid on Dylan was at $50 with Todd Saw. He already has it at $50. Now, these three singles are with Amanda at $16, and then Typo Negative. I feel like we're tied for some reason. So Typo opened at $35 with John. Then Matt Marco tied him. And then Matt Marco bid $40. So John Darden, you're out on Typo Negative. And now we got Stuck 73 on Ace Frehley. There's that. Stuck 73 on Ace Frehley. And then we've got 3 copies of Third Eye Blind, a collection. Third Eye Blind, Semi-Charmed Life, Graduate, How It's Gonna Be, Never Let You Go, Jumper. Third Eye Blind is $39.99. $39.99. I was going, as you can see, I was going through a lot of like alternate rock collection playlists to just remind my brain of some of this stuff. And some of these songs, like I thought I knew all the Third Eye Blind hits, but there was another one that I found that I like a lot more than I think some of the other ones I've heard. And it's on that collection, Third Eye Blind, $39.99. That's essentially a greatest hits. I've got 2 copies of Modest Mouse, We Were Dead Before the Ship Even Sank. Modest Mouse is $44.99, and Sepultura Chaos AD. Let me see which waiting list I have for Sepultura still. I think we've scratched them all off. Let's see here. Sepultura. We had a waiting list for Arise. Those already came in, so that's good. So Chaos AD is available, $46.99. All right, so I think it's time to put the final call on some auctions. Randy has Bob Dylan for $60. That is an OG VG minus. It's at $60 with Randy Klein. Typo Negative is now at $40 with Matt Marco. Jim Berg wants a Cannibal Corpse, and that is Bloodthirst. Thank you. That's sold to him. And then these 3 singles are sold to Amanda Darby. And Amanda, those are sold to you for $16. Appreciate that. And now we have something. Oh, and there was a waiting list for this. Anthrax Worship Music, which I'm very glad to be getting in stock. I didn't think hardly anything like this was in print. Very nice to get these. Gatefold, single LP, black vinyl. There's 2 people on a waiting list, Chuck Taylor and Jamie Butler. Chuck Taylor and Jamie Butler. So I've got 2 Anthraxes sold, and there are approximately 5 still left. I figured anything like this, I always wanted to have plenty of copies. A band like Anthrax, I just wish the rest of their catalog, some of those we sold last night. And then here is the 3rd solo album, Gene Simmons, $36.99. Also sold to Michael Rudolph, and there's 1 left there. Chad, there was a Metallica pin in my last box of records. Sure. Yeah, I think we sold some pins one night during a coin sale, like pinback buttons of metal and hard rock bands, and we misplaced a couple. I lost Bob's and I lost Brian Call's. Well, I found them down in a comic book box. They fell down inside of a comic book box, and when I found them, I told Tanner, I said, don't build these because I lost them. They asked about them a dozen times. I know Brian asked about them a bunch, and I was like, I felt bad for losing something somebody bought. Little button fell down in a comic book box. I said, just throw that in their order and send it to them. No reason to bill them now. It's been too long. And now Typo Negative is sold. And this is sold to Matt Marco for $40. Now, I have this exact same album in stock. I have this exact same album in stock on green vinyl for pretty much the same price. $39.99 if anybody wants one. You can buy one right now on green and black marble vinyl for pretty much this exact same price. Actually, 1 penny less. If anybody wants one, just let me know. I can go dig them out. Bob Dylan is sold to Randy Klein for $60. Let's get our other auctions up and rolling. Okay? Never got invoiced for ZZ Top. Well, when something like that happens, Hiram, 1 or 2 things. It never got keyed in, or it got tagged to the wrong person. So one or two things have happened. It's either somewhere in the bottom of a box because they're so thin. When I was putting those over there, I should have never put those in a crate because they were too thin. I bet they probably got misplaced. They probably never got a sticker. Anthrax is $29.99. I will be on the lookout for them. Every once in a while, I'll walk around in the back room and I'll find stuff and I'm like, this isn't right. This should have already been shipped out or paid for, or, and then I'll figure out that it didn't get invoiced or wrong person, something like that. Let's put up a couple more auctions. I got a Miles Davis and I got an NXS. Anthrax is $29.99. We got Miles Davis. This is a 1961. We got volumes 1 and 2 together. This is a gatefold. This is a gatefold, right? Yeah. This is volumes 1 and 2 together. A 61 OG, Columbia 6i, VG condition, a $35 start. And sometimes you'll see these separate. This is the gatefold OG with both volumes together. Very cool. There's the vinyl. We've graded both discs, overall VG, a $35 start. And then NXS is an 84 US Carrollton OG Club, a nice copy at EX with the original inner sleeve, and NXS is going to go up for a $20 start. Mark Riley on Anthrax. Thank you, Mark Riley. That's so do you. So here's what's left in this bin, and then we're going to go through another bin of new arrivals. Laura's working on a crate right now. We got to do that. We have 2 copies of Dolly, Pure and Simple. Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Peter Chris was $36. We got Paradise Lost for $33. Soulfly is $38. Cannibal Corpse, $33. Def Leppard, $46. Ace Frehley, $33. Third Eye Blind is $39. Modest Mouse is $44. Sepultura is $46. Anthrax is $29. And then Gene Simmons is $36. All right. So Miles Davis has already taken off. $35.35, NXS 22. Let's grab a couple more singles, but let's grab a new arrivals bin plus Japanese auctions. David Johnson's like, thank you. David, I can go ahead and tell you this right now. We're going to have a blitz of Japanese stuff probably tomorrow because there's a whole nother crate I hadn't even gone through. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff John's marked. All this great check condition. I'm halfway through the crate and I'm starting to get dizzy. Holy moly, I might fall over. Yep, I'm starting to get dizzy. Oh no, where's my purple juice? I mean blue juice. I'm seeing colors. What the heck is going on? This is like the best essentials I've ever seen. Let's go ahead and go through this. Y'all going to like this crate. All new arrivals, check condition. It's time to start doing some jumping jacks and get focused. Let's sell everything in here right off the bat. New arrivals, sticker price. I think y'all going to like this. NXS 22, NXS 24, NXS 26. Chad's going to stretch his legs. Chad's doing pretty good for having about 3 hours sleep. Chad's a little hungry. Chad needs a little bit of blue juice. Chad needs to put up some more 45s. Chad needs some water more than blue juice, but he's going to drink blue juice instead. This has been a pretty crazy show. I feel like it's been so much activity, but I also feel like I've been in slow motion for about 5 hours. I hope it hasn't appeared that way on y'all's view. When the sells over tonight, I'm going straight to get some sleep. I stayed here way too early in the morning setting up for this dollar sale. I told Tanner, I said, it's up to y'all tomorrow. I'm going to have some new stuff that I've dug out. I'm going to leave it up there for them. Everything else, it's up to y'all. If you're coming back tomorrow for the dollar sale, John was putting new stuff out when he was leaving. I'll have a few more things. It'll be like you're digging through all fresh stuff again. Chad's got to get some sleep. Otherwise, tomorrow, he's going to be like walking death or creeping death. We got Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, an OG copy for $14.99. It is in VG condition. What the heck's going on? Bon Jovi, that's what I should be starting the bid at. VG, $14.99. Aerosmith rocks. I'm back. Back in the saddle again. I like going through records like this. I can tell you about everything about every one of them. Aerosmith has the original on her sleeve. EX, $22.99. The Seeds, this has always been a desirable album. It's in VG condition, $24.99. The Seeds, it is VG. I hardly ever, never, ever see high-grade copies. $24.99 for The Seeds. Also, we have Power Blues. What a cool comp this is. And it's an official label from London. Really cool shiny foil cover. It's got John Mayall, Otis Spann, 10 years after. That is $17.99. And Johnny Winters, Saints and Sinners. Johnny Winters in VG condition. He has the original on her sleeve, and that is $9.99. Also over here, the first thing we have is Miles Davis 35, Miles Davis 35, NXS 22, NXS 24, NXS 26, NXS 28. We have NXSs at 30. We got Amanda Darby on BJ for Bon Jovi. Thank you, Amanda Darby. Stuck 73 next. Gregory on A for Aerosmith. He's back in the saddle again. Dennis next on Bon Jovi. And then we have Blue Cheer. Here's one you won't see as often in their catalog. It's VG condition, Phillips label, $24.99. Woody, you were next on Bon Jovi. Johnny Winter is sold to Michael Peevler. Shows like him in quicksand. That's how I felt too. I got to save us. I've got to save us. There's only one way I can save us, and that's with 3 more singles going up for auction. Here's our next 3 singles. I've got Paul Simon, 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. We have Paul Simon, My Little Town. Art Garfunkel sings on there with them. And Bruce Springsteen, Cover Me. Those next 3 singles are a $10 start. I've got about 50,000 singles we can auction. Next thing I have in here is Pink Floyd, Uma Guma. Pink Floyd's in VG Plus condition, $29.99. Joshua wants the blues comp. Are we done on NXS? The last bid that came in on NXS was Terry Gearhart at 30. John Durden, just so you know, you're out. Miles Davis, I feel like there was no move after those opening bids. There wasn't. Donna bid 35 and Oso bid 35. Oso, I have not heard back from you since that opening bid, which was about 4 minutes ago. Donna bid first. Let me know if you want back in for more. Now the singles are at 11. We got guitars to do. Yes, Alabama, VG Plus, $9.99. Dixieland Delight. Vicky Yoshikawa says she'll take the seeds. That's so to Vicky Yoshikawa. Also, Stephen Steele's Manassas, VG Plus, $19.99. We have Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, VG condition. This has the updated sticker on the back. The very first pressings of Bruce Springsteen, they misspelled John Landau's name. John Lando. They misspelled his name, and they had to put these stickers over them. So that's a pretty early pressing, but it does have the updated credits. VG condition, $9.99. Now, the true first pressings, or the promos, have the script, which I've actually been able to have 2 of those, which is like one of the most expensive albums you probably can obtain. That's a promo or stock copy. Very cool. I've had 2 of them since I've been a record dealer. I think I sold one for 30. Well, I know I sold one for 3,500. I forgot about the other one. Maybe somebody. I auctioned one here one night. It was big money. The 45's 10, the 45's 11, the 45's 13. Donna, you've been outbid on Miles Davis, 36. Donna right back in at 37. Juanita Gagney on Pink Floyd. Thank you. And now he's out on that. And Chad Davis on Alabama. And then Joe Farrell on Bruce Springsteen. Carol bought the other one. Yep, Carol bought the other one. Was it around 2,000? I don't know. 25? It was somewhere around there. And I sold one. I sold one on. I think I sold one on eBay back before I really built up this audience. It's like right when I first started doing a lot of sales, and I didn't think I could sell. I probably could have sold it here. But either way, moving on. That's a really cool record to own. How about this? Jimi Hendrix Essentials Volume 2. It does have the singles. Now, this, unfortunately, someone has took a piece of tape and like tried to tape it to the cover. I wish they hadn't have done that. It is Jimi Hendrix. It does have the bonus single, VG Plus. So there's a quick history on Born to Run. Yeah, that's a grail. That's a big album. If you ever seen one with a script, thank you. Or thank you. If you ever seen one with a script, you can thank yourself because you found a grail. It looks like this. It just has like cursive. And you can probably go get one right now, but I'd say it'd be probably hard to buy one right now for $2,500. You might can get one for that right now. I hadn't checked prices in a while. Spirit is EX edition, $17.99. I know I've seen some in really good shape sell for closer to $5,000 though. The Doors Morrison Hotel, 1970 CTH press. The Doors is in VG Plus, $39.99. Electra, Red Electra, nice. That should be OG for that album, 1970. Jim Hamburger on Jim. He says he'll go ahead and take the Jimi Hendrix. And now NXS. That's done. We can go ahead and sell that and put up some new stuff. And NXS is sold. And NXS is sold. And that's sold to John. That's not sold to John Durden. He went out. It is sold to Terry Gearhart for $30. That's sold to Terry Gearhart for $30. All right, there's Miles Davis at 40. And then there is these three singles. Are we done? These three singles has a high bid with David Polkey for $13. We're about to sell those together. We're putting up three at a top. It's Spirit Psych. I wouldn't put it as Psych. They look Psych. Spirit is like, man, I don't know. It's rock. It's under the umbrella of rock. It's classic rock. It's no, I don't know if I want to slap Psych on there. I don't know if I want to slap Psych on there, but it's close. It could get into Psych. VG Plus, $39.99. MG Sanchez gets him a Morrison Hotel. Mr. Oh So Adventure, way out there on the West Coast. Donna has Miles Davis at $40. She has that at $40. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. Let's do one that I haven't had in a while and one I haven't shown tonight. And this is Peter Frampton's Story. The Peter Frampton Story is obviously a compilation. It's a $35 start. It's a gatefold. Peter Frampton. It's got a book. Yeah, good. It has the book with it. Very cool Peter Frampton book with it. It's a compilation, the Peter Frampton Story. And I think this is unique only to Japan. $35 start on that. $35 start. Spirits and Shrink Wrap, EX $17.99. Yeah, this song, Taurus, that's where they say Led Zeppelin got the riff to Stairway to Heaven on that song right there. It's kind of like, oh man, I don't know what words to call it. It's kind of like that soft, it could be psych rock. I'm not for sure how to call it. Yeah, acid. It's more like mellow. It's more like Emerson, Lake. Well, it's not Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I don't know how to call it. All right, I know their music very well, though. We have David Polkey getting these three singles for $13. Yeah, I guess there's some stuff you just got to say rock. I'm sure Discogs has a subgenre for it. So next thing is Styx Cornerstone. This is VG, $9.99. And we have Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Dream On, Same Old Song and Dance. Sweet Emotion, Walk This Way. Back in the Saddle, VG, $14.99. And check this out. It's a 66, so it's not OG, but it is a 66 mono, The Free Will and Bob Dylan. And that's in VG condition, $24.99. Free Will and Bob Dylan, VG, $24.99. And Prince, $19.99. Prince is a 1982 press, EX, $47.99. I can knock out the track listing right quick for you. The track listing is Show Me the Way, Tried to Love, Wind of Change, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Putting My Heart on the Line, Do You Feel Like We Do? That's a big one. I'm In You, Nassau, and Baby, I Love Your Way. Doobie Wah, Lines on My Face, Something's Happening, Signed, Sealed, Delivered, I'm Yours. That is a Japanese press, $35 start. Next over here is Amanda Darby on AS for Aerosmith. Corey Ross was second on Aerosmith. Cody Wright third on Aerosmith. Spirit is Acid, Experimental Rock. Yeah, it's getting up there kind of proggy. I wanted to say prog, but also because I was about to say Emerson, Lake and Palmer, but they don't have like a lot of dramatic sounding stuff like Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Yes. It's more like mellow and laid back. Joe DeGaldo next on Aerosmith, and then Margaret Gerhold on Bob Dylan. And then the Spirit album is in EX condition, $17.99. It's on the old label, which that is the original label for that release. EX $17.99. Clay Mullins on Prince. Peter Frampton 35, Peter Frampton 35, Peter Frampton 35, Peter Frampton 40. And now Oh So Adventure. Oh So Adventure is out, and Donna gets Miles Davis for 40. And thank you, David. I read that track listing. Everybody's like, oh my gosh. And now the bid on Peter Frampton's up, and we're at $46. I miss Craig when he goes to bed. I don't have track listing. I guess Craig goes to bed. It's only, what, 8? What time is it in California? 8 o'clock? But he gets up early because I've gotten messages from Craig on Messenger. Like, I'll be still awake here at the store after the sales, and I'll message him something. He sends me a lot of information on new releases. Like, he was the first one to tell me today about Rush, and I'll message something back to him. And then I've gotten messages back from Craig at like 4:30 a.m., which is really early California time. So I'm like, man, he must go to bed early and wake up early. I still think he works for the CIA. Peter Frampton at $46. I think there's about 3 people on here that I know really well as regulars, and I'm pretty sure they work for the CIA or some kind of like secret government program. Joshua Cross on Spirit. That's so to Joshua. And now we have next, this looks interesting, EX 2799 Brandy Wine. What's that say? Brandy Wine. Self-titled, or no, maybe it's called Aged. Never seen that before. Interesting. EX 2799 and Kansas to the point of no return. This is definitely progressive rock. Kansas VG Plus 14.99. The point of no return. VG Plus 14.99. And Booker T set. This is Booker T and the MGs. VG Plus 19.99. And we have David Bowie's Aladdin Sane. Wow. That's just randomly in a crate. Second label, EX 32.99. Let's go ahead and put up another new auction. The next new auction I have for you is a wider shade. Ooh, a top copy. Thank you for the note, Laura. A 67 US Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve in shrink wrap. A top copy. Procol Harum self-titled. Now, it is really nice. However, someone's put some tape on the shrink wrap to hold it into place. The shrink was starting to tear. It does have the original price. Triple Light Fandango. I don't know what all that means. Turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kind of seasick, but the crowd crawled out for more. Procol Harum, a $35 start. That's up for bid. We got PF for Peter Frampton and PH for Procol Harum. So Peter Frampton's at $46. Joshua Cross says he'll take the Spirit that was in question. Did I already pull that for you, Josh? I guess I did. Yeah, so Joshua, I didn't even remember saying that. That's so to Joshua Cross on that. And then Peter Frampton has a new bid with Stacy for $48. And if we told you, we'd have to kill you. Yeah, see, I know for sure. I know for sure there's 2 or 3 people in here that work for the government. Like, they've told me who they work for, and I was like, oh my gosh. You do what every day? We have Peter Frampton at $50, and then we have KAS track listing Kansas. Well, I know it has Point of No Return. It also has Paradox, The Spider, Portrait, Close It Chronicles, Lightning Hand, Dust in the Wind's also on here, Sparks of the Tempest, Nobody's Home, and Helplessly Human. So it has Dust in the Wind and To the Point of No Return. And now the Bowie close-up right here. It's not the original cover because it's a second label, but it is a nice 70s press, EX edition, $32.99. There's that. And over here, Peter Frampton's at $50. Thank you, Stacy, for letting me know you're out. So Procol Harum is an OG, really nice copy. The vinyl has no condition notes, and this is a $35 start on that. There's that, and there's that, okay? Now, over here, we have what? Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. Great classic rock, check condition been in here. I told y'all, I can answer most questions on this pretty quick. I'm very familiarized with these titles. The music, the pressings, the labels. Now, when Laura brings another indie crate up here, I might as well be reading off a bunch of Chinese. But this stuff here, I'm pretty good with. Next thing we have is 3 more singles. Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side, and the B-side's Vicious. So that's one of those double-sided hits. We have Yes, Leave It, and that's a promo, Yes. And from the Perfect soundtrack, Jermaine Jackson, and that's closest thing to Perfect, which may be actually another promo. And this is just a stock copy. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. The next thing we have is James Hicks says, I'll Take It, and that was for Kansas. Thank you, James Hicks. That's so to you. And we have Aerosmith, Get Your Wings, VG Condition, Same Old Song and Dance, VG 14.99. Yeah, these kind of crates, like, I've listened, well, except for like Brandy Wine, some of the stuff I'm not too familiar with, but I can tell you about the labels and the years. Most of these albums in here I've listened to. Like, I probably can tell you track listings without looking. I know the music. Joe Walsh is sold to Clay Mullins, and now the singles are at 10 and now 11. Aerosmith is sold to Gregory Roberts. Peter Frampton sold for $50, and that was sold to Terry Gearhart for $50. That sold for $50, and let's go ahead and put up some other auctions, okay? No bid on Pro Call Harem. I'm about to make it a buy now. About to. I'm going to make sure nobody has thought any more about that. Here's our next auction, the Rolling Stones. This looks pretty cool. This is it a promo? No, it's just on a white Deca label. That's unusual. It's on a small label, too. It's a 71 UK. It's a 71 UK with the original under sleeve, and that's a $35 start. $35 start. No condition notes. It's a 71 UK copy. And nobody did bid on Pro Call Harem. So this is a really nice copy. Just has some tape on the shrink wrap, but the vinyl's beautiful. I've sold these in this grade for more than that. It can be bought for $35 buy now. A wider shade of pale. These 3 singles are at $15. We got Chicago, VG Plus $14.99. By the way, Laura just delivered a new crate. So what we're going to do, we still got one more crate of new vinyl to go through. We're going to go through the Laura crate, and then we've got plenty of other new arrivals to go through pretty much all night. So just FYI, that's the agenda right now for tonight. Okay? Next thing is Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99, and Motown #1 Winter Hits, Volume 2. Wow, that's pretty cool. On the Gordy label, VG $9.99. Uptight, Everything's All Right. Do You Love Me? The Contours. Wow, Temptation's My Girl. Stop in the Name of Love. I Can't Help Myself. Sugar Pie Honey Bunch. That's only $9.99 on that. And now these 3 singles are sold to Michael Butler for $15. The Chicago is actually just called Chicago. It is their second album. It's the first one called just Chicago. There's only one album that predates this one, and that is the Chicago Transit Authority. So this one is Chicago, VG Plus $14.99. Joshua on Pro, and that was for Pro. What was that? Oh, Pro Call Harem. Nice. Thank you, Joshua. $35 on that. Now, that album could be classified borderline psych, more so like 60s pop, but when I hear White a Shade of Pale, I mean, like, it's 60s pop rock, but pretty trippy to me. Terry Gearhart on JJ for Janis Joplin. Donna gets the Motown comp. Let's grab 3 more. Let's grab 3 more singles out of here. And the next 3 singles I'm going to pull at random from this bin is... Whoop! I grabbed too many from the same artist. I'm trying to mix them up. Some of these we got back to back. Here we go. So we got ABBA, Fernando, and the B-sides Rock Me. We got War, Me and My Baby Brother. And we have Juster, I Might Remember That Night, 1994. That's interesting. The 3 completely random different singles there. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Aftermath is a 71 UK. We have Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Seger's a 2 LP live. EX $22.99. Nice. Queen 2, VG $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be... Oh, this is cool. A lot of people like this compilation. Very cool artwork. I think this is the Beatles Ballads 20-track compilation. A Japanese press. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Something, Full on the Heel, Till There Was You, The Long and Winding Road, Here Comes the Sun, Blackbird. I mean, no really like rhyme or reason. No chronological order, just a random assortment of great Beatles tracks. I mean, it's like, yeah, kind of no really rhyme or reason there. $35 start. Very cool. The Beatles Ballads, that's up for bid. Stones is a 71 UK. It does have a bid for $35. That's now a final call. Lonnie Jolly gets Queen 2. These 3 singles is a final call for $10. Soft sale. This is Tainted Love. It's a 12-inch single with that extended version where they cover Where Did Our Love Go? Da-don-don. Da-don-don. I'm not going to try to sing like him. What a great voice, though. VG $9.99. Wow, what is going on here? This is Brownsville Station. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. VG Plus, Faster Than a Speeding Bullet. No, it's just self-titled. Maybe that's why. VG Plus, $14.99. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. VG $14.99. Now the Stones has bids for $36 and now $37. One more look at that. It was a 71 UK which this album here, Aftermath, that was not a title used here in the United States. I think the Aftermath album was known as, I don't know what it was called. What was the Aftermath here? It's under a different title here in the United States, or some of the same. It's probably not the same tracks either. So next is Rolling Stones, and then John Durden on the Soft Cell single. Guy Shard was second. Now Stones 39. And we have next Box Top Super Hits, VG 9.99. I Cry Like a Baby, The Letter, VG 9.99. These singles can be bought for a $10 buy it now. The Beatles is a $35 start. We have Chad. What is the must-have Aerosmith for collection like mine? Do you have one? A greatest hits. Aerosmith has recently put out a compilation. So there's this Aerosmith's greatest hits. This is the original collection. They've recently updated it. They did a single LP, they've done a double LP, and they've done like a box set. I recommend the 2 LP. I almost ordered some last week. I'm probably going to do it this week. It's a 2 LP. It's their greatest hits. Now, they have a lot of great songs. Everything from 73 debut, all the way through some of those ballads they came back out with in the late 80s, early 90s. So I think if you get the 2 LP, it will cover the bases. They're $39.99. They're $39.99. This is the original greatest hits that came out back in 80, which is, I mean, it's a great comp, but it cuts off at 80. Aerosmith had like a rebirth there in the late 80s. They got back together, put out a lot more hits and albums. So that 2 LP is probably the best version on that. Just saying. Okay, and then we have another album here by Spirit. This is called Clear. Spirit is VG. This appears to be a UK version. It is. That's a UK label. VG 9.99. We have Bruce Springsteen. This is EX 17.99. Darkness on the Edge of Town. We have Styx. That's VG Plus 14.99 for Styx. And then Stray Cats, Built for Speed. Stray Cats is VG 9.99. Stray Cats, Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, VG Plus 17.99. VG Plus 17.99. Toys in the Attic, Sweet Emotion. This is a great album. This is one of those that have like great deep cuts on it, but it also has great hits like Walk This Way and Sweet Emotion. That's VG Plus 17.99. All right, so let's go back up the top. The Stones was at 39 with Brent. Jesse bid 40. The Beatles 35. The Beatles 35. Chris Knapp commented the word Brown, and Brown was for Brownsville Station. Now the Stones got a new bid for 41. Jesse, you got outbid. And then Jesse's out. What happened to the 45s left for 2 minutes to check out? These 3 are the last buy it nows. ABBA, War, and Juster. Those 3 are a buy it now. And I'm going to do like I did some of the others from the hardcore. If they don't sell, I'll eventually bundle a bunch together. Now the Beatles at 40. Taylor Swift should be in the next crate, guy. It's a self-titled debut album. It's $33.99. It should be coming up. How much is Red Aerosmith? You showed me. Well, it doesn't. It looks like that, but it's not the same thing. It's it looks similar to that, but it's $39.99. $39.99. I can have you one next week. And this is so to John Bobing. They still have this album in print too. You can still get this, but it cuts off at 1980. It cuts off at 1980. Also, we have Cat Stevens Foreigner. Cat Stevens is EX edition, $12.99. Steppenwolf 7 does have some writing here, and that's VG $9.99. And then Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, VG, a club copy, $14.99. Brent, the Stones is sold to you for $41. And then over here is the Beatles Ballads. Michael has that at $40, and that means Chris Knapp, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Our next auction is Love. This is a very popular album. VG Plus copies have sold for as much as $120. This is a mono Love, Forever Changes. It is in VG minus condition, but we're only going to start it for $20. This is Love Forever Changes. $20 start on that. Steely Dan is sold to Melissa Bailey. And then we've got Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes. This does have some writing on the cover. However, Margaritaville is on here. VG plus $14.99. Now, I still want the 1980 OG, the red cover one. Still not clear. Will you sell the one you teased me with? That record was already sold. It was right back here at the beginning of this crate. You missed it. When I showed that, 2 or 3 people wanted it. That record I keep showing you is already sold. Now, if you want a new Aerosmith hits compilation I'm talking about, I can have that for you here next week. That OG record is long gone. We have another Yes, Leave It. We had one of those in the last lots. Here's Bill Medley, Women in Love, and Chubby Checker, Got to Get Myself Together in the picture sleeve. $10 start on that. Now, next thing, we pulled Steely Dan. We did pull Steely Dan, and now Donna was next. And Petra Pfeiffer on Changes. And Changes was for something. And then we have ZZ Top Afterburner, VG $12.99. We have Kansas Leftoverture, Carry On My Wayward Son, VG $9.99. And Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, VG plus $14.99. Now, the Beatles is at $40 with Michael Butler. Yes, it's at $40. And then Love has one bid for $20. And those 3 singles are at $10. Now, that was a great change. That was Jimmy Buffett. Sorry, Petra. Changes. Yes, Changes in Latitudes. I was thinking about a Yes song. I don't know why. I was like, I didn't show anything by Yes. And then Wayne Davis on ZZ Top. Thank you. Jeremy Rourke on K for Kansas. Thank you. Petra got Jimmy Buffett. Darren next on Kansas. All right, now that was a great check condition bin. Let's go through this next crate of new vinyl after this, and then a lower crate. And we'll have more stuff like this coming tonight. This was really good, though. Blue Cheer is still available. New, improved Blue Cheer. VG $24.99. Also, we have Stephen Steele's Manassas. This is very heavy. It probably has the book with it. It's got something inside of it. VG Plus $19.99. Poster. It's got a poster. It feels like something else is in here, though. Boy, this is so heavy. What's all down in here? There's the inner sleeve. There's the poster. There's the other disc. It still feels like there's something down in here. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a heavy jacket. Very nice. Textured. That's Stephen Steele's Chris Hillman, who was in the Byrds, and Dallas Taylor, who also played with them in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Has the poster in both original inner sleeves. VG Plus $19.99. Good listening there. Okay, now first thing we have is these 3 singles are a buy now for $10. Michael Butler, you get the Beatles for $40. This is sold to Michael Butler for $40. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. I'm about to rotate the Japanese crate because the one underneath this one I hadn't pulled anything out of all night. And now Chris Bachek gets a great deal on the Mono Love. The Mono Love is VG minus, and that's sold to Chris for just $20. That's sold to him. Now, here we have Styx Cornerstone, VG $9.99. I was like, what's going on? I'm starting the crate over. Brent Robley on Blue Cheer. I've already showed Stephen Steele's. And then, yeah, Styx was VG $9.99. We have Brandy Wine. This is EX $27.99. The Booker TT set, Booker T and the MGs, VG Plus $19.99. David Bowie is EX $32.99. Chicago's VG Plus $14.99. And Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, EX $22.99. The Box Tops is VG $9.99. Spirit is VG $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, EX $17.99. Styx was VG Plus $14.99. Stray Cats, VG $9.99. The next auction going up is John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, a 1986 U.S. reissue with the original inner sleeve. It is in VG condition, a $15 start. The next auction is Led Zeppelin, a 1971 OG club copy. So it is OG, right address, 4-digit. It is a club copy from Terre Haute. That's going to go up for a $25 start. And it has the hop sticker, which I always thought's weird anytime I see a a club copy with a hop sticker because that was unnecessary because they wasn't being sold in stores. And then over here, we got Cat Stevens Foreigner. That's EX for $12.99. Steppenwolf 7 was VG $9.99. And Arlo Guthrie was VG Plus $14.99. Awesome. Let's grab that other crate very quickly. And the first thing I have is Coltrane has a bid for $15. Let me go ahead and try to bundle. So here are so far the singles that have not sold tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So instead of $30, $18 if anybody wants those. $18 on those sticks. Now you're probably, if you're a hit hunter, here's what I do when I have people asking for track listing. If you're hunting for hits, you're going to want this one right here. It has the song Blue Collar Man on it and Renegade. That one be the one you want out of there. VG Plus $14.99. The Jig Is Up. The da-da-da. Finally Found Me. The Renegade has made it made. Da-da-da. Ba-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dee-dee-dee. Bop-a-bop. Bop-a-bop-bop-bop. Re-dee-dee-dee-da-da-da. That's sticks. Here we go. Nobody on the 45 bundle. I'll keep adding to them later. Here we go. First thing I have in here is Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory. Lincoln Park is new sealed gatefold, $33.99. Lincoln Park, $33.99. And we have Taylor Swift, self-titled. Miss Taylor is $33.99. 33. So we got one more crate of brand new vinyl that's never been shown before. Lower crates on deck. There's Taylor, $33.99. The next thing that I'm going to do is grab another Japanese pressing. Where is my Japanese crate? Here it is. Aha. 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 Hey, we just sold something like this. No, this is their debut. This is right here. This is the Rolling Stones. This is known here as the Rolling Stones. Their first album here in the United States. This is the equivalent to that. I think it's called like Introducing, maybe here in the United States. But that's it, essentially. $35 start. This is some probably like 70s reissue. This is $35 start. Now, over here, the first thing we have is my next comment was James Hicks says, I'll take it. And he was talking about the sticks. So let's do all this in a row here, okay? Let me grab this. Let me figure out what I just done with that because I have no idea. Here it is. All right, so James Hicks wants the Dee-Dee-Dop-A-Bop-A-Bop album. That goes to James Hicks, the Dee-Dee-Dee-A-Boop-A-Bop. And then the next thing we have is Coltrane got a new bid for 17. Then Nicholas Hollister on Styx Cornerstone. Nick's Hollister on Styx Cornerstone. And that was the other Styx album. And that is sold. Okay? Now, I got to explain what just happened on Taylor Swift because I knew this is exactly what's going to happen. Guy Shard, let me give you an update on what just happened. Now, about 5 hours ago, I was pricing this vinyl pretty much out loud to Tanner. And I read off the words Taylor Swift. And I read out a price. And I was basically talking out loud. Now, Guy, what I'm going to have to do is put you on a waiting list because I knew this was going to happen. Because Guy has been asking what the Taylor Swift was, and I said it was coming up. And that has built up anticipation for this record for about 5 hours. And as soon as I've shown it, we've sold about a dozen copies. I knew that would happen. So you've got to claim it whenever I show it. I'm going to be very quiet in the future and not say any vinyl coming up out loud. I've got to be very careful what I say live, because if I mention something, especially something very desirable, I've already messed up. So I've got to be really quiet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a waiting list for Taylor. I can get as many of these as anybody wants. I know it for sure. It's just going to be next week. I can get you 1 copy. I can get you 10 copies. They're in stock. However, it's very unfortunate. I showed this record, and Lonnie Jolly got one, Vicky Yakasawa, and then Michael Pavler, then Guy Shard, and then I think there's 2 other people after that. So I'll start a waiting list. Does anybody else want a Taylor Swift self-titled? These are new and sealed for $33.99 because Lonnie Jolly claimed one, Vicky Yoshikawa claimed one, then Michael Pavler claimed one, and we'll have to get a waiting list. And I knew that was going to happen, and I knew I messed up by doing that. So, Guy, I apologize. However, I'll get you one for next week. I'm very sorry. I knew as soon as that was going to shown, there was going to be a bunch of people want it. Because Guy's been asking about it, and I told him it was coming up. And then other people's asked about it, because every time I say the word Taylor Swift, it's like, what did he just say? And now there it is. So, I apologize. I can't get you one tonight. There was 3 people ahead of you, but however, I think the pure hype on Taylor Swift, we're going to have a big waiting list. I can get these. Like I said, if anybody wants one, they're $33.99. They'll be here next week. So those 2 got sold. Those 2 got sold. The first thing we have was one for Lonnie Jolly, one for Vicky, Michael Pavler on the waiting list, Guy Shard on the waiting list. Next thing was Ryan Eaton on Lincoln Park. Ryan Eaton got Lincoln Park. That sold. And then John Coltrane had a new bid for 18. And then John Coltrane had a new bid for 20. And then Donna Turner wants on the Taylor Swift waiting list. And then Stephen A. Young on the Taylor Swift waiting list. And then that's anybody else, let me know. So here's the high bid. And the Led Zeppelin is a no bid. That's a high bid. It's a no bid. It's a VG $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. And then Lincoln Park is $33.99. That's hybrid theory. Lincoln Park hybrid theory. In the end, nothing else matters. $33.99. But I've also told everybody a quick note about Collectco is if you mention an album more than 2 times, you're going to create a lot of interest. Everybody's going to be like, did he just say Taylor Swift? And then all of a sudden, all ears and volume is turned up. But I will get more, and I promise they'll be here. They'll be here next week. We'll have them, guaranteed. So we got a waiting list going. If anybody else, let me know. Now, that particular album, she just bought the masters, and she's about to start reissuing those albums. So who knows? Those first big machine recordings might start getting pretty desirable. Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. And here's why. They're probably not going to make any more. I don't know. I don't know how that's worked legally. So let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. We have so we sold one Lincoln Park to Ryan Eaton. And the next person is John Bobing if he wants it. If not, Adam Ross. Okay? Now, what is next? When is the Taylor Swift CD auction? It could be months away. I don't have nearly as many autographs ready to be authenticated. I've got about 100, maybe 200. I maybe need 500 more. So it could be months away from now. Let me figure out where it is. So Taylor Swift is sold out. We're going to get everybody who wants a copy. If anybody else wants one, just let me know. Self-titled. Now I got to resume normal business, okay? First thing we have is John Coltrane. John Coltrane, the high bid on this is Donna Turner at $21. Garrett's went out. $21 on that. We have the Rolling Stones. This is their self-titled debut album, a Japanese pressing, a 70s press. It is no condition notes. It's a final call for a $35 start. There's one Lincoln Park left. I got to make sure John Bobing doesn't want it. If not, Adam Ross, it's yours, okay? Then Christopher Dean bid on Led Zeppelin. I didn't even see that. He says, never mind. Or he was going to grab the buy it now. So this is still available for $25. Christopher, I didn't even see that. I think we're back to good. I think we're back we're golden now. We have Hank the Third, $33.99. There should be a waiting list for Mr. Hank here. Let's check on Hank the Third. Hank is 333. Okay, Hank is Kenny Cates Jr. and Sherry Darnell. Kenny Cates Jr. and Sherry Darnell. That is sold, and that is sold. Okay, that is sold, and that's sold. Those are done, and those are done. Now, the next thing we have is Nickelback Dark Horse. There is a waiting list for this. Nickelback Dark Horse, $33.99. Nickelback Dark Horse, Nickel, Nickelback. The waiting list for Dark Horse was Bob Riger, Dwayne Worley, and Donna Handshoemaker. 3 of these are already sold. Bob Riger, Dwayne Worley, and Donna Handshoemaker. And this is $33.99. We got 1, 2, 3, and there's 2 left. $33.99. And also, what is the track listing on Rolling Stones? What is the John Coltrane? I got a lot of questions to answer. First, this is called Tell Me, I Just Want to Make Love to You. Honest, I Do. I Need You, Baby. Now I've Got a Witness. Little by Little. I'm a King Bee. Carol. Route 66. Can I Get a Witness? You Make It If You Try It. And Walking the Dog. And yes, this is no original material by the Rolling Stones. Can you believe it? That's an album where they actually didn't write anything on there, which was pretty common for that kind of era. One more time, because right in the middle of that, this is a $35 start. It's a 70s press. It's some sort of 70s reissue of this Rolling Stones debut self-titled album. It's a $35 start on that. Okay? $35 start on that. John Coltrane. This is a final call. Donna's probably like, any day now. A 1986 U.S. reissue. John Coltrane. The last bid on this was Donna Turner about 6 minutes ago for $21. And this is a 86 U.S. reissue. Original sleeve VG. Now, the reason I hadn't sold this to Donna in the last 6 minutes, there's been 3 people ask, what is the John Coltrane? Now we know, and Donna's probably like, please sell it to me. It is at $21. She's about to get it. The Stones does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $35 start. Now, do we have a first-time buyer on Lincoln Park? And I think this was Adam Ross. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, okay? Yes, first-time buyer. Now, we also have Robert DeMarco picking up the Led Zeppelin for $25. And now we have the Dead Kennedys. Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. The Dead Kennedys is $24.99. We got a waiting list going for Stone Sour, which is a new music on vinyl pressing. A new music on vinyl pressing for Stone Sour. There is a waiting list for Stone Sour. And the waiting list for Stone Sour is Ben Diger. Thank you, Ben Diger, on the Stone Sour waiting list, okay? Thank you, and on that. I'm a first-time buyer. I just need you to message your page, email address, mailing address. Thank you, and welcome to Coletco, okay? If you have any questions, just send us a message. We need your information. Thank you on that. And now, this is sold to Donna for $21. The Stones is sold to Todd Saw for $35. Those are sold, and now we're ready for new auctions. We're going through our last crate of new vinyl tonight. The lower crate over here is on deck. That is sold and sold, and this is done, okay? That is sold to Todd Saw for $35. He said, no way I get that Stones for $35. Todd, it's sold to you. Nobody else bid. You bid, I'm selling it to you. We have Korn, Life is Peachy. Korn is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Reputation. Yes, it's a picture disc. It's $54.99. And we need to make sure we have a waiting list for Susie. Susie, I don't think that waiting list ever made it to me. And then we need a waiting list of Vicky wants one. Reputation is a little bit more pricier. It's a 2 LP and it's a picture disc. ZZ Top, this is called DeGuelo. My waiting list said cheap sunglasses because whoever was tagging these said, I couldn't figure out what it was called. And I was like, I know, there's no title anywhere on the cover. So they called it cheap sunglasses, and that's DeGuelo. That's $33.99. And whoever was on the waiting list, that was Stephen A. Young. Stephen, I got you one. This comes in the original oversized jacket, slipcase, $33.99. And it is cut from the original master tapes. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions right quick, okay? The next auction is Pink Floyd Animals. Nice. and it's a 79 German reissue. 79 German reissue, original under sleeve, VG, just a $20 start. A German press, a 79 German reissue of Animals, $20 start on that. Gregory wants a ZZ Top. What year is it? I don't know. I don't know. There's really nothing much. If they don't put this on here, there's nothing on the jacket really except 1979 Warner Records, and it's obviously not from 1979. It says on the back, made in Germany. Jeff Buckley Grace is $33.99, and then let's go over here and add another auction. And the next auction I have is a Japanese pressing. Let me find it right quick. Japanese pressing, and that's going to be of what? What is this here? I know what that is. Okay, let's not do that one right now. Let's do, well, this is a good one here. Let's do this right here. If you give me a second, I'll scan that and try to figure out, okay? First we have is the Beatles. The Beatles is a Japanese pressing of the White Album. The vinyl's near minus and pristine. It has the photos. They do have a little bit of discoloration down here, but there's Ringo. That is George Harrison, John Lennon, and Sir Paul McCartney. There's the lyric poster that came with it. One side's lyrics, and then one side is pictures of the Beatles. That is the Japanese poster. That's both original under sleeves, and then there's the cover. A common White Album, always a little dingy. Gatefold, that's going to go up for just a $35 start. It's got some pretty bad humidity spots on it. Very weird how that happened over in Japan, but it does. A $35 start on that. Now, Pink Floyd's at $20, and then Pink Floyd 21, $25. And then we have David Lee Roth. Now, these are sealed originals, $28.99. These are sealed originals, $28.99. We had a big waiting list last night. Let me see if I can go find it. Really bizarre that we got these in as sealed originals. Let me see if I can find it over here. I mean, there was a lot of people. Yeah, so we showed this last night, and it was like so bizarre. My distribution had sealed original copies, and we took a huge waiting list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tag this on the record because I'm going to try to order more. I definitely won't forget. So give this one to, actually, I'll keep this. This is sold to Solarplex Studios. Now, this here is a sealed original, and I don't know if I'll be able to get any more. If so, I'll be like shocked. But if anybody does want to be put on that waiting list, if you get one, consider yourself lucky. I doubt many more come in, but that's a sealed original, and that goes to Solarplex Studio. It's like, I think it's a warehouse find. I bet they found a bunch somewhere, probably maybe even their own warehouse. I don't know. That's weird, though. You would think a warehouse would have found something from 40 years ago, right? How bizarre is that? But they started shipping them, and I was like, wow, these are sealed original copies. So Pink Floyd was at $25. Susie said she'll take a ZZ Top. No, the Lil Wayne album is not available. We can't order Lil Wayne. He had a new album come out today. If I search Lil Wayne, it just pretty much says not available. I don't know what the deal with that is. It's kind of like the Morgan Wallen deal. You can't even really see it. But yeah, it says not available. Not available. That's what it says. So I don't know what the deal is. We'll write down some of these other. David Lee Ross, MT Matt, El Terrible, Tim Graham, John Darden. And then the Stone Sour was $39.99. It's a music on vinyl press. And then Pink Floyd, $28. And then Nickelback, Silver Side Up. Nickelback is $29.99. Haven't had that one in a while. I went ahead and grabbed 3. And Peaches is $34.99. And this is the Teaches of Peaches. I forgot why I ordered that, but there it is. Whiskey Myers Firewaters, $29.99. Operation Ivy. Operation Ivy's $28.99. And then Nickelback, The Long Road. Nickelback is $33.99. And then here is the Transformers, which is about the third. I think this is the third time we've had this week. So let's see who else still needs one. There is Mike. We're down to Michael Rudolph. And this is the Transformers movie soundtrack on unicorn colored vinyl, $39.99. Danny Thomason on Silver Side. That is sold to Danny Thomas's. Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. Pink Floyd's at $28. And now Darren's out, so that's a final call. Nobody's bid on the Japanese. I know the covers. I mean, this is at a great price for just the pure vinyl quality of this. The Beatles White Album, technically called The Beatles, self-titled, now known as the White Album, a $35 start. Let me grab 3 more singles out of here and see what I've got. I've got Mitch Ryder, Breakout, and Mitch Ryder, Devil with a Blue Dress On. Neil Young, Weight of the World. The picture sleeve is check condition. And then we have Phantom, Calm Before the Storm. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing over here is MT Matt wants a Whiskey Myers. That's over to MT Matt. And then I have Lord of the Rings. Music from the Lord of the Rings, The Themes, limited edition colored vinyl, $24.99. Greg Preston does want a Stone Sour. Thank you, Greg Preston. That is sold to you. All right, what a great crate there. Time to first sell Pink Floyd, and this is sold to John Bobing for $28. And now the Beatles is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. And Todd does want a ZZ Top DeGuello. So Todd, okay, so I think I gave that to Susie, so I probably need to swap that around. Todd said he did. I read that comment as if you didn't want it. So you did want that last of ZZ Top, and then we probably need to put Susie on a waiting list then. So Todd did say, I must have misread that. I apologize to both Todd and Susie. I must have misread that. And then Ronnie Ritchie grabs the Beatles for $35. I mean, if you can look past the couple of humidity spots there on the cover, that is going to be a great over there. Now, Adam Bernardi. I wonder if Adam Bernardi's still watching. You know what just hit me about 5 minutes ago? Adam Bernardi asked me what were the no bids. And I read that in my head, and I didn't show it to him. I did not show it to her. Okay, that's where I messed up. Did you get the New Catonia? Does it have a wolf on the cover? If it has a wolf on the cover, then yes, I had that earlier. I'm going to make sure Adam's watching, though. And Adam, I remember reading that, but I didn't show them to you. So here's what's left. Hank the Third for $33.99. Nickelback Dark Horse for $33. Dead Kennedys $24. Give Me Convenience. Stone Sour $39. Korn $39. Life is PG. Jeff Buckley Grace $33. Nickelback is $29. Peaches is $34. 1 Whiskey Myers left. 1 Operation Ivy left. 2 more of those Nickelbacks left. The Transformers soundtrack and Lord of the Rings. Okay? Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. I got several picture discs here. Let me try to figure out what this one is. It looks like the Cars. I was trying to figure it out earlier. Let's see what's going on here with this picture disc. Yeah, it's the Cars. And it's actually music. Since You're Gone, Best Friend's Girl, and Let's Go. That's a cool one. There's a picture of the band there on the front. It looks like the Cars album cover, the dash, and then there's the band. This side here is pretty cool. And then that's pretty cool there. And that's going to go up for, it's no condition notes either. 1982 UK reissue, a $10 start on that. So Todd says give the ZZ Top to Susie and he'll go on a waiting list. And Chris Frazier also wants on a waiting list. And now these 3 singles are about now. I'm going to bring over the lower crate right now. But first, here's the no bids tonight. Elton John, a 1978 original picture disc, $20 buy it now. Creedence Clearwater Revival Gold, $35 buy it now. And then Dream Theater is this box set. This is Dream Theater, which is a box set of Metropolis, Falling into Infinity, Awake, and Images and Words. Now, those albums just got reissued. This is the limited edition box set, $275. And all these are buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. And yeah, we're going to do CDs in approximately 1 hour, maybe hour and a half, but probably in about an hour. Chris Smith says he'll take the Elton John, $20 buy it now. Josh Brown's in on the Cars, and Josh Brown has that for $10. Okay, let's bring over this other crate. As soon as I adjust my neck. Wow. Amazing. Oh, sorry. Probably feel like I'm falling apart. Probably sounds like I'm falling apart. I won't need my laptop, so there's still some waiting lists that will come in next week. Let me look through here and now that everything's highlighted, make sure I didn't forget about anything. Oh, we got to do mini guitars too. I'll probably start doing mini guitars during the middle of this lower crate. There's so much stuff to get to. I make way too many promises. But if I make a promise, promise is made, promise is kept. Tanner said the overhead camera was working tonight. Is it? Hey, there it is. Nice. Overhead camera is working tonight. All right. So, thank you for choosing to spend your Friday night watching this live show. I appreciate it. Couldn't do it without y'all. Supporting a small business like Coletco week after week. We're very grateful. We're very thankful. And we couldn't do it without y'all. I'm going to go ahead and start bringing these things over closer so I don't forget. We have a crate. First of all, for those that's relatively new, this is an event we do every night. For a while, I used to do one a week, actually. And then I do it a couple times a week. And then I got the 3 days a week, then 4 days a week, then 5 days a week. Long story short, we're here 7 nights a week, 8 hours a night. And every once in a while, you'll hear me mention people's names. And that's Paul Crate, Laura Crate, John Crate. That's Paul, John, and Laura that work here. They work here for Coletco, and they price records. And they all do a great job. They do an amazing job. And without them, we wouldn't be having these shows every night. Sometimes all three of them's here. Sometimes one of them's here. If none of them are here, then we usually get really creative on how we can do a stream. But as we've grown, every night I'd be like, man, I got to get auctions ready. And then I'd have to get records priced. And so I've had to hire more people to help me price stuff and get stuff ready. And eventually they've all came on full time. And because we have to have a tremendous amount of stuff prepared every night. And the next thing that I do is order new vinyl. And I miss stuff every week. I miss pre-orders. It's impossible to know about every band and every order, all the stuff that comes out every week. So, welcome is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's show the Cars again. The Cars is a 3-track EP. It's at $25. It's Since You're Gone, Best Friend's Girl, and Let's Go. It's a 3-track. Since You're Gone is on this side, and Best Friend's Girl is over here and over here. I don't know what speed it plays at. It doesn't say. I don't know if Laura remembers, but it's either going to play at a 33 and a 45. And the next thing over here is the Cars, not a 45 or a 33. Can you take a moment to explain what this is? If it's a 33 and a third, it will play at that speed. Sometimes they play at a 45. And if it's not listed, then you'll tell. It's either going to sound like Chipmunks or sound like it's going too slow. So, but that's the speed that it was cut to play back at. So if it was cut to be played at a 45 RPM, then when you put it on your turntable, you'll have to adjust it as a 45 RPM. Sometimes they'll play as a 33. There is a speed you never hear about called 16.5. That's for like radio transcription disc. And then, of course, the first speed that was made for consumer production was 78 RPM. And you don't see that too much anymore. We're going to go ahead and get started with this crate. We're going to show 5 records in succession, no putbacks, okay? Rocky Erickson, Gremlins Have Pictures, a 2013 orange vinyl, $49.99. The Appleseed Cast, More Vitals, limited edition to 333, number 83 out of 333, $49.99. St. Montreal, Innocence Reaches, $24.99. Argyle Air, $22.99. Also, Hot Sugar, Experimental Electronic, $29.99. $29.99. Look at this thing. This looks like some kind of... this is a radio transcription disc. I think this plays at 16.5 revolutions per minute. So here's the size of a normal record. Okay, now, the first thing that happened was John Darden put RE for Rocky Erickson. This is so to John Darden, Rocky Erickson. What a beautiful sticker. John Darden, that's so to you. Next was Brent Robley. Romelu was next, and then JK. The Cars has a new bid for 25. Of Montreal is so to Brett Thies. Cars is at 26. And we have Dominica. We got Mark Kozalek live at Byco, $27.99. So what's left there? The Appleseed Cast, the Ladybug Transistor, Hot Sugar, God's Hand. And the Appleseed Cast. Yeah, Laura's brought me one of these crazy bins. I'm going to have to figure these out myself. The Appleseed Cast, More Vitalis. More Vitalis is a 2 LP on white and black for $49.99. Okay, now we have... Cars is at $30. Cars is at $30. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We got 20 Great Blues. 20 Great Blues is a 1985 UK OG compilation. Lightning Hopkins, Bobby Bland, Big Mama Thornton, Sonny Boy Williamson, John Lee Hooker. Artists like that. That's going to go up for a $20 start. 20 Great Blues. Next in the crate is Matt Pond, PA, The Dark Leaves. $22.99. The Last Shall Be First, a gospel compilation, sealed for $14.99. That looks interesting. Blood Orange, Cupid Deluxe, a modern R&B soul album, $24.99. And this one's called Holy. It is sealed for $29.99. I'll let you read the rest of it. And Jason Isbell. Hey, I know him. Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free. And this is $22.99. Let's go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have for you is Blondie Auto American. And Blondie is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. We have the insert. We have this insert. And there's the cover and obi. a $35 start. The Obi actually covers up Blondie, but she's replaced right up here. $35 start on that. Now, the Cars picture disc was at 30. The Blues is at 20 and then 25. The Cars picture disc got a new bid for 31. And then the Blues 27. And then the Blues 30. Gregory was first on Jason Isbell. He put JB, but he meant JI. And then Danny was third after his correction. And then Blues is at 32. And Blues is at 34. So Todd, you're out on the Cars picture disc. And Blondie just got introduced for a $35 start. Now, I stepped over there and got these. Let me get these mini guitars closer to me. And I got one more box of them right here. I got one more box of them right here. And I need to go see if Tanner unboxed any more. All right. Ooh, I forgot about this one. I'm excited to see this one myself. How many Dells did I get? All right, here's one I've never had before, and I've got 4 of them. So let me show this one first. Am I dreaming things, or did Laura just walk past me? Sometimes I think I'm going crazy. I've never had this one before. These are $39.99. These are $39.99. I've got 4 of these. These are called Rock Saw mini guitars. They're very well made. Ronnie Ritchie just spoke of how impressed he was about the quality. This is Kurt Hammett's Boris Karloff Mummy Signature Edition. How cool is that? Kurt Hammett, the Mummy. You know, he has the Mummy, he has Dracula, he has White Zombie, he has the Ouija board, which I love. I don't play guitar, but I would love a ESP custom Ouija board guitar. But Kurt Hammett is $39.99, and I have 4 of those. I have 4 of those. They come with a stand. Very, very nice. I have 4 total. Kurt Hammett. I wasn't crazy. Laura did walk past me. Okay, I was like, am I crazy? Did I just see the shadow of Laura? All right, now the Cars is at 31. The Blues was at 30. The Blues 32, 34, 35. And then Tim Colino on Blood Orange. All right, I've got to figure out what some of these are. Bear with me. Tim Colino on Blood Orange. Blues 36, Cars 35, and then Cars out, Josh Brown. So Todd has that for 35. We're about to sell it. And then we got Brandon Lack on a Kirk, and Brandon Lack wants a Kurt Hammett. All right, so 1 sold. We got 3 left. 3 left on that. And yeah, I hope they do make a purple Ouija board. I want to buy a real one. I don't know what I'm going to do with it other than maybe just look at it, but I think it's an amazing looking guitar. Lamps, people with faces. I would buy a Mummy too if I can find one, but I think those are pretty dang expensive guitars. Lamps, people with faces, that's $19.99. And we have, whoa, that's a wild cover. This is Metz. It's called Metz 2. It's on Sub Pop. It's Noise Rock for $29.99. Noise Rock. Let's jump over here and go ahead and sell the Cars. And this is sold to Todd Saw for $35. Todd Saw for $35. Laura's making deliveries to the dollar sale. There we go. Perfect dollar sale records. There you go. That's probably stuff that people will be eating up tomorrow morning. This here is sold to Donna for $36. And then Blondie. Blondie is a $35 buy it now. It's a no bid. Blondie is a $35 buy it now. That's a no bid. Learn to play. I can pedal around. I can do a mean Smoke on the Water. I can do a mean Iron Man and Paranoid riff. I can riff out some Paranoid. I can riff out some Smoke on the Water, some Deep Purple. Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, a 2012 press, $29.99. And we have Arcade Fire, The Suburbs, $24.99. Wow, only one Kurt Hammett sold. That was surprising. Let's go ahead and see what else we have over here. This is a Beatles Hey Jude picture disc. Wow, look at this. This is official, too. This is a 1988 UK reissue, a 20th anniversary edition, limited edition picture disc in G condition. Limited edition picture disc in G condition. The Beatles Hey Jude and Revolution. That's a 1988 official reissue picture disc. Unfortunately, though, it's in G condition. Only a $5 start. I like that side. That is where they appeared. They didn't play in front of an actual audience, but the Beatles played on a French television show. And they did y'all probably seen that video of them doing Hey G or Revolution. A really awesome version. That's where John Lennon infamously said, you can count me out. Then he says in. Then it made headlines all over the world. That's a pretty cool shot there. That's going to go up for a $5 start. All right. Ronnie Ritchie says he'll take a Kurt guitar. Thank you on that. And then Beatles 5, Beatles 6. Reputation is, I think, we just sold one last week to Natasha. I think they're 54. They won't be until next week, though. The Beatles at 10. Somewhere right in there. Life Will See You, Jens Leckman. Indie Pop. We're deep in some indie records right now. $17.99. Deep into some indie stuff here. Icky Boyfriends live in San Francisco. That's $14.99. And June of 44, a post-rock album. That is sealed for $24.99. And a Burning Bus in the red. A Burning Bus, orange and black splatter, $14.99. Moon Duo, I've heard of them. Sacred Bones Records, $12.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I had this whole time, those Mummy, that has been sitting over here next to me this entire time. Now, this one's already spoken for. It was a special request. And then we got a waiting list. Since it's my only one, I don't want to unwrap it all the way. But this is Slash's Les Paul. I'll go ahead and open it. This is for Todd Harris. Well, let's make sure it's okay. These are more because they're officially licensed by Gibson. These are $59.99. $59.99. Okay? This is Slash's. Thank you, Mr. Harris. He actually messaged us yesterday. I said, I promise they're on their way. But because this is an officially licensed Gibson product, they cost a little bit more. There's a lot of other Gibson stuff, but they do cost almost $20 more, which you're probably paying for that licensing. So that one sold to Tom Harris. Let me confirm his name. I know it's Harris. He's probably watching. I hope he is, but I need to go ahead and take him off the waiting list anyway. And this is for the Slash mini guitar here. And we have sold about 5 of these now. I think some people's okay with that, knowing it's a licensed and good to go. And the waiting list for this was Tom Harris. Yes. Thank you, Tom Harris. That's so to you. And if anybody else wants one, I can get you one, okay? That was my only copy. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. The last bid on the Beatles, we had 12, 12, and then 15 with Todd Saw. Garrett Cypert on June of 44. That's so to Garrett Cypert. Thank you, Garrett. And now we got the Beatles at 15. Preston went out. Adam Bernardi on Arcade Fire. Adam Bernardi on Arcade Fire. That was right back here. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. And they have the Sunburst. I'm pretty sure they do. Do you have more of those? I can get them. Garrett already has June 4th. No problem. It's freshly in the bin. I'll pull it out right here. I can check on Slash actually right now. I think they just have... Also, I explained to Tom, I don't know if he's watching right now, I explained to him also how some of these work. Some of them are truly signature guitars by people, and then some of them are just like replicas that aren't really a signature. Like I think Kurt Hammett has this licensed, like nobody else can make them with this print. And he copied, of course, a movie poster, but these actually say Kurt Hammett. Now we had a Fender Telecaster. We have a Fender Telecaster that was Bruce Springsteen's, but the box doesn't say Bruce Springsteen. But I was like, well, I think that's because it's just an old Telecaster, and it's not really a Bruce Springsteen signature edition. I don't think they've actually like licensed, but like Willie Nelson has a trigger, but I think they've licensed that image for that guitar where it looks like a trigger. But like Bruce Springsteen's Telecaster is just an old worn out Telecaster that looks like Bruce Springsteen's. So I've trying to figure out how they do the licensing. This one actually says Kurt Hammett Mummy Mini Guitar. So it's actually licensed to Kurt Hammett. And this actually says Gibson Les Paul Slash. And I think because of that 4, we know that's slashes, if that makes sense. So they're all licensed, but I think sometimes they're different. They're like, you know, different. They use just like a model of something that looks like that. Okay, and then let's put Janet on a waiting list for Slash. And let's keep going through this crate. Let me try to finish this crate up, and then we can show a lot more. I've got one more to the show, though, during the crate. And this is Wood, Sun and Shape. This is Woods for $12.99. And we have limited edition orange vinyl. And this is Future Islands. And Future Islands as long as you are. Future Islands as long as you are. And Taylor Swift, 1989, Taylor's version with the 2 bonus tracks on tangerine colored vinyl. Taylor is $29.99. $29.99 for Taylor. Let's go ahead and wrap up this Beatles picture disc. This is sold to Todd Saw for $15. I've got one more guitar, and then I can pretty much show y'all everything that I can get, and I can even look some stuff up, okay? First is Brett on Future Islands, and Vicky on Taylor Swift. And Janet Gray was next. So here is The Ponies, Turn the Lights Out, an indie rock, $17.99. Did we sell another Kurt Hammett? I know we sold one to Ronnie Ritchie. Adam Ross also wants one. Okay, so I've got one Kurt Hammett left. I thought I missed something there. Adam Ross, thank you. That's sold to you. So another Kurt Hammett sold. They will get all these tagged in the operation room. I'm about to take some over there. And then William Drugovich on the Ponies. That's sold to William Drugovich. Thank you. And we have Grizzly Bear, Horn of Plenty. Grizzly Bear is $17.99. Now, I've got 2 more different guitars. One more second. Yeah. All right, I'll get this one on deck. These are new arrivals, by the way. We have, this is Forced Witness, Alex Cameron, $19.99. Grizzly Bear is sold to Brett Thies. Also, we have The Black Angels, live at Levitation. That is sealed for $29.99. This is Randy Rhoads, his Harpoon Flying V. Now, if this one's gold, if this one's black with the gold pickups, there's a waiting list for it. This is the polka dot. Aha. So this is the polka dot. There's a couple different Randy Rhoads. This one is the polka dot. Iconic. Randy Rhoads. And let's see what I have over here for Randy. There's probably a waiting list. Let me see where we're at here. And we have... No, all these are still available. No, there it is. I was about to say. Aha. Tony McDaniel, Dave Kavanaugh, and Mark Morris. Tony McDaniel, Dave Kavanaugh, and Mark Morris. Tony McDaniel, Dave Kavanaugh, and Mark Morris. So those three are sold, and that's the extra I have. And I think I've pretty much had a waiting list for this one ever since I've started ordering these. Pretty much perpetually a waiting list for these. I'm going to go ahead and take what I've sold around the corner here before I have a spiel, because we have sold a lot of stuff all of a sudden. You put all this here. Put all this here. Okay. So that's a really popular one. And if anybody else wants one, they'll be in next week. First thing I have is Vicky got a Taylor Swift, William got ponies, Brett got Grizzly Bear. This Randy Rhodes is sold to Tony Kepler. And we'll put Tom and Danny on a waiting list unless they say otherwise, okay? So there's that. Thank y'all. That one's gone. And I also have Half Japanese Overjoyed. Half Japanese is a limited edition to 500, numbered 87 out of 500. Half Japanese was $29.99. Courtney Barnett, sometimes I see it and think, and sometimes I just see it. $19.99. The note from Laura says, great indie rock. $19.99. And Avi Tars, T-A-R-E-S, Slasher Flicks, Animal Collective Side Project, $19.99. Next going up for auction is this. It's a Jerry Lee Lewis picture disc. It's a 1983 from Rhino, a Sun era Jerry Lee Lewis compilation. Like a whole lot of shaking going on. And this has got Great Balls of Fire. And it's a picture disc of Jerry Lee Lewis. The Randy Rhodes guitars are $39.99. Same price as all of them. And I can get polka dot. I can get, I think, a white one. And I can get a black one with like gold hardware. Very cool, Jerry Lee Lewis. I like that side better. Look at that. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Brett Thies on Courtney Barnett. Garrett's on Slasher, so 2 a waiting list on Randy Rhodes. I'll start ordering more of those tonight. I've only got one more guitar, and I only have one of them, and there was already a waiting list for it. But I will tease you with it, and we can take orders, because it's probably also one of our best selling mini guitars. We have, this is the Shrine. It's a punk stoner psych album. The Shrine's on green vinyl for $19.99. And Caribou, Our Love. Caribou is a house techno album. Caribou, $14.99. Our next Japanese auction, is Billy Joel and Innocent Man. Billy Joel is in shrink wrap and Innocent Man. He is near mint minus and pristine. It is a Japanese press. We have an insert with it, an insert booklet, an insert, and then the cover's in shrink with the Obi on top. And that's a $35 start. Sometimes I like my Obies on the side. Sometimes I like my Obies on the top. We have Mature Themes. Mature Themes is an art psych pop album for $14.99. Brett Thies on Caribou. Garrett Cypress second. Right now it's the battle of indie between Brett and Garrett. We have Interpol. Interpol is sealed for $24.99. And this Interpol is self-titled. Carl Berger says he wants on a waiting list for all the Randy Rhodes guitars. You got it. And then this is King Kong and the Shrines, Idle No More. King Kong and the Shrines is a killer garage rock album. That's the note from Laura, $19.99. And Here Lies, You Will Know Nothing. Here Lies Man, You Will Know Nothing. That's almost a scary cover. And that's a hard rock psych album, $24.99. So Carl wants on all 3 Randy Rhodes waiting list. Brett Thies on Interpol. And then William Drugovich on King Kong. King Kong. And right now, Jerry Lee Lewis is at 15 with Darren Chrisman. That's a final call. And then Natasha next on Caribou. Now, I'm going to go through this crate in detail quickly in detail, but quickly, one more time. So here is the last mini guitar. And this one is Stevie Ray Vaughan's Custom. They call it number one. Stevie Ray Vaughan Custom, or he called it number one. It was his pride and joy. No pun intended. It's Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's the really cool one that has his initials on the cover. This one's already spoken for, but I can get more if anybody else wants one. Here's what it looks like. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I can do a waiting list because this one's already spoken for. I think it said Tony McDaniel. So that is the Stevie Ray Vaughan. $39.99. And the waiting list for that was Tony McDaniel. Yep. Tool Fear Inoculum. Did that ever come in? All right. Stevie Ray Vaughan Custom. Does it say Fender on it? Does it actually say Fender on the headstock? The headstock does say Fender Stratocaster, yeah. Yep. These are in great detail, but they are fragile. So don't actually start trying to like play it and smash it, okay? So let's put that right back there. That's sold to Tony McDaniel. Okay, so the last thing that happened was Jerry Lee Lewis got a new bid for $20. Darren Crispin, you're out. And then Vicky Osakawa wants Here Lies. And how much was the Shrine? Hiram, that was $19.99. Let's read through those again. There's a lot of interesting stuff in here. A lot of stuff I'm very unfamiliar with, and that's typically what everybody wants to see. Something a little bit different. Something a little bit unusual. Right here is a great crate for that opportunity. So let's read through these one more time. We have Argyle Air, the Ladybug Transistor, Experimental Pop, $22.99. So it looks like the name of the artist is the Ladybug Transistor, Argyle Air. That is no conditionals on that, $22.99. We have this, Hot Sugar, God's Hand. Hot Sugar is $29.99, and that's an experimental electronic album, $29.99. Hiram Aponte says he'll take the Shrine. Now Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Chuck Haley for $20. Thank you, Chuck Haley. That's so deal. I'm going to take these two sold guitars in here. But before that, let me try to lobby. We always sell out of all these guitars. Every time they come in, we sell out of all of them. I'm not saying we have a waiting list for all of them every time, but we usually sell out of all of them. I need one more person on a Kurt Hammett, Boris Karloff, The Mummy movie poster, ESP Signature Edition. It's even got all the all-sing eye in the inlay. $39.99, and then we've sold out again. It's been a while since I've had a stray guitar left behind from an order. This one is Mark Kozalek, live at Byco. That's a 2LP, $27.99. And the Appleseed cast. I think some people's thinking about it. It's called Mar Vitalis, and that is a limited edition of 333 on this color, black and white. And that is $49.99. $49.99. Billy Joel is a buy now for $35. Billy Joel's a no bid. And Danny, I will get that Les Paul for you. I was actually about to check on that here in just a second. And I was going to read off what I have waiting list for. So people that's probably like, I wonder if my this or that has come in. That way y'all know what's on my spreadsheet. And if it's not over here, then we probably need to update it. I'm showing a waiting list for a black Randy Rhodes with the gold pickups. That's Scott Markheim. I'm showing a waiting list for, that's it. So if I don't have you down for anything else, we need to make a note of it again. Unless it's, I try to put in the keyword guitar, that way I can find them. Unless it's not under that keyword. I know it's not that far back. Let me scroll a little bit further. Yeah, I think that's it. So I probably need to write some more back down for people. So that's the only one I still have left. So it looks like we need to get Pam Murray, a John Lennon. Now, are you talking about the black and white Rickenbacker? Pam, are you talking about the black and white Rickenbacker? If so, we can get that. And then the Dark Leaves. And this is Matte Pond PA. That's on that color vinyl for $22.99. And then the last shall be the first. The JCR Record Story Volume 1, a gospel compilation. That's $14.99. And next is Mark Cause. And that was this right here for Garrett Cypriot. And I have never seen anything from Alan Jackson. I'll check though. And then Danny. Yeah, here is the Slash. I know exactly which one you're talking about. It's the Gibson Les Paul Victoria Gold Top. That's it. Nothing from Alan Jackson I'm seeing. Okay. Oh, she's already shipped it. Okay, I was about to say, thank you. I was about to say, no, I don't think on that. The Eddie Van Halens are always backstocked. I've had them ordered ever since I've been restocking the CD or the guitars here in the last couple months. They haven't come in yet. This is called Holy F-U-C-K by Latin. And that's sealed for $29.99. Lamps, People with Faces. That's a punk album for $19.99. Mets 2. Mets 2, $29.99. Really cool packaging on that one. I know this one. Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, 2012 at a great price of just $29.99. Life Will See You, Jens Lechman, an indie pop, red vinyl, $17.99. And Icky Boyfriends, live in San Francisco, that's $14.99. Now, William Drugovich on lamps. Okay. We have A Burning Bus in the red, orange and black splatter, $14.99. This one was $12.99, and it was Moon Duo Killing Time EP. Moon Duo. June of '44, a post-punk album. That is sealed for $24.99. Woods, Sun and Shade, $12.99. Alex Cameron, Forced Witness. Did I show that one earlier? I don't remember it. I might have skipped over it. $19.99. The Black Angels, Live at Levitation, sealed for $29.99. Half Japanese, Overjoyed, $29.99, limited to 500, number 87 of 500. And Mature Themes is an art psych pop, $14.99. Jeremy Bryant on Alex Cameron. Thank you. And then Moon Duo, which was this one. That is So Debret Thies. And then Andrew Shaw also wants the Smashing Pumpkins. All right. Well, after another read-through, as usual, we've almost sold everything in there. I'm going to take these last two sold guitars around the corner, and that just leaves Kurt Hammett. And you can be prepared next, we'll probably say Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday, there'll be a big new restock of these guitars. That's for some of the stuff we sold out of, and I'll try to get some ones I haven't had before. And yes, put down Darren Chrisman for Jerry Garcia. My pick. I'll pick out my favorite one, Jerry Garcia. We've sold a bunch of those. All righty. So here's where we're at 11:17. Chad needs to plug up his phone. What would y'all like to do? What would y'all like to do for the next about 2 hours. Here's the time of the night where I take a poll, and then I end up doing whatever I want to anyways. But I'll at least let y'all think it's a democracy. JK wants a June 44. So we'll take a poll. I did promise a couple people we would start CDs around 11:30. And I probably got a cutoff time tonight of 1. Even though the stream didn't start, I probably need a solid cutoff time at 1 to help me get ready again for the dollar sale tomorrow. Now, Natasha asked a price. She said she wants a price for the remaining crate. Now, the only time I would discount new arrivals if somebody's interested in buying everything that's left. And Natasha, we can do that. We can do that. And Laura says if you buy it, she will custom make you a sticker. And Natasha is a big purchaser of indie music. So let's see what I have here. Let me try to calculate them right quick. I might have to bring over an adding machine. So y'all let me know where you're watching from. Y'all let me know what you want to see. Now, Danny, there's some pretty cool Cliff Burton action figures that I've never ordered. There's a new Cliff Burton action figure that's like one of those with the different instruments and different heads. And I hadn't ordered those yet, but I've been seeing them. So, and yes, I'm here again tomorrow. We do shows every night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Also, let me know where you're watching, because after I do this, I also need to step up front and get a V8. So I'm going to be very curious where everybody's watching from. Natasha would like a bundle price on all these. And let me try to add all this up. So I'm going to round up to a penny, Natasha. That way it saves me a lot of keystrokes. Okay, so 337 was sticker. 337 was sticker, and there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 records in there. So 337 was sticker. Natasha, I'll do $285. That's about 15% off. That's something I normally don't discount, though, new arrivals. Exactly 15% off would be $286, so $285. Sticker is $337. A lot of people watch from Texas. We got a lot of Texas here. I hope they're still popping in. Anybody else from Texas? A lot of Texas. When I run ads, I usually run a lot of ads in the Texas area. The state of Texas. God bless them. Texas and Tennessee has a long history together. Nice. We have our second air horn of the night. Natasha said she'd take everything left in the crate for $285. And now you can tell Laura what kind of custom sticker you would like. Nice. Here comes an air horn out of nowhere. Always like that. So let's tag the rest of these to her. Thank you, Natasha. Let's try to get them all in this crate, but if I can't, I'll swap them out. Let me see how much this looks here. Let's see. So let me try to get sticky notes around them too so they don't get mixed up. Where's my little sticky notes at? There's my little sticky notes. There's my little sticky notes. There they are. Thank you, little sticky notes. All right, there's that. And then this is going to be the Holy FUCK is going to be the first record in the next crate. All right, filling up some crates again tonight. Operations room's going to hate me. They're going to be like, oh, God, here we go again with this dude. What is your problem, Chad? For the love, I'm going to do like a Chris Farley. For the love of all things good and holy, stop selling records. Jesus. Just imagine Chris Farley yelling that. Stop selling records. Please. Just close your eyes and imagine Chris Farley doing that. Running his hands through his hair. Stop. All right. Here we go. What's next? Okay, I got to play some cleanup here. So the first thing I need to do is me bring a crate over. It's not going to be necessarily the next crate we're going to go through, but I need to bring it over as a placeholder. I got to bring it over at least as a placeholder. And let me get caught up on comments. Let me get caught up on comments right quick. So we got requests for CDs, a Hatchet crate, a discount crate, CDs, Hatchet generator. Generator needs to be plugged up. Nice call. Yeah, with generator's about to be plugged up. CDs, half off, and then CDs. Putbacks, indie, half off, more garage, Beatles. Putback, CDs. You go eat and then CDs. CDs, you promise CDs. CDs, half off. One more crate. Texas, lots of viewers in Texas. Texas, South Carolina, Arizona, Florida. Tennessee, Texas, Illinois, Montreal, Pennsylvania, Alabama, Tennessee. There's where Natasha bought everything in the crate. Pennsylvania, Tennessee, the Texas Coast Guard. We got Iowa, Texas, California, Texas, Ohio, Nashville, Texas. We got Texas. Wow. Roth. Holy moly, are you still guys going? It's early. It's really early here. And then Holy Schnockys, Japanese Classic Rock. We got Buy It Now Best Offer, Putbacks. And then here we are. Okay, so the first thing I need to do then is put up some new auctions. I need to put up some new auctions. And the next thing I have for auction right now is the Beatles 20 Greatest Hits, a Japanese press. Beatles 20 Greatest Hits. This is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert with it. There's the cover with Obi. The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits. Now, the vinyl's beautiful. Insert's fine. There is some of the humidity spots on the jacket. It's got some of those humidity spots on the jacket. All right, so what we're going to do, half-off CD. No half-off CDs. let's do a vintage half off crate. That's usually what we're doing, or pre-owned. It could have new stuff in it, or it could have, modern reissues. Let's do a half off crate, and then we probably need to get into CDs as promised. So if we do another half off crate and we sell everything in there and we do it fast, we might can squeeze in another one. But then we'll start doing CDs. It's about that time. I scheduled CDs between 11:30 and 12. So we might can go through 2 half off crates in a half hour. Beatles, $35 start. So more classic rock. There's been requests for that kind of stuff for Japanese and for regular bins. I can make it happen. In the meantime, I'm trying to clean up my life over here. I'm trying to get my life back on track. It's getting there. It's getting better all the time. All righty. So, let's find said crate. Dang, that one looked pretty good right there. Let me see what's underneath that crate. Mm-hmm. I'm looking. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm digging. I'm searching. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm looking for. Let's do this one. I knew it would pop up. I knew a good one would pop up. Now, how do I get back over here to the show is the problem. I have literally boxed myself in. If Laura was to come around the corner right now, she'd be like, what are you doing? Take this huge stack of loose. I don't know how all these loose records ended up over here. Sometimes I just get brought random big piles of records by everybody, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with these? And Paul be like, sell them? You're supposed to sell them, Chad. That's your primary job here. We buy them and price them, and you sell them. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to sell these. That's what I'm supposed to do with them. Probably sounded like I just got done fighting somebody. I did. The crates. Now, we're ready. And the Beatles have 3 bids. What was this? Star Wars, Fate's Warning, Paradise Lost, The Offspring, No Doubt, Celtic Frost, Everclear, Pet Shop Boys, Metallica, and Smashing Pumpkins. Star Wars, Fate's Warning, Paradise Lost, Offspring, No Doubt, Celtic Frost, Everclear, Pet Shop Boys, Metallica, and Smashing Pumpkins. That was some new arrivals for tonight. This crate here is going to be a half-off vintage LP crate, no more, no less. In the meantime, I'm going to try to run a few more auctions if I can. The Beatles have 3 bids from 3 different people. Now 4 bids from 4 different people. It was at $35.35, now $36, now $38, and now $37. So the high bid is $38, and that is with Christopher Dean. I got to do one more thing over here before I do anything else. Give me 1 second. I still never did go get my V8. I'll do it in just a second. Okay. Hope everybody's paying close attention. The Everclear reissues came in this today, and we sold out of the other one. These are $56.99, and we have the other album. It's the same price. Santa Monica, Heron Girl, Heartspark $, mastered from high resolution archives from the first time, mastered by Kevin Great, coherent, 180 gram, Gatefeld Stoughton jacket, $56.99. Okay, here we go. I'm about to get into half off mode. We got Chicago, and this one's 19 for just $5. The half off crate's pretty easy. It's half off, no more, no less. Chicago 19 is $5. This is half off, no more, no less, okay? These are half off, no more, no less. Next thing is Climax Blues Band, the Stamp album, $10. If I don't say anything about grade, then there's no condition notes. These crates here are very popular. Chubby Checker's Limbo Party. Chubby Checker, $10. No condition notes for $10. And then Cream, Fresh Cream. Cream is $17.50. Cream is on a later 70s label. That is Cream's debut album, Eric Clapton. And speaking of Eric Clapton, this is Blind Faith with Steve Winwood and Rick Gretsch. And this is also a later pressing. No barcode, a 70s press. That's $17.50. The last bit on the Beatles was Carl Berger at $45. That's going once, going twice. Todd's out. Amanda Darby first on Chicago, then Lonnie Jolly, and then Craig Ruth, and then Chris Riddings first on Blind Faith. Blah, blah, blah. Chris, I have trouble with your name. I want to say Chris Riddlings. It's Chris Riddings. Chris Riddings. Chris Riddings. All right. So now we have Eric Clapton again. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Once again, a second label, but a really nice clean copy. That's $17.50 for Derek and the Dominoes. I'm struggling reading right now. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. I need some Hooked on Phonics. Joe Cocker, great live album, 2 LP. This is OG with this original cool expanded fold-out top cover. Amazing. Very cool. Live concert with Joe Cocker. I like Joe Cocker. That is now $20 on that. And then Lonnie Jolly on AC. And AC for Lonnie Jolly was for something. And then over here we got another Eric Clapton. That's another ticket. Another Clapton, another ticket for $17.50. And Wayne Chung doing To Live and Die in LA. That is $12.50. So all of a sudden, I'm going to do a swap. That Beatles is sold, and this Beatles is going up. This Beatles is sold to Carl Berger for $45. And now here's another Beatles compilation. This one a little bit more year-focused. This is 67 to 70. I'm sure you've seen me sell these before. The first thing I have on this is the information that it's a UK flag series. The vinyl is really nice. Actually, no condition notes on it. It is superb. There's one. There's two. There's both original inner sleeves. This has the lyric book and the discography book. Now, the lyric book has a little bit of issues with it. It looks like the cover, it looks like the cover of the lyric book has come detached. So the cover is detached on that. On the book insert, the actual gatefold jacket's pretty nice. Strawberry Fields Forever. Now, Lonnie, let me know what AC was. The Celtic Frost was $39.44. The Celtic Frost is $44.99. It's pretty much the only thing in print from them right now. It's a deluxe edition. So Donna on Eric Clapton. So I'm assuming, Donna, you wanted another ticket. That's so do you. Back to the half off. Village People Live and Sleazy. Village People is $10. It's a gatefold 2 LP. Village People is $10. Live and Sleazy. Hello Grog. We have Chubby Checker and D.D. Sharp. Chubby Checker and D.D. Sharp is $10. And John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band, Roadhouse. That is now $10. John Cafferty, Beaver Brown, $10. And Jerry Jeff Walker, this album's called Collectibles. Jerry Jeff Walker, $10. If you're just hopping on, here's the agenda right now. We're going through a half off bin, no more, no less. We're trying to slip in a few Japanese pressings, maybe here and there as well, on the way. And in the meantime, you can pick up some records here. And then over here in just a minute, we're going to get back into our normal CD madness. But first, here is Wham! fantastic. Wham is near mint and pristine. It has this really cool bonus book that was included with it. Wham for naughty boys and girls. Shrink wrap, Obeid, near mint minus. That's a $35 start. Danny Thomason wants Jerry Jeff Walker. The Celtic Frost is right here. This is Celtic Frost. It's called Vanity Nemesis. The original classic album remastered on 2 LP includes bonus material. A 32-page 10-inch book with extended sleeve notes includes 2 posters, concept and art direction by Tom Gabriel Warrior. So, yeah, I think it's the bonus disc is, I think, extra tracks. Plus, it has a 32-page book and 2 posters with it. That is why it is considered, I think, not a standard edition. Nobody's been on the Beatles looking for a $35 start. Nobody's been on Wham looking for a $35 start. Foreigner 4. Foreigner is $10. Jukebox Hero. Cheap Trick, next position, please. Cheap Trick is $8.50. I think I can get that guitar, too. I think I can order that custom guitar, but they're a lot more than most. They're like a lot more, even more than the Gibson ones. $8.50 on that. The Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. This is $12.50. The Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits. Carl's in on that. Beatles as well is $35. Danny said he will take a Celtic Frost. A Celtic Frost. It's actually Celtic Frost. Everything else is Celtics, and then Celtic Frost is pronounced this way. $44.99. So thank you on that. That's done. And then Cheap Trick is sold to Chris Reddings. That's sold in Hattori Hanzo. You were next. It was for Eric Clapton, autocorrected. Okay. Sorry, your comment just came in. So if you still want Cream or Derek and the Dominoes, it's available. If you decide you still want those. Nicholas picking up the very popular Foreigner for just $10. And we have Climax Blues Band, A Lot of Bottle. Climax Blues Band is $10. That's called A Lot of Bottle. And we have Future by The Seeds. We sold a Seeds album earlier tonight. This one, no condition notes, now just $25. Now just $25. And Art Garfunkel, this one's called Angel Clare. Art Garfunkel's $5. And both sides of Herman's Hermits. Herman's Hermits, both sides, is $5 in shrink. And the Standells, Try It. The Standells on Tower Records, $20. Some great deals kind of slipped in here and there. Some great deals kind of slipped in here and there. Just saying. And Carl, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for the Beatles for $35. And if anybody wants Wham, fantastic. It can be bought for a $35 buy now. Wham can be bought for a $35 buy now. Just saying. It's available. I'm about to put it in a new sleeve, and we might try to slip in some other stuff. This is sold to Carl for $35. Thank you. And then right now, we got William picking up the great price there on the Seeds on that. And we're in a half off bin, no more, no less. Hey, we was just talking about this album, Squeeze, East Side Story, $12.50, Tempted by the Fruit of Another. There it is. And then over here, there's 2. First, this is Cream. It's a 70s reissue of Fresh Cream. It's on the silver RSO label. The price is $17.50. PJ Proby. PJ Proby is $10. PJ Proby is $10. And Pseudo Echo. Pseudo Echo is $10. Pseudo Echo, no condition notes on that. And Point Blank, second season. Point Blank is now $10. $10 on Point Blank. And Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits, Volume 1. $7.50. And then Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. This is no condition notes, and it is very nice. Very nice. Got a little bit of waviness. A little bit of waviness on the other side, but that looks really nice for $12.50. Carl Berger on Point Blank. That's sold to Carl Berger. Let me go ahead and sleeve up Wham. If anybody decides you want Wham, it is a $35 buy now on Wham. Fantastic. Beautiful Japanese pressing. And it has the book with it. I think we only have like 3 no bids tonight. This may make 4. And if anybody wants to make an offer on the Dream Theater box, I'm all game. I realize those albums have been recently reissued. So if anybody wants to throw something out there, let me know. Carl Berger on Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. Todd, you were a close second on that one. Hey, Zebra. No Telling Lies. Zebra is $12.50. And then we have The Pretenders. And this one's called The Pretenders 2. and this one's $10. The Pretenders 2. Also, the Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods, $7.50 on that. I'm going to move the Kurt Hammett Mummy guitar right over here. That's my last mini guitar of the night. If anybody else wants that, it is $39.99. And then here are the no bids right quick. Very quickly, here are the no bids. We got Creedence Gold for $35. We also have Billy Joel. This is An Innocent Man. It's $35. And then there's two more. We had Wham and Blondie. These are all superb Japanese pressings. And the only other no bid tonight was a big one. It's the Dream Theater box set. And so in this Dream Theater box, you get Awake and Falling into Infinity, Metropolis Part 2, and Images and Words. And that is $275 is my asking price. Be careful what you offer because I might take it. And then over here, these are all $35 or best offer. Now, we have Carl Berger on Climax Blues Band. That is sold to Carl Berger. That was back a few, but that was the Stamp album, right, Carl? If so, that's sold to you for $10. Thank you. This is a half-off bin. No more, no less over here. And, oh, maybe he wanted Climax. Derek says, Climax Blues Band tightly knit. I highly recommend. Will not just put Killer Hard Edge Blues. I bet he wanted this one here. Is that for a lot of bottle? That's the album you're talking about, right, Derek? A lot of bottle. Tightly knit. Or is there another one in here? There's a lot of bottle. The Stamp album. Was there another one? That might be under a different title in Canada. Maybe it's this one. I'm not for sure. There's that. Can I see the Standells? You can. The Standells is right here. It's on Tower Records. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. It's $20. It is a stereo press. Scranton. Very clean. It's got some cover chipping up here, but $20 on that. Okay? Now, we have Huey Lewis and the News 4. Huey Lewis is $10. Also, Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments, $10. That is available, and that has Big Log on it and In the Mood for Melody, $10 on that. So, Todd, if you're watching on your Facebook chat, it's always going to look like you're first because that is not accurate to what's actually occurring on Restream. So, for anybody new that's watching, that's how that happens. It's always going to look like you're first. Always. 100%. Every time, I promise it's going to look like you're first. Every time. It confuses a lot of people every time they see it. Zebra is sold to Hiram Aponte and Craig Reluth on Huey Lewis. You might not allow me to watch for a week if I made an offer. Sounds like Danny doesn't like Dream Theater. I've had some people make really low offers just because they don't like the band. We have Ian Anderson. You may know him from Jethro Tull. Ian Anderson, Walk Into Light. That's $10 on Ian Anderson and the Honey Drippers. And the Honey Drippers is $12.50. Page and Plant. This is always an interesting cover. James Gang Newborn, especially for a James Gang album. $10, 1975. James Gang is $10. And we have Tommy James and the Shondells, Cellophane Symphony. That is $10. Michael Butler on Ian Anderson. I have collected almost all of his Jethro Tull albums and most of his studio works as a solo artist. Big discography. Very cool music. That's sold to Michael Butler. Carl Berger second. Melissa Bailey on RP. Robert Plant. That's sold to Melissa Bailey. Melissa's In the Mood for Melody. There is one Ian Anderson album, though. It's almost like a spoken word deal he did with somebody. Of course, I'm not as big a fan of that. It is spoken word. But, yeah. Anyway, over here I have Jan and Dean Anthology album. That is a 2 LP and shrink. That is $10. And then Dire Straits. Definitely a check condition cover. But this is a nice vinyl. $15. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig. This is a pretty desirable pressing. It's mastered by Bob Ludwig there. Carl... Well, sure, I saw tightly knit, but a lot of bottle. Okay, so yeah. Carl, if you want one of these Climax Blues, Stamp album, and a lot of bottle, and Derek was talking about tightly knit, but if you do want one of those, let me know. Derek was given a great recommendation, but I didn't think I had that album in here. I think they have similar covers. Denise, let's see. Denise, I'm assuming you're passing on the Standells. If you are, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Adam Bernardi. Craig Ruth got Dire Straits, and Romelu C. was second. Money for Nothing and Tricks for Free. Joe Cocker, Luxury You Can Afford. $10 on that, $100. Yes, I'll have to pass on that. I also have Annie, a new musical. Annie is $10. Annie is $10. And Against All Odds, Phil Collins. Phil Collins is $10, or the soundtrack to Against All Odds. Don Johnson, Heartbeat. Don Johnson is $10. And We Are the Honeycombs. And that is an earlier record there, or I should say a 60s record there. It's on the Interfon label. No condition notes, $20 on that. Either one. Okay. I'll give you the Stamp album. I always thought that was a cool cover. One of the first things I remember as like collectibles. My dad had his old stamp book where he collected stamps where he was a kid. And I was just fascinated, all the countries and stuff. So I've always enjoyed looking at this album. It kind of reminds me of him. It's like, wow, all these stamps. They used to be a big deal. Stamp collecting isn't quite what it used to be. There's some rare ones here, though. A couple of these are pretty tough ones to get. I've sold some stamps for some big money, though. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of those. A lot of those on there. Listen, still watch. Yeah, I'm never going to get mad over an offer, but that box set I'm looking at the comps. I think, box sets, the thing about box sets is they're pressed, and then all the albums will get reissued individually. But if you combine the prices of all the individual albums, that's always cheaper than the box. The box always carries a huge premium. Boxes are just more collectible. Even if it's no additional material, or maybe not even on colored vinyl, just boxes always sell for more. Some people like having those boxes on their shelf. So like those albums can be bought individually for about 30, 40, 40, and 40. Right now, I think I can get them. But just something about that box, it just demands a lot more money. Okay? Next thing is Eric Harleston Sr. on Against All Odds. I'm assuming that was for the Phil Collins. If that's right, Eric, then just say yes and first-time buyer, because I think you are. Okay? So I think you are a first-time buyer. And then if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. We'll get you registered. And then Adam Bernardi on a lot of bottle. And he wants the other one. So Adam Bernardi's going to pick up the other one on that. Interesting. All right, so Eric, welcome to CollectCo. The only thing I need from you, sir, is to message the Facebook page, which is this page, CollectCo. We need your email address and mailing address. Now, the good thing is you've got $8 in limited shipping for the rest of the night and tomorrow. And we always have, we'll invoice you on Monday. So anything else you buy tonight and tomorrow will ship unlimited. I just need you to reach out to our page, and I just need to get your email address and your mailing address, okay? So thank you and welcome, Eric. You're now part of the CollectCo family. We have Blind Date, music from the motion picture. That's a soundtrack. Blind Date has, Billy Vera on it. It has Gary Morris and Jennifer Warnes. $10 on that. The Hullabaloos, England's newest singing sensation. The Hullabaloos is now $10. Also, we have Teen Angel Mark Denning. Mark Denning is $17.50. Jim B said he'd give $150 for Dream Theater. I'm still at $275, but you're getting closer. You're getting much closer. Melissa Bailey on BD, Blind Date. These things have sold for as much as $600. What did Laura say? $600 and something. Joe Cocker, here's another compilation. Giantes del Pop. Joe Cocker is got with a little help from my friends and Feeling All Right. $10 on that. She came in through the bathroom window. The letter, that looks like a solid comp. Melissa said no blind date for her. No blind date for her. And then the Beach Boys, Little Deuce Coupe. Little Deuce Coupe is $10. That's in shrink wrap. Green Capel label on that. And Badfinger Airwaves. Badfinger, $10. And Lulu. Lulu is $7.50. The last member, Joey Molin, just passed away of Badfinger. The last member. No more members of Badfinger still alive. $10 on that. Let me check on this Dream Theater box. Y'all are getting closer. I don't think I'm going to reduce it that much. Does it have a barcode on it? No barcode on it. Well, it is. It's a SKU down here at the bottom. I was going to check what the cheapest. Let's see. What's it called? Dream Theater. I think it's just volume 1. So they start on Discogs. There's none for sale in the United States. This is why Jim B is anxiously trying to buy it. There's none for sale in the United States, and it looks like if you want to get one, they're going to cost you $340 overseas plus $50 shipping from Italy. So after tax and shipping, you can't get one right now for less than $400 on Discogs. The last one sold in the United States for $325. The last one sold in the United States for $325. The one before that in the United States sold for $500. So the last two sold in the United States are $325 and $500. I'm just wanting $275. I'm just wanting $275. Which, what I just seen is an absolute amazing deal. Just saying. Unless you're trying to buy it to make money on it, which rules out Jim B. Outlaws, Lady in Waiting. Outlaws is $10. Jim B's like, dang it, he's on to me. England Dan and John Ford Coley, $5. So I think that's why they're demanding, but you cannot purchase one right now on Discogs in the United States of America. You'd have to, the next most reliable one, I would order one from, they're all Italy, maybe Canada, but the Canadian one is going to be over $600. The Canadian one's going to be over $600. So, and that's why they've sold for as much as $600 sealed. Wow. Yeah, so if anybody's on the fence, I think that's why it's such a great price. Or I think that's why it demands so much money, and I think $275. If it's something you're looking for, is a great price. Adam Bernardi on the Beach Boys, Melissa Bailey on ED, and that was for England Dan, and Adam Bernardi on Outlaws. Susie said she claimed the compilation. Susie said she claimed the and Melissa Offendall got Mark Denning. I forgot. So yeah, there's the niece on Mark Denning, and then Susie on comp. What was the comp? I'm not for sure what compilation is. Are you talking about Joe Cocker, Susie? And then Jackie Reynolds got Badfinger. Sorry, I got distracted by Dream Theater. Okay. Over here, we got the Lovin' Spoonful, What's Shakin'? The Lovin' Spoonful is $10. Lovin' Spoonful is $10. With Paul Butterfield Blues Band, Lovin' Spoonful, Eric Clapton, Al Cooper. $10 on that. And then Beach Boys is $10. Beach Boys $69. And then America, Your Move. America is $5. America, $5. Adam Bernardi on the What's Shakin'. Sounds like I need to put it on Discogs for $399.99. Sounds like I need to put it on Discogs for $399.99 best offer. $400 best offer. If I do that, I will have everybody outpriced, and it will be it would be the only one in the United States at $400. Vanilla Fudge, The Beat Goes On. Vanilla Fudge is $10. The Beat Goes On. purple and two-tone label, purple and tan, $10 on that. The third annual Pipe Dream Atlanta Rhythm section, $5 on Atlanta Rhythm section. And how about this? K-Star and Count Basie, $5 on that. It is a total, the Discogs notes, limited to 2,500 copies. Let's see, I think it's a double, a double, a double, and a single. So 2, 4, 6, it should be 7 LPs. Those two albums are doubles. These two albums are doubles here. These is Metropolis is a double, Fall into Infinity is a double, and Awake's a double. That leaves Images and Words, which is a single. So 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 LPs. Of course, amazing artwork from Dream Theater. All right. Air Supply is $5 now and then. And this is a Weather Report, Domino Theory. Weather Report, Domino Theory, with the original sleeve, $10. The $1 sale, we sold exactly 2,750 $1 items this morning. 2,750 $1 items this morning. So it was a success. Those, sometimes I say we might try to do 5,000 over the weekend or 10,000, but I'm more in favor of selling any number to get stuff gone. But the first couple times we did that, we did like 1,000, 1,000. Now it's getting where Fridays and Saturdays we're doing almost 3,000 items a day. We have Argent Encore. Argent is $15. Chris Bachek got Weather Report. And we have Hansel and Gretel, Walt Disney Storybook and Record, $10. Hansel and Gretel, Storybook and Record, $10 on that. All righty. So where are we now? We need to probably browse through those one more time and then probably get into some other stuff. Anybody want to make an offer on any of these Japanese pressings? We stalled out, so I was like, well, we'll make these buy it nows and we'll put up more tomorrow. So people buy, oh yeah, we actually sold almost, we sold almost that and just probably other stuff too. Because everything else in the store was 25% off. We got a lot of old new vinyl inventory up there. That made all of our posters on sale, any kind of toy that was up front. So, that's the equivalent. So if it was all vinyl, 2,750, let's say that's all records, that's like emptying out about 40 crates or 50 crates. Probably closer to 50 because they wouldn't be bad packed. So that's like emptying out 50 crates. So y'all know what we do in a night here of just solid retail stuff. But that's about the equivalent of the time lapse of me selling out 50 crates of stuff. So I need to keep those for right now. We might actually use those up front here in the store after this sale. So right now I'm putting a hold on getting rid of them. But right now, because I may need them. The Beach Boys 69 is on the Orange Capital label. No conditional, it's very clean, $10. Danny has raised his offer to $200. I'm going to raise mine to, I'm still thinking. I'm going to need a lot closer to $275 because I think if I do list it on Discogs, it would sell between $275 and $325 like the last one. So after fees, I'm still around $300. I'm only asking $275 right now. But I'd rather sell it to one of y'all, believe me, because there's no guarantees on there. All right, very quickly, this is going to be a speed run through. Here's what's left. Chubby Checker, $10. Derek and the Dominoes, $17.50. Joe Cocker was $20. Wayne Chung, Live and Die in L.A. was $12.50. Village People was $10. Chubby Checker D.D. Sharp was $10. John Cafferty, $10. Chambers Brothers Greatest Hits, Time Has Come, $12.50. We have Angel Clare, this is $5. Also, Both Sides of Herman's Hermits, that's in Shrink, that is $5. We have Squeeze, East Side Story, Tempted by the Fruit of Another, $12.50. Somebody wanted to go on a waiting list for that the other night. And I was like, I can't do waiting list on vintage because we don't know when they're going to come in. But there it is, $12.50. Also, we got fresh cream, $17.50. Also, we got PJ Proby for $10. We have over here Pseudo Echo for $10. Next thing is Bobby Sherman's Greatest Hits. Bobby Sherman is $7.50. Pretenders 2 is $10. Also, Bo Donaldson, the Haywood, that is $7.50. We have the Honey Drippers for $12.50. Also, we have James Brown Newborn. James Brown is $10. This is $10. Tommy James Cellophane Symphony. Danny said $2.25. He says he's a longtime customer. There's no Discogs fees. The confidence of knowing customer won't complain of condition. And you said make offer, meaning you would move it. He's brought up a lot of good points. Danny's throwing up a convincing argument. The question is should I sell him that Dream Theater box for $225? Should I sell him the Dream Theater box for $225? We got Jan and Dean Anthology album. Jan and Dean is $10. Joe Cocker is $10. Luxury you can afford. Annie is $10. We're about to do a good solid hour or maybe even a little longer of CDs. My brain is saying it's time for CDs. And my mouth is saying it's time for a V8. Robin gets the Pretenders for $10. Don Johnson is at $10. That's Heartbeat. And we have We Are the Honeycombs. The Honeycombs is at $20. The Hullabaloos is at $10. We got the Blind Date soundtrack for $10. We got Lulu for $7.50. We got America for $5. We got Vanilla Fudge for $10. We got Atlanta Rhythm Section for $5. We have $5 on Count Star and Kay Basie. I mean, what did I just say? I said Count Star and Kay Basie. How about K Star and Count Basie? Air Supply is $5. We got Argent Arcor for $15. Hansel and Gretel was $10. And the Beach Boys was $10. Someone said, yes, sell it. Money talks and BS walks. Someone said sold. Jim B said counter at $226. Denise said counter at $240. Chad has Denny cracking. Sell, 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 and drop the gavel. Danny, it looks like democracy wins. You are a longtime great customer. $225. And this is so to Danny Thomason. Nice. A great collection there of music. That's so to you for $225. Thank you, Danny. That's so to you. I appreciate that. I'm going to put it right over here in the box. That helps me fill up. What a great sale to wrap up vinyl on Friday night. Jan and Dean is so to Jim Ciascio. Anybody else, take advantage of the half-off stuff. I'm going to offer it as a bundle. So Jan and Dean, this great hits compilation. This great hits compilation is so to Jim Ciascio. And somewhere Jim B is going, duh, dang it. Dang it. But I will say that was great negotiating because I started at $275. Jim B or Danny started at $100. Right? So, and I never did actually come down any until right then. Danny started at $100. I was at $275, and then Danny went like $100, $150, $175, $225, and then finally I came down. So I didn't move any. Danny kept going up and up, so I had to work with him. So he made all the moves, and I made a move at the final. I made a move at the beginning. I wasn't moving, though. Okay, so next thing is Vanilla Fudge Tracks. Vanilla Fudge Tracks, we can knock that out right quick. The Beat Goes On. Here's Vanilla Fudge. It has Sketch. This is a pretty tripped out album. This isn't your typical Vanilla Fudge if you've never listened to it. It's really bizarre. It does not have Keep Me Hanging On. It's got, I can't read, it's got a lot of weird stuff on it. It's a weird record. It's got a Sketch, and then Phase 1, intro, The Beat Goes On, 18th Century, and it has all these it's got stuff like Mozart, and then I've listened to this before, and it goes into like Elvis Presley and the Beatles. It's got all this Beatles stuff, and then it goes Phase 2, The Beat Goes On, and then Beethoven again, and then over here it's got like voices. It's got Neville Chamberlain and World War II stuff like Harry Truman and John F. Kennedy. And then he goes into the beat goes on. Then it does like this chant type deal. And then it plays more, beat goes on. It's a really bizarre album. It is $10, Jackie Reynolds. And then next is Tim Graham wants the Beach Boys. Donna just asked. And then Tim just got it. How much was Squeeze? Squeeze is $12.50. The next thing is what James Brown was that? I don't think we had a James Brown in here, did we? No James Brown in here. America does not have that Sister Golden Hair on it. No. No James Brown in here. We had James Gang. No James Brown, though. And Jackie wants Vanilla Fudge. I do need to plug up the generator. And Nicholas says Squeeze. Yeah, the last one I sold was in a flip bin for $9.99, but it was EX condition with cover damage. So this was probably going to go tomorrow morning, Nicholas, in the $14.99 crate. So nice pickup for $12.50. All right, I'm going to plug in my generator. I got to change my mics, and we're going to be doing some other stuff here for the rest of the night, okay? And what could that other stuff be? Who knows? You did see a Herman's Hermits. Oh, I miss James Brown. I bet I said James Brown instead of James Gang. My bad. Let's find that. The Herman's Hermits was right here. Both sides. Shrink wrap, $5. My bad. Okay, let me change this out right quick. We got a lot of people waiting on this next segment, including myself. Let me plug in this generator. Oh, no. 8%. Nice catch. Where's the Vlotter checks at? The Vlotter checks aren't watching this late, I don't think. Sometimes they're listening, but they might not be watching. Let me mute my mic and change this out. This probably sounds horrible on y'all's end right now. Okay. All right, stand by. I've already asked y'all once tonight where you're watching from. But let me step up front and get something to drink, and then I got to go get CDs. So, and then I'm going to count these records and try to do a bundle. That's what we're doing right now. Man, we still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 John crates that have never been gone through before. The beat goes on. Something. Oh boy, I hope they couldn't hear me. Okay, I'm back in range. I was singing The Beat Goes On. I should have just muted my mic. What was I thinking? What happened? If I don't eat this, CDs are going to be a painful read-through. Hope y'all understand. If I don't get some calories, I don't know if I can continue. Okay, I'm back. Wow, this thing's incredible, isn't it? Look how close this can zoom in. And it focuses it perfectly. Oh, it's just barely moving. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, we can really... I mean, this has some amazing features to it. I hadn't got the chance to see what this... I mean, wow. Okay, here we go. Let's go find some CDs. They're right back here. I know exactly where they're at. test 1, 2. All right. All of our CDs are $6.99. I think you're going to like this box. The Rolling Stones 40 Licks, $6.99. The Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. The Rolling Stones Flashpoint. The Romantic self-titled. And that one has the song What I Like About You on it. Linda Ronstadt, The Very Best Of. We have Rose Cousins, If You Were For Me. Bonnie Raitt, The Nick of Time. I also have Joshua Radin, Unclear Sky. 2 of those. One of them are sealed. This is Joshua Radin, The Rock and the Tide. Why does that look familiar? That sticker logo looks familiar. Joshua Radin, or is that Radin? Radin, The Rock and the Tide. And another Joshua Radin or Radin. Okay? First is Hattori Hanzo 2.0 on 40 Licks. Lucas Patterson on Flashpoint. This has my favorite version of Start Me Up on it. Yeah, Start Me Up, great. You can hear the explosion and right into it. That's so to Lucas Patterson and Michael Ruckman on the Romantics. What I Like About You. All right, so those are the first batch. Let's grab, and we're going to keep this pace going, hopefully, till we go through this whole box and maybe another. First thing, and I think this is a wide variety of stuff in here. This is the Sticks, not the. I always want to put a the in front of it. Best of Sticks. Amy Stutt. Amy Stutt. This is Stradivarius. Elements Part 1, Stradivarius, Newberry Comics. That's it. That's it, Hiram. Thank you. I knew it was from something. We got Stranger Than Fiction, Mixture Loves Company. Stevie Nicks, The Enchanted Tour. Wow. Double CD. Best Buy exclusive, it says. Also, we have Queen's Greatest Hits. And we have Nice, Queen's Rock, Operation Mindcrime, and The Very Best of Quiet Riot. A lot of Q's in there. Robin, you were second on the Stones. And then I wanted the Herman's Hermits. My bad. Chuck Haley did want that Herman's Hermits record from the last bin. So let's go ahead and give this to Chuck Haley for $5. I feel like somebody else asked about something from that last crate, and I never did price the bundle, but that's okay. Romelu C on Sticks. Robin Glenn was second. Hattori Hanzo 2.0 on Stradivarius. Chris Riddings on Stevie Nicks. Then Lonnie Jolly. Then Shakedown. Angela next on Sticks. Now, Shakedown, you're first on Queen. That could be for Queen or Queen's Rock. Let me know. And then Michael Peevler's next, then Michael Ruttman. Angela next on Stevie Nicks, and then Michael next possibly on Queen's Rock. That stack didn't leave much. Just Quiet Riot, Stranger Than Fiction, Mystery Loves Company, and Amy Stutt, S-U-T-T. And Queen's Rock could be overlapped, so we'll figure out which one they want there, okay? All right. They being Shakedown. We're going to move right along right here. Let's go. Let's go. I want details of both Joe Cockers. Okay, I can do that. It's right here behind me. Give me 1 second. We got the Best of the Rolling Stones. Jump Back. That's from 71 to 83. And then we have Under the Black Light, Rilo Kiley. Rilo Kiley. And this is Matthew Sweet, Tomorrow Forever. 311 Sound System. And then Supertramp Classics, Volume 9, Goodbye Stranger, Logical Song. Looks like a Supertramp hits. This is Psychotica, and it's signed. I don't know Psychotica, though. Psychotica. We have Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots, No Fools, No Fun. Sugar Ray, that's called 1459. And the Subdudes, Behind the Levee. So his was for Queen's Rock, okay? So Shakedown gets Queen's Rock. That means Michael Peevler. Was your cue for Queen, Michael Peevler, or Queen's Rock? If it's for Queen, this is yours. If it's for Queen's Rock, then that automatically goes to Michael Ruttman. All right. Some of these are going to be in alphabetical order, so we might have to do some this and that ciphering. Vicky on the Best of the Stones for $6.99. Shakedown on 311. And then Clay Moore, and then Robin on Supertramp. Supertramp. And that leaves in that stack the Subdudes, Sugar Ray, Puss in Boots, Psychotica, Matthew Street, and Rilo Kiley. And so he passes. That means Michael Ruttman, you automatically then get Queen's Greatest Hits. We went down the list there. Okay. Everybody here? All the CD buyers checked in tonight. Where's Leslie Holt at? Leslie, you watching? And then who else? Most of y'all have already commented at least once. I have seen most names already at least once in just that first batch. So, where's Mike Oppenshaw? There's somebody else. There's a couple. I need like a roll call for CD buyers. We got Steve Azar, Heartbreak Town, Sherry Darnell. Yeah, where's Sherry Darnell? Steve Azar, Gary Allen, Smoke Rings in the Dark, Alabama's Greatest Hits. Alabama's Greatest Hits. Trace Atkins, 10. Trace Atkins, 10. Trace Atkins coming on strong. We have Real Big Fish, Keep Your Receipt. This is the Ultimate Otis Redding. Ultimate Otis Redding, 20 tracks. Respect, sitting on the dock of the bay. We have Raspberry's Greatest Hits. That is sealed. Raspberry's Greatest Hits. Ed Romanoff, and it's signed. Ed Romanoff signed. Red Cross, Neurotica. Red Cross, I've heard of them. Their vinyl's pretty desirable. Randy the Band. And then we have the Randys at Friendship Motor Inn. And I think there's 2 of those. I think that's what the next CD is too. Yeah, I've got 2 of these. All right, so let's go back to the top. Adam Bernardi, I hadn't forgot about your Joe Cocker. I know he's watching too. He buys a lot of CDs as well. I know y'all's names. You'll pop up eventually, I hope. Do you buy CDs, Chad? I'd send you a bunch. Stop collecting CDs. We will buy CDs on a couple conditions. We obviously prefer great condition, and they've typically got to be good titles. Sometimes we buy collections and we end up with stuff we don't want. But I've had people send me CD collections, and it's all just like great rock and metal and great jazz and stuff like that. And I'm like, I want them. Some people have CDs and I don't want them because they're in bad shape, et cetera, et cetera. Tim, you do need a CD player. And then Chuck Haley first on A. And Chuck A for Alabama, right? Shakedown got Otis for Otis Redding. And then Lonnie Jolly next on OR for Otis Redding. Robin Glenn on TA. And that's for Trace Atkins. And so you got 2 to pick from there. Coming on strong and 10. Your pick, Robin. And then Carla DeRoche on RBF. And that was for Real Big Fish. Hattori Hanzo second. Romulu next on Otis. Chuck next on Otis. Chuck Haley first on the Raspberries. And then Robin next. Susie also wants both Trace Atkins. Useless Eaters on RC. Useless Eaters on RC. And I'm assuming that was for Red Cross, even though it's spelled with a K, right? So that's so do you. And then Robin passed on Raspberries. You were actually second. And Chris Riddings wants Psychotica, which was that signed CD from somewhere. Right here. So that is so to Chris Riddings. And Donna, I can see you now. You might have got hung up in the universe. But Shakedown says he wants to pay for the Otis Redding CD, and he wants to send it to you for free. So Shakedown would like to pay for the Otis Redding CD and send it to Otis Redding. So let's tag it for Donna, but charge to Shakedown. And Robin wants both Trace Atkins CDs. Off to a great start. Some nice stuff here. Great titles. Let's grab the next handful. Just straight out of a box. And by the way, these came from a store. That's why there's going to be some really good deals in here. Some of this stuff is where he ordered brand new CDs. That's why some of the stuff's sealed. And that's why some of it also shows up. Box sets and stuff like that, like the Dwight Yoakam. Entire MoFi SC CDs, 19,000. Wow. Yeah, there's, I know a guy who told me his CD collection, I know him too, and he's bought a lot of high-end stuff. He told me his CD collection was worth more than his vinyl collection. And he's got records that are mind-blowing, but he told me he's got a CD collection that is unbelievable. All right, moving on. And I believe them too. I've kind of seen pictures of them, like it's just walls and walls of CDs. Luck of the Draw, Bonnie Raitt. Bonnie Raitt. We have Ahoy, Punch Brothers. We got Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. They Came in Droves, Get Out of Me. 38 Special, this is extended versions. 38 Special Anthology. 38 Special Flashback. Those are all 38 Special compilations. 30 Seconds to Mars and Serena Ryder. Serena Ryder, It Is Okay. Those are all $6.99. This guy has, I'm talking about like MoFi stuff and stuff like that. Okay, and then jumping over here, we got Kim Ritchie Glimmer. Kim Ritchie Glimmer. We got Revelation Theory, Truth is Currency. We have REM Monster, REM Automatic for the People, REM Accelerate. Also, I have the Refreshments, The Bottle, and Fresh Horses. The Best of Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Ben Taylor, it's autographed on the front, Ben Taylor, and the Tanks. And this one's called Summon Creature. These are all $6.99. So, first on 38 Special is Chuck Haley. You've got Flashback, Anthology, and extended versions, the Encore Collection to pick from. So Chuck's got dibs on 3 different 38 Specials, and then Angela Lewis, and then Carla DeRoche wants 30 Seconds to Mars. That was in that last stack too, wasn't it? No, wait a minute. We got... Okay, never mind. I put that in the wrong pile. There we go. All right, and then 30 Seconds to Mars. There we go. That's sold to Carla DeRoche. Let me get my normal groove going on here. There we go. Carla DeRoche. And then Lonnie Jolly on Martha. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Dancing in the Street. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. Next was Leslie on Accelerate. That's REM. Adam was next on Martha. Michael next on Accelerate. Donna on MR. And MR was for Martha Reeves, and then Robin, and then Nicholas on Refresh, Mints, then Regina Tabor, and then David V on Marty, and that was for, okay, so Chuck Haley on 38 Flashback. So let's give Chuck Haley 38 Flashback. Now, Angela, you could have Anthology, or this one that's billed as extended versions. And David, I'm assuming your 38 Special was an autocorrect for Anthology. So there was only one other REM claim, and it just came in, Leslie on Automatic for the People. And then REM Monster. There's Monster. So the only thing left there is Kim Ritchie Glimmer, 2 Revelation Theories, REM Monster, Ben Taylor, and the Tanks. I mentioned a guy that I know has a ton of MoFi CDs, but they're not for sale. It's a world-class type collection. So his is, it'll probably be for sale one day, but it's pretty amazing. Okay. I don't have any right now. We get them occasionally. I have one. Do I have one on? No, I don't. Do I have one on Discogs? So we'll see which one Angela Lewis wants, and then you might actually be able to get the anthology. We'll see what happens. We got Pat Fratt does want REM Monster. All right, we'll go ahead and tag that for Pat Fratt. This is going to be a great batch of CDs, and I bet in the next hour we can sell a bunch here. What is next? Nice. The Best of Sweet. The Best of Sweet. Bill Merck, Bound for Glory. We have Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. 10,000 Maniacs, Blind Man Zoo. We have 10,000 Maniacs, Hope Chest, back-to-back 10,000. We have the 17 Greatest Hits of the Temptations. Kim Taylor, Love's Dog. Great James Taylor Live double pack here. Nice. Double pack, James Taylor Live. That is very good. And then James Taylor's Greatest Hits. And then James Taylor Hourglass. James Taylor Hourglass. Boy, this next thing that's coming up, let me make sure it's not, holy moly. Okay, I was going to make sure. I got 3 of them. It could cause a lot of comments, so I am going to show them. I was going to make sure it's not like some kind of signed edition or something. Because, let me see what's going on here. Sometimes these things do. I don't think it is. Okay. All right. So the next comment is Angela. She's passing. That just came in on the other two 38 specials. So this 38 special anthology is sold to David V 63. David, that goes to you. The next new comment was Michael Peevler. No, the next new comment was Leslie on Kim Ritchie. Leslie gets Kim Ritchie. That is sold to Leslie, Kim Ritchie. And then Michael Peevler first on Tesla. And then that's sold to Michael Peevler. Michael Ruckman put yes. I bet that was an autocorrect for Tesla. Tess in autocorrected to yes. Leslie first on 10,000 Maniacs, so she has dibs on those. Lonnie Jolly first on Temptations. Robin Glenn first on Sweet. Susie also got autocorrected on Tesla. Donna next on Temptations. Shakedown, you got dibs on James Taylor for Live or James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Michael, you were down the line on Tesla. Michael next on James Taylor. Now, Chuck Haley put T. And there's actually 3 James Taylor. Chuck put T. I will sell the CD dividers. I bundled them to somebody at the end earlier. Let me get about 20 or 30 of them and I'll price them to you. I did to David, somebody, Mike Ospaw, David V the other night. And then Donna next on James Taylor. Angela next on Tesla. Christopher next on Sweet. And though Shakedown wants James Taylor Live. So he gets the James Taylor Live double pack. That means the next James Taylor dibs goes to Michael Butler. So Michael Butler, you've got dibs. And this is available if you want either one, okay? So that stack after James Taylor and 10,000 Maniacs just left Bill Merck and Kim Taylor. Donna wants me to check the Temptations again. The Temptations was sold to Lonnie Jolly. He put Tim for Temptations. And then you were next at Temps. You were second on the Temptations. Next thing over here is Michael Reed put ICP. He passed. And Leslie just wants Hope Chest. So there was no other claim for 10,000 Maniacs. Natalie Merchant. If anybody else wants that, it's still available. So we have another pass on James Taylor's Greatest Hits. So that means this goes next to Donna Turner. Donna, if you want James Taylor's Greatest Hits or James Taylor Hourglass, you can have either one of those. And now 10,000 Maniacs. And then Adam gets that last 38 special. Adam gets that last 38 special. Now, next in line after Donna on James Taylor's Greatest Hits is Shakedown, and then Chuck Haley, and then Christopher Dean. And Leslie says, you know, I'll take it as well. Okay. Well, if you don't want it, Nicholas Hollister. I just thought you wanted that one. This is either sold to Leslie or Nicholas Hostler. And then James Taylor is sold to Donna. All righty. Wow, that's a busy box. And there's that James Taylor studio album still left. Hope everybody's ready. I'm going to reluctantly sell these for just $6.99. I've only got 3. They're all sealed. Taylor Swift Folklore. Sealed, $6.99. Taylor Swift Folklore. They've never been open. She said, let Nicholas have it. All right, that's sold to Nicholas for $6.99. I was making sure you had dibs. I was making sure I didn't overlook you there, okay? Taylor Swift is sold to Michael Butler, Lonnie Jolly, and Shakedown. That's sold to Michael Butler, Lonnie Jolly, and Shakedown. Those are all sold. Now, Donna says she wants to pay for James Taylor's Greatest Hits and now send it to Shakedown. We got mutual CD gifts going back here. So now James Taylor, charge that to Donna, but send it to Shakedown. All right, and then Taylor Swift was Michael Butler, Lonnie Jolly, Shakedown, Michael Peevler, Chris Reddings, Jim Bead, Leslie Holt, Donna Turner, Michael Rudolph, Robin Glenn, Yusuf Cedars, Burt Jordan, Chad Davis, and Regina Tabor. I'm willing to bet there's not that many claims for any other CD tonight, unless I said I got a signed Led Zeppelin. There probably will not be that many claims for the rest of the night. And we have filled up an entire full stack. Let me go ahead and put these right over here. We've already about 35 deep into the CD sales tonight. Let me put these right around the corner. And those Taylor Swifts had a price tag on them for $17. So that's about right on that. All right, let's go ahead and move these back here. And I'm going to go ahead and move these over here. Signed Led Zeppelin. Well, that would be impossible. Well, by all four of them. John Bonham died 10 years before CDs came out. Well, mostly for the mass market. So if you have a CD signed by John Bonham, somebody's pulling your leg, okay? They're yanking your chain. There is no signed John Bonham CDs that exist. If so, somebody has a time machine, and that would be pretty incredible. All right, sorry, I was texting somebody back. All right, here we go. Right back to it. Heart Full of Sky, Mostly Autumn. Mostly Autumn, Heart Full of Sky. Another Mostly Autumn, Glass Shadows. Looks like it has a book with it. Mostly Autumn, $6.99. Mostly Autumn, $6.99. Another Mostly Autumn, The Ghost of Moon Orchestra. Another Mostly Autumn, Live 2009. And another Mostly Autumn, Still Beautiful. All right, we got Alanis Morissette, Feast on Scraps. Van Morrison. How long has this thing been going on? We have Van Morrison Back on Top, Van Morrison Magic Times, and Van Morrison Keep Me Singing. There you go. More Van Morrisons. More Van Morrisons. All righty here. What's coming up next? We got Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. We got Mandy Moore, Wild Hope. Nice, The Days of Future Past, The Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin, Breathe Deep, The Gallow and Gloom, The Monkees, Flashback, sealed, and I've got 3 sealed CDs, Modern Life is War. I've got 3 of them. They're all sealed, $6.99. First is Susie put can, but she meant van. So there's 1, 2, 3... There's 4 Van Morrisons. Susie has dibs. Next is Mostly Autumn, Carla DeRoche. You've got dibs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She may want all of them. And then Robin on Alanis Morissette. Robin, you can have Feast on Scraps, or you can have Jagged Little Peel, not Pig. Jagged Little Pig. Wow. Never heard of that album. And then, David, you're next on Van Morrison. Michael Butler was first on Moody Blues. Carla, you're next on Alanis Morissette, unless Robin doesn't claim it. Michael Ruttman wants Feel. But that was for... No, that says Peel. And then we got Chuck Haley on M for Monkees. Unless that was for the Moody Blues. I'm going to give you the Monkees unless you say otherwise. Susie next on Moody Blues. Michael next on Monkees. Susie wants all Van Morrisons. But first, Robin wants Jagged Little Pill. She had dibs. And I don't think anybody wants Feast on Scraps. It is a 2-disc DVD and CD. Just FYI. So I don't think anybody was next technically on that one. Carla wants all 5 Mostly Autumn CDs. And then next was Susie wants all 4 Van Morrison CDs. Did I see a Modern Life is War claim? I thought I did. Yeah, Hattori Hanzo on a sealed Modern Life is War. And that leaves 2 of those and just Mandy Moore and Alanis Morissette. Leslie will take that last Alanis Morissette. So there's 2 of those. Wow, that was a great handful. Regina, I have not sold any of those Elvis 45s yet. We'll probably start doing those sometime tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be able to watch. All right, let's grab another handful of CDs here. Let's see. I want to mix it up a little bit. I don't mind 5 of the same artist in a row because typically we sell them, but I try to mix it up a little bit. All right. Here we go. We got Johnny Lang, Lie to Me. Johnny Lang, Wander This World. We got Dave Koz, or Koz, K-O-Z. Jennifer Knapp, The Way I Am. Jennifer again with the album Kansas. And Jennifer again, Lay It Down. And then here is Nightwish, The Best of Nightwish, Highest Hopes. And Nightwish Amaranth. A-M-A-R-A-N-T-H. So those are all $6.99. First is Johnny Lang. Danny has dibs on those 2. Donna on DK for the Dave Koz. And then Nicholas on JK for Jennifer Knapp. And you have dibs on The Way I Am, Kansas, and Lay It Down. So maybe we'll wipe out some discographies there. And then there's 2 Nightwish, Highest Hopes and Amaranth. I've never seen a Best of Nightwish. I wish that was on vinyl. I wish Nightwish was on vinyl. I could sell a bunch of those. Angela, you got dibs on 2 Nightwishes. Wow, we might end up selling that whole stack if everybody says, I'll take all, I'll take all. We got Modern Life is War. There's another one. This one's called My Love, My Way. Anna Terenheim, Separation Road. Anna Terenheim, Separation Road. Joshua Radin, Life at Reg's Coffee House. A sealed Modern Life is War. Another sealed Modern Life is War. This is Kyrie, what? Kylie Two Hearts. Kylie Two Hearts. Kylie Showgirl, Homecoming Live. Kylie Two Hearts again. Christina Milan. That is sealed. It's About Time. And there it is, folks. Milli Vanilli. There it is. There it is. Next thing. Angela got both Nightwish. So did Angela Lewis. Danny got both Johnny Langs. And Nicholas wants all 3 Jennifer Knapps. Wow, we sold everything out of that handful. Amazing. Let's do it again for this one. The first new comment is David Hoy on Kylie. And Kylie was, I think, these right in here. Which there's this, that's an album. And then there's this that looks like a live album, a 2 CD. And then, David, there's that looks like a single. So there's a lot of options there. Then Carla DeRoche on CM. That was for the Christiana Milan. That's sold without a doubt to Carla. Shakedown on MV for Milli Vanilli. And then Michael Ruttman. Then Michael Reed. And then Robin Glenn. So we have Modern Life is War, Anna Terenheim, and then 2 more Modern Life is War. David says he'll take all 3 of those. Those are done. Moving to the next handful. And the next handful I have right here is going to include, we're about to find out. New Kids on the Block. There it is. Face the Music. We got Dreaming Through the Noise. Vienna Ting. Whoa there. Ooh, 10,000 Maniacs Unplugged. Sealed with Hop Sticker. That looks like an original sealed. That first track is amazing. These Are the Days. Natalie Merchant. Another 10,000 Maniacs, Blind Man Zoo. There you go for whoever missed the other one. Olivia Newton-John. Oh, wow. REO Speedwagon signed? A box set? Who signed this? Did Kevin Cronin sign this? Should I veto this? I don't think that's Kevin Cronin. Somebody signed it. That might be the deal of the night. And then there's another one. I'll let that slip through. I'm going to regret it in the morning, but it looks like they signed it. Or, well, two people signed it. I know what Kevin Cronin's signature looks like. Because I've had it before. I don't think that's it. There's something else right there, too. Oh, man, I'm having to stretch. I'm down here on the ground. Oh, hold on a minute. Man down. Oh. Okay. So, here's what happened there. I had to stretch. My body was saying, Chad, go down, go down, go down. The last thing that happened was, okay, it was Milli Vanilli. There's that. Okay. And then Robin, New Kids on the Block. That's so to Robin. And then 10,000 Maniacs. It's Leslie and then Shakedown. Leslie, you got dibs on both. Leslie and then Shakedown. And then Chris got the REO. And Chris, you can have the box that looks like it's autographed, or you can have this CD, and I have a feeling you'll want both. Let me see if this has any other signatures on it. Wow, you get a lot of cool stuff in here. So Chris, and then Lonnie Jolly, then Jim B, then Sherry, then Clay, then Adam, then Michael, then Donna, then Susie, then Michael, then Chuck, then Bert, then Angela, then REO, and then Leslie wants both. Okay, that's so to Leslie. And we have Olivia Newton-John still left, and Dreaming Through the Noise, Vienna Ting. All right, so let's give him this. And there's so many REO claims. Let's just redo the. If anybody wants this one, which is not available on vinyl, it's from 19. Well, let me take that back. That is, I think, available on vinyl, but it's pretty scarce. I've never seen it. Go ahead and comment again. There's so many REO claims. We'd be going down the list for an hour. Nice pickup. Yeah, I don't know the exact signers on this, but I can tell you this: if I got that JSA stickered, it would probably be, just because it's a nice box with two nice REO Speedwagon signatures, probably $75 or $100, right? So Chris got a steal there. I'm trying to check these for signatures because so many items, CD, I get so many signed items in collections. I think y'all know that. That's how we end up with so many autographs. We buy thousands and thousands of items, and then all of a sudden we end up with just this crazy amount of autographs. Because some people don't really pay attention to them. Some people don't really care. But we have a way to get them authenticated. We got a great relationship built with JSA. So I'm always looking for autographs. And I've become a collector myself. And so I'm just constantly looking for autographs on stuff. So if I veto something, like I did Taylor Swift the other night, bear with me, okay? So Michael Ruttman was second. I got to get as many as I can, because if I get a bunch, I can have them. I got to have so many, basically, to do a huge submission. So we found some tonight. This was inside of a, if y'all missed it, this was inside of a Japanese Hall & Oates. Just randomly inside of a record. And that's how we find so many autographs. So that's how we accumulate. And I try to keep everything so we can get a bunch together so I can have them all authenticated. All right, so the only thing left there was Olivia Newton-John, which was marked $24. Just saying. Let's keep this pace going. We got a lot to go through. Holy moly. Ricky Nelson's Greatest Hits, 3 CD set. Carrie Newcomer, The Geography of Light. We have, there it is, another signed CD. New Medicine. I don't know them, though. I know REO Speedwagon. New Medicine, Race You to the Bottom. New Medicine. New Kids on the Block, Greatest Hits. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. New Kids on the Block, Greatest Hits. New Kids on the Block, The Block. Uh-oh. And Laguna Coil, Enjoy the Silence. That's a single. And then Laguna Coil, that's Camalees. That's an album. And then Laguna Coil, something else, Karma Code. And we got 2 of those. And let's go ahead and finish up here with Lady Hawk, and Lady Hawk. All right. So the first thing we have in this stack is Chris Reddings on New Medicine, which was signed. That's so to Chris Reddings. Adam Bernardi on next on New Medicine. Burt Jordan on the triple Ricky Nelson double pack. And then first Michael third on New Medicine. Donna first on New Kids on the Block. So you can have Greatest Hits or The Block or both. And then Donna's next, then Robin. And then Leslie takes the Olivia Newton-John from earlier. And then Jim B wants NM. And NM was for something. New Medicine. Yeah. And then Enjoy the Silence. This right here. This is sold to Hiram. And then these 2 New Kids on the Block. And these 2 are sold to Donna. All right, and that has stacked up another. We have stacked up another full pile of CDs. So let me take these around the corner. That went quickly. We've been selling them high, low, no sell rate tonight, if that makes sense. High, low, no sale rate. And I'm hoping I can go back there and find another box just like this. This looks like stuff that he had like out, just priced and ready to go. So we're just making it easy and averaging it out at $6.99 each. And yeah, there's some great titles coming up. I can tell you from the spine. So let's stack these over here. And here's what's in the next pile. Kate Havenick. We got the Juliana Hatfield 3. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. Sammy Hagar, Marching to Mars. Also, REM Monster. REM Out of Time. The Rembrandts LP. REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. REO Speedwagon 2. This looks like Madonna. Stevie Nicks, my bad. The Best of, Time Space. Stevie Nicks, it's sealed. Looks like an original. And the Rolling Stones, Martin Scorsese soundtrack to Shine a Light. And that's also sealed. Rolling Stones, Martin Scorsese. Let me see how many dividers. Adam, the last 30 dividers I sold to somebody for $14.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28, 29, and 30. I was going to go ahead and get these out of my way. Adam, if you want them, they're $14.99. I think that's what I charged Mike Ospaw. You probably can tape over these or rub that off and reuse them. That's enough for the alphabet. 30 there, $14.99. Okay, so let's go back to the top here. The first new claim here was Michael Peveler for Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. Mike Oppenshaw second. Oh, actually, there's 2 Sammy Hagars. Let me know which one you want. That's Marching to Mars, which I don't remember seeing that album. And then Standing Hampton. Michael's pick, and then Mike Oppenshaw. Melanie Jennings, your pick on REM's Out of Time or Monster. And then Leslie on Out. And Out was probably for... Leslie's Out comment was probably for which one? REO, maybe? Leslie, was your Out comment for REO? If so, then you got dibs on REO 2. You can tune a piano. You got dibs on those. And then Melanie Jennings. And then Angela next on Sammy Hagar. But Lonnie Jolly was first on Stevie Nicks. That's the first new claim. Lonnie got Stevie Nicks. Susie was next. Robin Glenn on the Rembrandts. Chad next on Stevie Nicks. Then Burt Jordan. Then Angela next on REO. Then Angela next on Stevie Nicks. And then Adam Bernardi says he's going to pass, sell these to Donna. This plastic stuff like this is expensive. LP dividers, like a pack of 10 is like $20. I don't know why, just because it's a plastic petroleum product, I guess. Those are sold to Donna. I should have more coming up. And then the first on the Rolling Stones is Rich Group. Rich Group is the first one who has commented RS. So that's sold to Rich Group. Chad, the vinyl for Sleep Times and Place Will Come Your Tomb coming this week. No, that one's out of stock. That one's out of stock. Michael Peveler got both Sammy Hagar's. Melanie Jennings got both REMs. And so Leslie did not want REO. Her out was for out of time, okay? So the first person on REO was Melanie Jennings. So Melanie, you got dibs on REM and you have dibs on REO then. REM is sold to you if you want those two. And that just leaves Juliana Hatfield 3 and Kate Havanack. All right, moving right along. Let's see what's in this next stack. What do we have here? I have Leaves Eyes, Love something, Leaves Eyes. This is Leaves Eyes Elegy. Looks like something Hiram Aponte would buy. Led Zeppelin Early Days. Wow. This is Rock Report Led Zeppelin. Wow. Annie Lennon, Songs from Mass Destruction. Wow. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. That's a sweet double pack there. That's cool. I like that. And then we have Ben Lee, Grand Royal, Ben Lee, Grandpa Wood. Ben Lee, Grandpa Wood. Ben Lee, The Rebirth of Venus. And we've got two of those. And then we have a Ben Lee single, Into the Dark. And then Ben Lee again, Hey You, Yes You. Melanie got both REO Speedwagons. And then Lonnie Jolly. My question, Lonnie Jolly, was your LV for Led Zeppelin or Leaves Eyes? And then we'll have some figuring out to do. Next on LZ would be Michael, and then Shakedown, and then Chuck, and then Bert, and then Leslie, and then Clay, and Lonnie, and I think Lonnie was for Led Zeppelin. Now, Hiram, this one here looks familiar. That one doesn't. Man, let me drink some water. Okay. So Lonnie was for Led Zeppelin, and he wants The Song Remains the Same. All right, I had a feeling. So that means, Michael Butler, you're next. You can have Early Days or Rock Report, or you can have both. Michael Butler's next in line. Michael wants the other two. So there was no claims, except for maybe Leaves Eyes. There was no claims for Annie Lennox. Ben Lee's. That was the next guy, Ben Lee. There's a bunch of Ben Lee stuff there. Okay, moving right along. First we have Heart, Desire Walks On. Heart, Red Velvet Car. I've got two of those. Heart, Jupiter's Darling. Heart by Heart. Also, we have Helva, Another Day, Another Dollar. Jeff Healey Band, Cover to Cover, and the Headpins Anthology. The Headpins Anthology. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and show these. Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Daniel Lanos Arcady. Neil Lara. The Last Good Night, Poison Kiss. I've got 2 of those. Hopefully Ben Lee's not watching. Ben Lee, if you're out there, I apologize, but no one wants your CDs. But if you look at the stacks behind me, nobody wants those either. So, I apologize. He's probably a better singer than me, though. I don't have much room to talk. I know he's a better singer than me. I hadn't even heard him sing. Okay. Now, Michael Peveler on HT. Michael, you got dibs on 1, 2, 3, 4 different Heart albums. There is a duplicate in there. Hiram says, true, I'll take Love Horn. Okay. So that one's sold to Hiram. So Leaves Eyes Elegy sealed is still available. And then next was another H comment from Robin, which could be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. So Robin, what was your H comment for? And then Chris commented head. Head was for head pins. Donna's got a lot of coverage over the comment letter H, but she can pick one artist. And then Kenny's got Jeff Healy. We'll definitely go ahead and give that to Kenny Cates. All right. So thank you, Kenny. That's so to you. Now, head pins then is automatically sold to Chris Riddings. And that means he wants all the hearts except the duplicate. So, Robin, there's 1 heart left, Red Velvet Car. That's yours if you want it. And that stack just left Helva, Ladysmith Black Mambazo, Daniel Lanos, Neil Lara, and the 2 sealed Last Good Nights. Moving on. Made of Bricks, Kate Nash. Naked Beggar, Spit It Out. Mr. Big, nice. Motley Crue, nice. Dr. Feelgood. Oh, wow. Tesla, 5-man acoustical jam, the original. Robin wanted that last Heart CD, so she also gets a Red Velvet Car. That stack has first MB, Mr. Big with Michael Ruttman. Michael Peveler on C for Crew. That's got to be C for Crew. We'll find out. Shakedown on TT Test for Tesla. And then Michael Ruttman next on Crew. Then Chad Davis. Then Lonnie Jolly next on Tesla. Then Michael Ruttman next on Tesla. Then Susie next on Tesla. Michael Peveler did wanted Motley Crue. Then Crystal Newman on Tesla. Then Robin Glenn next on Motley Crue. And then Clay Moore next on Tesla. And then Leslie next on Motley Crue. And then we have Chris Riddings on Naked. Chris Riddings on Naked. Kenny next on Motley Crue. And then next was another T for Tesla. Wow, can't get enough Tesla, folks. The proof is in the pudding. I don't know what that means, but I will say this. I do love some chocolate pudding. Chocolate. Chocolate gravy. Chocolate gravy. Sandy Thom, The Pink and the Lily. Naked Rhythm, Fat Box. Kate Nash again. Nazareth Classics. Another Nazareth Classic. The Hawthorne Heights, The Silence in Black and White. And Ledger. Yeah, Ledger. Chocolate. Sweet chocolate. Remember when SpongeBob and Patrick went door to door selling chocolate? One of my favorite episodes. SpongeBob and Patrick's going door to door selling chocolate. They start saying anything they can to sell it. All right, so Carla on HH. Carla on HH. HH. Hawthorne Heights. That's so to Carla. Lucas was next. And Robin wants one of the Nazareths. So there's a Nazareth left. Nice. All right, you know what? We have wiped out that box. So let me shift some stuff around. I'm going to shift this stuff over here. Shift that stuff over here. I'm going to shift this over here. And y'all are going to go hear me wrestle with another box in the back, okay? So I'll be right back. I'm going to try to find one with such a good variety as this. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. We got about another half hour. And with that rate, we can sell as many CDs as I wanted to sell tonight. Hopefully you don't check out. Stay with us, but we will be back again tomorrow. Let me go get another new box. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. I got Dr. Feelgood stuck in my head now. That opening riff. I know what box to look for now. They say floor CDs. They say floor. I think that means they were out on a sales floor. Oh, wow. These are wrapped in foam and styrofoam. Ooh. Ah. Oh, my gosh. We don't want to grab all those at once. That's going to cause a chaotic rush. Rush? No. All right, let me grab from this end. Okay. Here we go. The difference between 7 and 1 is drastic. I know. It's wild, isn't it? Let's see here. Yeah, earlier tonight, it got kind of so crazy. I was about ready to stop the feed and say I'll be back tomorrow. But I always stay focused. You have to. There was a point tonight when all the hackers got in. They were trying to basically shut down my cell. I went, okay, we can get through this. It means roughly that the quality can only be determined by eating all the pudding. The proof's in the pudding. I love eating pudding. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being dissatisfied, Ben Lee. Ben Lee is probably asleep somewhere. Is he still alive? Who is Ben Lee? TNR, the chessboard. Here we go. New fresh box. Let's get through it tonight. We have time. TNR, the chessboard. The Pledge of Allegiance Tour 2001 sampler. $6.99. Slipknot, System of a Down, Rammstein, Mudvayne, American Head Charge, Hatebreed, Slayer, DMX. Wow. Joss Stone, The Soul Sessions, Tonic, Lemon Parade. If you could only see. Tonic, 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 Tonic. Uh-oh. Katie Todd autographed. Katie Todd autographed. This looks like Toad. It is. Toad the Wet Sprocket, Fear. This is Tina and the B-Sides. It's just all the same. We got Tiesto, Elements of Life, and 3 Inches of Blood. Fire Up the Blades. 3 Inches of Blood. Let's start right there. These CDs are all $6.99. We got Donna strikes first on Joss Stone. We got Michael Peveler on Tonic. We got Carla DeRoche on a Tonic. We got Michael Ruttman on a Tonic. We got the Useless Eaters wants the CD with DMX on it. Adam Bernardi wants Todd. That was Katie Todd. Michael Ruttman was second. Angela Lewis first on Toad the Wet Sprocket. Leslie Holt on Tiesto. Michael Reed on 3 Inches of Blood. And that just leaves 1 TNR, the chessboard, 1 Tonic Lemon Parade, and 1 Tina and the B-sides. And that means I got to go put these around the corner. We just sold another tower of CDs. Let me go put these away. Here we go. Next handful. So we sold 3, and then don't you have to send the Katie Todd autograph to JSA? Nope, not that one. I'm just selling the CD. I don't know if that's good or not. I'm just selling the CD. We have Senses Working. I would be a betting man that's not a forged Katie Todd CD autograph, though. I would bet money. I would bet money no one's forging Katie Todd autographs. But if they are, I apologize. But you're just buying the CD in that case. Senses Working Overtime. Look at this comp. The Cure, New Order, Jam, David Bowie, Roxy Music, Bauhaus. Next is Travis, the boy with no name. Triumph Classics. Triumph, the Sport of Kings. Triumph, Edge of Excess. We have The Lonely Position of Neutral. Dear Science. U2 Boy. U2 Octane Baby. U2 Unforgettable Fire. U2 Under a Blood Red Sky. And Tina 24/7. Tina Turner 24/7. Wow, these are all $6.99. The first thing we have is John Durden on Senses. John Durden on Senses. Next is Leslie, next on the comp. Mike Oppenshaw, next on Senses. Thomas Hujar, you got dibs on 3 Triumphs. You can have Classics, you can have Sport, you can have Edge, or you can say, I'll take all. Carla DeRoche, next on Travis. That's sold. And then Michael Ruttman, next on Triumph. Then Susie, next on Triumph. Leslie Holt got U2 Boy. Lonnie Jolly got Tina Turner. And then Donna was next on Tina Turner. And then Use the Cedars next on Boy. We still got Under a Blood Red Sky. We got Unforgettable Fire, my personal favorite. We got Octung Baby. And that left Dear Science and Trust Company. And then these 3 are sold to Thomas Hujar. $6.99 on that. Done. Next. Oh. That was my knuckles. Are y'all ready? Tina Turner, Simply the Best. The Turtles, 30 Years of Rock and Roll, So Happy Together. I have another one. Is this a volume 1? No, this one's, I guess, just different music. There's 2 different Turtle CDs there. That one's called Eleanor. We got Usher, 8701, 8701. Uriah Heep, Magician's Birthday. Oh boy, Autographs. Unfinished Thoughts. Unfinished Thoughts, autographed. Uncle Tupelo Anodyne. UB Labor of Love. U2 Zeropa. And U2 The Best Of. All righty. So what did we have there? We had first U2 Unforgettable Fire. U2 Unforgettable Fire. Use of Cedar says pass U2. You did not get it. You were actually second on U2. Nothing to pass on. But Melanie does get Unforgettable Fire. And then Donna Turner first on Tina. And then Michael Butler, you get dibs on either one of those Turtle CDs. And then Lonnie Jolly on Usher. Adam next on Turtles. Donna next on Usher. Greg Layton on Uriah Heep. Adam Bernardi on Unfinished. And then Thomas on Uncle Tupelo. Michael gets both Turtles CDs. And so that left the following. Well, there's some stuff from the last stack. That stack just left UB40. That does have their cover of Red Wine on it, the Neil Diamond. And then two other U2s, Zeropa and that. Okay. Boom. Next handful. Let's start this right here. Oh, you know what? I spoke something into I spoke something into existence. Rush. Roll the Bones. I was just joking, and there they are. There's Rush, and there's 2112. Back-to-back Rush. Are you kidding me? Here's the Big Runga. Big Runga Drive. Or Big Runga. I called her Big Runga. I apologize. She doesn't look big. I called her Big Runga. It's Big Runga. There's another Big Runga. I've never heard of Big Runga. We have Roxette, Joyride. Roxette. We have Karina Round, The First Blood Mystery. David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. Now, the next thing we have is Angela wants UB40. And then for some reason, she immediately passed. She pulled the trigger too fast. Thomas Hujar wants Zeropa from U2. Zeropa. That's so to Thomas Hujar. Next is RU for Rush. Thomas, you can have 21 or you can roll the bones. And then Michael next on Rush. Then Chad Davis next on Rush. And then Greg Layton next on 2112. And then Michael Reed next on 2112. Then Burt Jordan next on Rush. Then Richard Group next on 2112. And then Sherry Darnell wants UB40. That's so to Sherry Darnell. And then Michael Ruttman, you get dibs on the 3 David Lee Roth. You can have Eat 'em and Smile, Skyscraper, A Little Ain't Enough, or you can have all of them. Next is Robin Glenn on Roxette. That was right here. And then John Durden next on David Lee Roth. And then Thomas wants both Rush. And now we got a pending on David Lee Ross. So that little stack just left Big Runga and Corinna Round. All right. These are all available. Do you have Rush Retro CD1? Mr. Homemark 22, there's probably 30,000 CDs in this building. When I honestly say I have no idea what I have, I'm looking at all these for the first time just like you. I have no idea what I own here inside of this building. There is no telling. I'm looking at all these for the very first time. They're sealed boxes we bought about 6 months ago. I have never looked through these in my life. You're just as surprised as I am. So, David Lee Roth's, all 3 sold to Michael Ruttman. You're going to be just as surprised me going through these as anybody else. We have Bopalina, Ronnie Self. We have Selena. That's Amor Profibio. Bob Seger, something in Spanish I can't read too well. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Seals and Crofts, Greatest Hits. Seal, that's always popular. Nice. Scorpions, Crazy World. Tina Shaleski, Slow Burn. Scarlet Haze, the bootleg EP. Scarlet Haze, Out of the Dark. The Saw Doctors, live in Galloway. And we have another Big Runga, Birds. That is $6.99. Robert Warner says he'll take the Ronnie Self. Next is Carla D. Roche on Selena. Somebody asked if I can get that on vinyl. I said pretty much not available. Susie next on Selena. Well, actually, S covers a lot of stuff there. That could be for Seeger. That could be for Seals and Croft. That could be for Seal. That could be for Scorpions. That could be for Shaleski. But Susie, you got one pick there. And then Michael next on Scorpions. We're just going to have to basically see what Susie's S comment was for. And then that left these others, which I don't think anybody's technically claimed. We're going to have to find out. It's all up to Susie. It's up to her. She holds the key basically to the rest of the comments. She wanted Selena. So next is Michael Ruttman on Scorpions. And that means Michael Peveler was second on Scorpions. That means Donna Turner got Seal. That means Robin Glenn was next on Scorpions. That means Thomas Sujar gets Bob Seger. And that means Seals and Croft is still available. And that left Tina, Scarlett Hayes, the Saw Doctors, another Big Runga, and Seals and Croft. Next handful. Next handful. Oh boy. You might as well be better off just commenting the name of the album, okay? Because they're all U2, so just comment the name of the album. Best of Sealed, Best of 1980, this is Best of 1990, another Octung Baby, October, War, and another Boy, and this time Sealed. So those are all U2s. Boy, War, October, Octung, Best of 80 to 90, 90 to 2000. 90 to 2000 was Sealed, just FYI. All right, let's get right into a new handful then. We'll see how many U2 faithfuls we got. First was Lonnie Jolly. He put 90. So I bet he wanted this Sealed U2 90. If that's not right, let me know. Next was Leslie on Best 80 to 90. Useless Eaters on October. October's such a great album. That's so the Useless Eaters. Melanie Jennings got War and Boy. And then she got that in the same comment. Nice. And then Useless Eaters next on Boy. Susie next on Boy. And Lonnie did get the Sealed one. That left Octung Baby. I need to see if I can order some new sealed copies of October. I don't get that on vinyl in hardly ever. OG War, we don't really get much U2 in general. I don't know why. Even the Joshua Tree that sold 1 billion copies. We just don't get it too often. All right, let's keep going through $6.99 CDs. We got about 15 minutes left. The Brian Setzer Orchestra, Boogie Woogie Christmas. We have Brian Setzer 68 Comeback Special Ignition. We have 7 Day Diary, Skin and Blister. 7 Mary 3, American Standard. 7 Mary 3, The Economy of Sound. 7 Mary 3, Rock Crown. She and Him, Volume 2. This is sealed by, or this is signed by Brandy Shearer. And then here is another one, not signed. Here's another Brandy Shearer. It's also signed. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. 2 copies of Trouble Is. And Sia is sealed. And Sia is called Some People Have Real Problems. Those are all $6.99. Now there's 1, 2, 3 different 7 Mary 3s. Thomas, you got dibs. I'm going to go ahead and give you She. And then we have 2 Kenny Wayne Shepherds. 1 sold to Thomas and 1 sold to Greg Layton. And then Jim B on Sia. He put AIA, but he meant Sia. And then next is Thomas Hujar on Sia. Susie next on Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Angela Lewis next on Kenny. And Sherry Darnell next on Sia. So Thomas, you got dibs on those 3 7 Mary 3s. We still got Brian Setzer, Brian Setzer, 7 Day Diary. Brandy Shearer, 2 different albums, 3 total. 2 of them are autographed. All righty. Next handful. I think we'll be able to finish most of this box, which would be great. Thomas gets all 7 Mary 3s. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this over here, and I'm going to go ahead and take our 3rd stack of sold CDs right around the corner. Right around the corner, folks. Let's do it. Right around the corner. It's me here in the corner, losing my religion. Every time I say that, that's what comes in my head. Bom, bom, ring, bom, beep, bop, ba, 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 da. All right, next stack. Here we go. It's Sia again. Some people have real problems. This is like just an economy sleeve. Another Sia, though. Silver Sun pickups. Carnavas. Silk Sonic, Bruno Mars. Wow, sealed, which were $19. I got one. I got two of them. I also have Saliva, Every 6 Seconds. Silverchair, Neon Ballroom. Somebody just asked me to order that on vinyl. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. The Essential Simon & Garfunkel. And the best of Simon & Garfunkel. Wow. Old Crow Medicine Show, self-titled with Wagon Wheel. Old Crow Medicine Show, Carry Me Back. And Old Crow Medicine Show, this one says, has a special sticker. I'm assuming inside of it. I don't know if it's sealed or not. It's in a baggie, though. All right, so let's figure out what just sold there. We have... Wow. Actually, the first claim was from the previous. He wants both autographed Brandy Shears. So those are sold and sold to Adam Bernardi. Thomas Hujar first on Sia. Okay. And then, I'm going to do some translations. The next comments on my board are SO, and Thomas later corrected that to Silver Spun. So he got Sia, Silver Spun. Leslie second on Silver Spun. Lonnie Jolly got a Silk for Silk Sonic. Carla DeRoche next on SSP. That's also for Silver Spun. And then there's Thomas's correction for Silver Spun. And then Donna got Silk Sonic. That means Shakedown's next. And then Susie. And then Carla DeRoche got Saliva. And then Angela Lewis next on Saliva, S-A-L. Then Clay Moore on SC for Silverchair. And then Thomas was next on Silverchair. And then Greg Layton has dibs on 3 different Old Crow Medicine shows. Down Home Girl, Carry Me Back, and Self-Titled. So nobody wants the best of Simon & Garfunkel, the essential Simon & Garfunkel, or Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. That's 3 different clever words to remarket yourself. The best of, essential, and greatest. If you buy all 3 of these, I guarantee you will have the best, the greatest, and the essentials. Those are $6.99 each. Moving right along. Next handful coming at you right now. Billy Bob Thornton, Beautiful Door. Billy Bob Thornton, Beautiful Door. Haircut, George Thorogood and the Destroyers. The Baddest of George Thorogood. George Thorogood, Rocking My Life Away. 3 Doors Down, a 6-pack of hits. 3 Inches of Blood, Here Waits Thy Doom. The best of 3 Doors Down. A lot of threes here. 3 Dog Night, Anniversary Hits Collection. The complete hits collection of 3 Dog Night. Wow, I might have to veto this one. Uh-oh. I'll check on that one. That was a good one right there. And then Thomas Hujar. First, though, Greg wants self-titled only. So, Leslie, do you want Old Crow Medicine Show Down Home Girl or Old Crow Medicine Show self-titled? Your pick. And then Thomas Hujar first on Billy Bob Thornton. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. Now, Susie, your 3 covered a lot of ground. 3 Doors Down, 3 Inches of Blood, 3 Dog Night. And there's a bunch of different ones. And then we got, so Susie's next. She's going to have to let us know. and then Carla, and then Sherry. We'll figure the rest of those out. Leslie got the next 2 Oak Crow medicine shows. So as of right now, nobody on that. Oh, I did give him the wrong one. My bad. Grog wanted self-titled. My bad. Grog wanted self-titled. My bad. Okay, so that was my bad. Sorry about that. So Leslie, I'm still going to give you these other 2. And that means Billy Bob did go through Nick Bargeron. So he still got Billy Bob. And then Leslie got these next 2. My bad. You won your challenge. Susie wanted 3 doors down. Okay. That means next, Carla was next on 3 doors down. Then Sherry. Now Mike Oppenshaw has dibs on 3 Dog Night. And Mike, you can have best of, the 35th Anniversary Hits Collection, or the Complete Hit Singles. Mike has dibs, then Sherry. Leslie got the other 2 Oak Crow medicine shows. Robin next in line on 3 doors down. Susie, there was only 1 3 doors down. There's only 1 3 inches of blood, and nobody on George Thorogood. We got 7 minutes left in the feed. I'm going to have to book it to get through the rest of these, but I think we can do it, okay? Here we have it. The next thing is happening right now. We have Ozzy, Down to Earth. That's not available on vinyl. Ozzy Scream. That comes out on vinyl individually for the first time next Friday. $6.99. The Outfield, Diamond Days. That's hard to get. The Osmonds, Brainstorm and Stepping Out. The Osmonds. Carly Simon's Romulus Hunt, a family opera. Carly Simon's Greatest Hits Live. Carly Simon, Letters Never Sent. The Best of Carly Simon and Reflections, Carly Simon's Greatest Hits. So, over here, Mike got all 3 3 doors down. Or, excuse me, all 3 3 Dog Night. Mike Oppenshaw got all 3 3 Dog Night. I know that's confusing. I'm sorry. A lot of 3s there. Plus, there's 3 CDs. Michael Ruttman, you're first on Ozzy. Your dibs on both. Then Michael Peveler. Then Chad Davis. Then the Useless Eaters on SY. Typo. Angela next on Ozzy. Angela Lewis on Outfield. Angela Lewis on Outfield. Robin on the Osmonds. He wants both Ozzies. He being Michael Ruttman. And that left all those Carly Simons. 2, 4, 5. Carly Simons, 5. Still available. Moving right along. Without any further ado. We have here first. OK Go, Oh No. OK Go, Oh No. Paradise Lost, Believing Nothing. Paradise Lost, Draconian Times. That just came in this week on vinyl. They're around $50. Paradise Lost in Requiem. Paradise Lost, Say Just Words. There's import stickers on it. October Rage autographed. I'll let that one slip. If anybody wants the signed October Rage. That looks pretty cool. We have the Best of Ted Nugent. We've got New Day, New Millennium, A New Day. And we have Pandora's Box, Original Sin. Written and produced by Jim Steinman. Next is Regina wants the Best of Carly Simon. You probably want Greatest Hits then. That's so to Regina Tabor. Chris Reddings on the October. That was signed. October Rage. That's so to Chris Reddings. Adam Bernardi second. Michael Ruttman third. Thomas Hujar on Ted Nugent. That's so to Thomas Hujar. Chad Davis was next. That stack left the following. OK Go, Oh No, Paradise Lost, Paradise Lost, Paradise Lost, Paradise Lost, A New Millennium, A New Day, and Pandora's Box. All right. Time's ticking. Just by the way, if I forget where we're at, the Facebook feed expires in 3 minutes. We're going to keep going. Dolores O'Ridian. I'm going to go ahead and be saying thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. Owen Tonthi, Believe. Oren Tonthi. I don't know how to say that. Here is Operator Sloversher. Ophelia of the Spirits. OP8 featuring Lisa Germo. OOMPH, Des Washington's Fete Butte. Chad O'Neill, Evolution 9. Olive Trickle, Only 4 Seasons. Signed by Somebody. And then O. Leander, February Sun. Next is Thomas Huchar put D.O. And I'm assuming that was for Dolores O'Ridian. And then Mike Oppenshaw was next on OR. And I'm assuming that was for this here. And then Michael Butler next on Dolores. Seinfeld episode. Carla DeRoche on Oleander. And then Thomas Hujar was second. And Leslie next on Dolores. So that left Operator, Ophelia of the Spirits, OP8, OOMPH, like ooh, mile per hour, Chad O'Neill Olive, and Only 4 Seasons. Wow, that was a lot of, I've never heard of anything like that. A lot of O's. That's a weird letter. We're in a weird part of the alphabet. Here's a few more, and we'll be able to finish this box. We have I Am Very Far by Oclavale River, another Oclavale River. I've got several of those. He did want the Or and Thonti, or however that's pronounced. And now, I hope Robin Glenn's watching, because look what I have, Robin Glenn. I have Donny Osmond. I have Marie Osmond. I've got Donny Osmond. I got Donny Osmond. I got Donny Osmond. I got the Osmonds. I got the Osmonds. I got the Osmonds. I got the Osmonds. I got Beth Orton, Sugaring Season. And I got Orphic Illusion, Building an Empire. Looks like something local or privately pressed. So there it is. The Osmonds. Wow. That's everything. It's got to be. Next was Thomas Hujar on OV. Now, Thomas, you're at this point, I might get really confused. Your OV comment, was there something in the last act for OV? There is 4 seconds left on Facebook. And Adam Bernardi, so he wants all of the overkills here. Those are also to Thomas Hujar. Adam Bernardi got Orton in 4 Seasons. So Adam Bernardi got Beth Orton in 4 Seasons. And then Robin Glenn, I don't know if she's got her time in or not. Hopefully she has a YouTube account. We might have lost Facebook. If we do, y'all let me know. Just FYI, we are probably expired over there. David Hoy wants Olive. That did come through. Olive is still available. We'll sell that to David Hoy. We went through 2 boxes tonight. Thank y'all. If you're still out there and you can hear me, I'd like to appreciate everything y'all have done. It's amazing what we've been able to accomplish. Callie, who's Callie on Facebook? Let me know. About the only thing pending right now is the Osmonds. And yeah, we did finish. It's empty. We did finish a whole nother box. Yeah, it says Optical Illusion is a local act. I had a feeling. Looks like somebody local that was at this store, which these came from Wisconsin, I think. Maybe a local Wisconsin metal band. You never know. They might be the next Metallica. All right, so the Osmonds, a lot of these are double packs. Okay? A lot of these are double packs, Rob and Glenn. So they've put 2 vintage, like original Osmonds albums in one. So this one has Osmond self-titled and homemade. This one has Phase 3 and live. This one has Crazy Horses in the Plan. This is Love Me for a Reason and I'm Still Gonna Need You. Those are all Osmonds. Now this is Donny Osmond. There's Portrait of Donny and Too Young. And then there's Alone Together and A Time for Us. And then this is a Donny Osmond Hits. And then this is a Marie Osmond Hits. And this is a little bit later one, Donny Osmond Love Songs of the 70s. Okay. So first thing we had was switch to YouTube. I want to look through them. So that's all pinned into Robin. And then very curious what you vetoed. I'll show it. Shamto's Adam Bernardi. I think I need to put back Beth Orton. Okay. So Adam needs to put back Beth Orton. And Adam, if you give me a second, I'll show you those two Joe Cockers as well. Chris says they're a metalcore outfit. And then how many dividers? Makio, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32, I'll sell you, Mike, for $14.99. $14.99. You'll have to remind me who you are. And then Robin says she wants all of them. Okay. So you want all Osmond CDs. I figured you did. I figured you did. And those are Robin Glenn. What did I set aside? I set aside a signed Billy Bob Thornton CD. That could be pretty good, actually. I'm going to have that checked and probably sell that after we get a sticker on it. All right. Mike Oppenshaw. Okay. Hold on a minute. Robin I may have misspoke. I may have spoke too soon for Robin. She says, I have all in vinyl. I'll take the... She's not done with her thought yet. Jim B is offering $1,000 on the Billy Bob CD. Wow. That's incredible. I'll have to think about it, though. I'll have to think about it. A hairband. No hairband. That might be worth more as a cut. So if you took that Billy Bob and cut it out and then had it authenticated and then you framed it, you had it framed with like a picture of him like from Tombstone or something, then all of a sudden it goes to about $295 or $399.99, something really cool like that. After you put it in a frame and did all that. Okay, so you want me to go through them again? I will. Donny Osmond, Love Songs of the 70s. Marie Osmond, 25 hits. Donny Osmond, 25 hits. Donny Osmond, Alone Together, A Time for Us. Donny Osmond, Portrait of Donny and Too Young. The Osmonds, Love Me for a Reason, I'm Still Gonna Need You. Crazy Horse is The Plan. Phase 3 Live. And The Osmonds, Homemade. Now, a lot of those I was reading too because they're double packs. There's only one CD, but there's 2 albums on here. They did that a lot when they were reissuing all these albums from the 70s. There was an era there, people was wanting all the, 70s albums, reissued on CD. Everybody wanting them on CD. So yeah, Mike, who was that then? Mike Oppenshaw. Mike Oppenshaw on the CD dividers. Mike Oppenshaw got the CD dividers for $14.99. Mike Oppenshaw. Anything else? If not, I have a mess to clean up. I got to shoot the videos. And then for once, I'm going to try to go to bed. My goal is to be asleep before the sun rises. She wants all Brothers albums. So the Osmonds here, these here. What about this, Robin? What if I made you a deal where you can't say no to all of them? Like a bundle price of $5 a piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $45. Bundle deal. Final call. All you got to do is say sold. How could you say no now? Now you can have them on CD even if you have them on vinyl. You got to take them now, right? You got to say sold now. Everybody agree? Do it, Robin. Do it, Robin. The 2 Joe Cockers are luxury you can afford. The half off price was 10. And then this great live Mad Dogs and Englishmen. No condition notes. OG with the flip open kind of deluxe jacket. That was $20. So 10 and 20. Those, of course, the half off prices. She said sold. Awesome. So now I'm going to take all the sold CDs around the corner because my stack has gotten really tall. So let's bundle all the Osmond stuff together. $5 a piece. Also to Robin. Robin got on a while back and said, I'm looking for Osmond stuff. And I said, you have found the biggest honey hole of Osmond stuff you will ever discover in your life. There's no telling how much Osmond stuff we have here inside of this building. There is no telling. We have sold a lot of CDs. We have sold a lot of CDs. And Adam Bernardi wants those last 2 Joe Cockers. That just made the night even better. That just made the night even better. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. He is Shamta Pro on YouTube. Something like that. All right, what another amazing night. So that pretty much filled up the 7th full crate of vinyl. There's 5 huge towers of CDs sold in the back. That probably is the equivalent of 150 CDs we just sold. I bet that was around 150 CDs we just sold. And that was pretty amazing. So, thank you. Do you have any Ashley McBride in the CDs? I have no idea. Somebody asked earlier about a Rush album, and my answer stays the same. We probably have somewhere between 10 and 30,000 CDs in this building. When I'm going through them live right here, I'm looking at them for the first time. I have no idea. And the bad thing is, if you don't claim them right now, I don't know if I'll ever be able to go through these again. I mean, they're just, we got to keep going through them. Or if you don't claim something now, it could get buried and we never see it again. So, but I have no idea. It's just like when we're going through vinyl. I have never gone through any of these. I have never gone through any of these. I have no idea. If we go get another box right now, if we go through another box right now, if I open it, which I'm not, but we will tomorrow night, it will be like we're going through it for the first time together. Because I promise, these are literally taped shut. I have no idea what's back there. That's why when I find autographs, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is signed. Live reaction. Now, tomorrow, I'll be live between 5 and 5:30. 5 and 5:30. We'll start with vinyl. Y'all come back since it's Saturday night and say CDs, Chad, CDs. If things move a lot smoother tomorrow than tonight, we should be able to get to CDs at 11, and I'll do them from 11 to 1 because I want to start at 5, and then every night us do this from 11 to 1 till we can sell off all these. And we'll go through them fast, and they'll all be gone. And then we'll be wishing we had more CDs. We have our eras here at Collectco, like Taylor Swift. We had our poster era, we had our 45 era, and now we're in our CD era. Angela said, don't stay awake. I know. I've got to clean this place up. I got to film the videos for the morning. And Angela, what band are you looking for? Everybody's curious now. Everybody's curious. All right. Plus, I got to eat a snack and drink some water, and we'll be ready. But thank y'all as always. Incredible. And Mike is going to hold to that. You just got to You just got to do that, and you got to hope people aren't buying vinyl like crazy. Vinyl comes first. I'm sorry, but it does. But after it wears down, we'll get into CDs, because it looks like a lot of people get to that point where they're just like done buying vinyl, and most of the people's went to bed, and we probably could go through a whole crate and sell 5 records. That's not worth it for me. At that point, I'm like, okay, vinyl's done. Let's bring out these CDs. We're about to sell, if we go fast, we could sell $1,000 or $2,000 in CDs in like an hour or two. So it's like, let's move on to something else. I'm here to sell whatever's selling. And if vinyl gets slow, if we just go through one crate for 20 minutes and sell 5 records, in 20 minutes we could sell 50 CDs. So that's what we're going to do. All right. I'm here to sell stuff, whatever's moving. If all of a sudden y'all said, Chad, we want to see the hermit crabs, I'll go to the back room and get the hermit crabs out. I hadn't brought them out in a long time, but if y'all want to see them, we'll do that one night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night. And I'm going to be right here working. Don't forget, if you're local, you should already be asleep, because we need you here at 10 a.m. to dig through the store. We're going to be opening the doors, $1 sale here at Coletco. Thank you.